orange juice. Hello. So I just wanted to start out the stream by saying thank you very much for getting me to 1.7 million subscribers. I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of sad. 1.69 was a considerably more fun number, but I'll settle for 1.7. I actually kind of want to, it's very tempting to kind of look for a way to piss off the audience so that I could get back to 1.69. One thing a bunch of people were saying is that when I make this community post about this workout that I do, I get a bunch of people that scream and cry about unsubscribing, and it's very, very tempting at this point in time to continue posting it. Let me see, I'll show you. Yeah, this thing over here, every time I post this guy and I talk about my progress with this workout, I'll get a bunch of people that say I'm unsubscribing, what is this shit doing in my feed? And I'll be honest with you, it's really, really tempting to just keep shit posting that so that I can get myself back down to 1.69, because it's just a much more fun number. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much for getting this channel to 1.7 subscribers. There's a lot of cool stuff that we're going to be doing going into the future. Obviously, it was big news announced today that there is a lawsuit going on with John Deere. There is a lawsuit going on, and again, they're asking to be seen by a jury. To be clear, that does not mean that it will be seen by a jury. It just means that it has been requested that that this be seen by a jury. But that does not mean that it's actually going to get seen by a jury. But I am really excited to see how that goes. And there are some other projects in the works that I can't particularly talk about just yet because I don't want them to be able to get ahead of me. But there are ways to kind of not just help out farmers, but also make John Deere's life just a little bit more difficult, that I am exploring utilizing some of the funds that I raised. Not from the GoFundMe, there was a different donor that donated a sizable amount of money to Right to Repair for a different organization, not the C4 for lobbying. And there are certain things that can be done there that will help people, but also be a thorn in the side to John Deere. And I think this is actually perfect timing. I got a call about it from someone that helped me write up a white paper. It was about a 70-page white paper going over all the things that a certain company does that are kind of against antitrust. By the way, if Margaret Vestager is watching, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but I would love to speak to you one-on-one and get you in contact with my attorney. He has done a lot of the framework for some of the antitrust work regarding some of these big tech companies you're talking about, and it would be great to, I don't know, kind of accelerate that happening. Are you a Linux user? Yes, I am. I am honest. The only thing that was keeping me stuck with Windows was certain audio apps, and the stuff that I'm using right now is not as good. It's not as good. I gotta be honest, but it's good enough. So, for instance, let's say that I scream. Like if I scream like ah, I used to have a compressor that was running live on my old system, and on this system I have something different. So let me just okay, 1 second. Let's see, is it possible for me to add the screen capture here? So yeah, so I got this crazy shit going. So I have like this is all open source using free plugins. So like I have LoudMax over here, which it's kind of like the L2 or the L3 limiter from Waves. I have this thing, which is kind of like a ghetto version of the LA2A plugin, the CLA2A plugin that Waves came out with like 15 years ago. But watch, if I go, ah! Like, if I want to scream, like instead of blowing your ears up, I have that. But again, I don't really do much that requires Windows, to be honest with you. And I'm at a point in my life, once I figured out that my laptop, this laptop has a 9,000 CPU benchmark score and is not compatible with Windows 11. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, see, I'm not replacing this ThinkPad. This has a 9,000 CPU benchmark score. It has a quad-core Xeon processor, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and an SSD. Explain to me why I can't use this hardware with Windows 11. It's just, it was just kind of a principle thing. Like, I'm at a point in my life where if I wanted to buy a new computer, I could buy a new computer. I could take out my debit card right now, swipe it, and spend $4,000 or $5,000 in a computer. Obviously, to be clear, would it be smart for me to spend $5,000 in a computer when this works just fine? No. Would it take me further away from reaching my financial goals? Yes. But like, I'm not gonna get rid of a perfectly good computer for a new operating system for no good reason. So I decided that I don't care if I'm hindered by Linux in certain ways. I don't care if the audio plugins don't sound as good. I don't care if I have more issues or more glitches or I lose certain functionality or I have to have workarounds for things. I'm at a point where I'd honestly rather just deal with it. You know, I started using Linux in 2002. I got SUSE Linux 8.1 Professional. In 2004, I started using Gentoo. I used it until 2014. I got tired of Portage's shit around 2015, so I started using Debian. And then I went back to Windows 8.1 when I started doing these videos more often because I wanted my focus to be on the board repair videos. I did not want my focus to be on the clusterfuck of figuring out how to do things in Linux. But now that I've kind of got some time to myself and I've had a little bit more, time for this kind of stuff, I decided to just switch over to Linux full time. And, there are things I do have on this laptop, right? Let's see. At home, I have certain things where I need Windows, but it's literally like it's a 120 gigabyte Intel SSD from 10 years ago with a Windows 10 install that I only boot into when I absolutely need some specific application to activate something or some shit like that. But it's pretty rare. But yeah, I see you're a superior human drinking pulp orange juice. Yeah, I like my pulp orange juice. So on these streams, I was drinking alcohol before. And I figured, I'm trying to get a little bit more healthy, so it kind of makes sense to drink. Every time I feel to myself, I want to drink alcohol, what I've been doing is I've been buying orange juice and drinking the orange juice. Welcome to New Hampshire. I live in the White Mountains, and I hope you visit. I went and visit the White Mountains. It's a little bit colder than the part I'm in. I'm still in the adjustment phase. Like, I walked out of my car today like this, and I thought, oh, it's minorly cold. But I was wearing short sleeves, and it was 27 degrees. So I'm kind of getting there. After a day of -5 to -9 degrees, once it gets back up to 27, it's like, oh, it's spring now. I'm sure Erica I would absolutely die up here. Like she said, oh my God, it got to 71 degrees tonight in Honolulu. It was so cold. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. I can't take you seriously when you say that. Oh, man. I still remember when you got 100K in 2016. I remember too. That was a milestone. Drink alcohol for the celebration. Oh, that's the other thing here is that there's not really any public transportation. So like in New York City, girlfriend leaves, moves to Linux. No correlation. No, I started moving back to Linux 2 months ago. Thank you. Like in New York City, if I want to get wasted, I have the option to like walk home. Again, not a good idea, but I can. I've walked home drunk many times. I've actually jogged home drunk before. Like again, I'm not going to kill someone. Worst case scenario, I get killed. Or I can take the train. Here, LOL. Yeah, about that. So there's really there's no option to get drunk here for, I guess I could get drunk after I get home, but I don't know. Where's the fun? There's no going out and getting drunk with other people, Also here you don't have a lot of one-way. Chase the alcohol with OJ win. No, every time I do that, it makes me feel sick. But thank you, Kiss My Ace. Kiss my ass? Kiss my ace? I'll keep it at Kiss My Ace. It's not like here you have a lot of two-way roads. I don't want to I'm not getting drunk and driving on a two-way road. I'll be dead. Like, no. Or somebody else will be dead. Either way. I like you even though you're wrong on Tesla. I don't like you because I was right on Tesla. Like, what I said about the heat pump was 100% correct. It happened to many people. What I said about the heat pump was correct. The fact that they released an update a week and a half later does not change it. It does not change it. It changes nothing about what I said. I honestly, I don't want you to like me. I want you to engage and create good arguments. I don't want you to hate me or love me. I just want you to create decent arguments worth of shit. And that's not. Are you going to open a shop in New Hampshire? I have no idea. I don't really even know if I'm going to stay here yet. My intent was to just kind of get an apartment here, get settled in. Once I get settled in, explore the state a little bit, and figure out if it's a state that I want to be in. And if I want to be in here, maybe I will. If I don't want to be here, then I won't. But it really does come down to whether or not. There was a crumb over here that was triggering me. I like having a nice clean keyboard. But there's if I like it, then yes. If I don't like it, then I'll continue moving on to the rest of the country and check out other areas. I don't know what that means, top tier tech. Right to repair, more like right to ownership. I mean, they're linked, but they're different. But they are linked. They are directly linked. Interesting assertion, but can you deadlift PR back that up? So since I got the weight set at the store, it's only 300. I don't have more than 300 pounds, so I haven't done a max. I was able to make 9 reps of 300. And what happens is every time I get to a point where I could do a new PR, the next time I go to the gym, I completely fail. So let's say I'm stuck at 7 reps of deadlifts at 300, and I get to being able to do 9 reps of deadlifts at 300. The next time I show up, I can barely do 4 or 5. But I've been doing more cardio. That's kind of that's weird. I don't know what to say to that. I appreciate the $1.99, but that's too creepy to read out loud for $1.99. Yeah, that sounds a little weird. That sounds, yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, that's kind of weird, man. Sorry, I don't know what to say to that. How do you get an RV for $2,000 that wasn't trash? I've never gotten an RV. Who cares about 11? I care about Windows 11 because that's the direction it's going in, and I don't want to move in. Like, this is not obsolete. Again, this has a 9,000 CPU benchmark score. 9,000 CPU benchmark score. It's fine. I'm not buying a new computer. Like, there are computers that I have that are completely capable of running Windows 11 that are not able to you have to draw your line somewhere. I didn't draw the line with Windows 10 becoming a giant piece of spyware. I didn't draw the line with a number of different things, but like, I figured now is a good time to draw the line. If I don't draw it now, I never will. Can you make a new updated HTC M7 repair video? I don't think I've ever done an HTC M7 repair video, and the last time I tried to repair an HTC phone, it was the HTC, what was it? I forget. I had an HTC phone like 9 years ago. Robust indeed, James. Robust indeed. The last HTC phone I had was the one with that unibody back to it back in 2013 or 14. I forget the name of it, but I haven't had an HTC phone in almost a decade. Are you being sponsored by the Orange Juice Company? No, but if they're open to it, I'll show your orange juice. I'll happily show the orange juice. Welcome to new. Let's see. I'm behind by 6 minutes.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Who is in the window? There's nobody in the window. That's the reflection of the rest of the apartment. But thank you, Rips. Is this stream sponsored by Big Orange? Maybe. What type of vodka is in the orange juice? I am sober. What do you think about the curfew in Quebec? There's a curfew in Quebec? Let's take a look. Quebec Premier announces end to curfew Monday. Please make videos about New Hampshire if you have time and considering moving to that state. You know, I really kind of have to settle my life in, meaning, just getting some basic furniture, like getting my ID, my car registration, got an outlet installed outside. Like, I'm really just kind of settling, like getting my propane account set up. That's being a royal pain in the ass. Once everything is settled in, I'd like to be able to just take some time to explore the state. I got to find myself a tour guide, figure out, what parts of the state I'd be open to, what parts of the states are a no. So, this donation is from Mr. Clinton Streets. I will happily embezzle that. Thank you for the R5. So what do we got over here? Relaxing of measures come as Public Health Research Institute predicts COVID-19 hospital stays near their peak. Quebec's much maligned second curfew of the pandemic is coming to an end Monday. That's crazy that we're having curfews 2 years in. Like, we're almost 2 years into this. That's nuts. I'm surprised people are putting up with it, to be honest with you. You know what I heard that was, I read this article, and to be clear, I didn't do my research on the sources, so this could 110% be bullshit. But they were saying that they actually had less hospital capacity in Canada than in America, which is interesting because our healthcare system is an absolute clusterfuck by almost every measure. I'm a fellow native New York kid. I'm a young systems administrator working at an awesome internet service provider that actually cares about people. Your work inspired me to recently start studying board repair and branch out. Thanks for fighting right to repair. You're great. Well, that's awesome. Typically, MSPs will pay you way better than a board repair shop will be able to pay you unless you're doing something unless you're doing something like really high end, like drive repair or data recovery. But it's definitely something cool to be able to do in your spare time, and I'm glad that you learned something.
Oh, sweet mercy.
When will Porio make the trip to New Hampshire? My car has a white interior, and he poops all over himself. So, yeah, about that. Maybe Erica can drive him here. Is your shop still open in New York City? I think so. I don't know. I'm still getting phone calls all the time. Any chance you would fix a 2070 Super with liquid damage? No. No schematics, no parts, no info, no thank you. We have what we call a no fix, no fee model. Why are you always siding with right-wingers on lockdown? Do you realize you're doing this? Yes, I do. Do you have a media point of contact that I could share with people of interest who want to talk to you? Lewis at rossmangroup.com, but I swear to God, if it's spam, I'm deleting it. But if it's something good, I'll read it. If it's right to repair related, Lewis at fighttorepair.org. If it's random other crap, Lewis at rossmangroup.com. Why do you side with right-wingers online? I don't know. Because I like my freedom? I mean, that's the thing. Here's the thing. I actually agree with the left wing on considerably more things when it comes to most elements of COVID, yet I wind up being for the right-wing side. So I'm probably not going to be able to expand on this because something's going to show up on screen in 90 seconds. I was right, actually. What do I do when a customer wants me to fix a phone even though I don't know what's wrong with it? I think the charge port is bad, but no way to test. I mean, you're not going to know what's wrong with something until you open it up and get started. So what you really have to do is you have to figure out, is the likelihood of me figuring out what's wrong with this worth it for the amount of time I'm going to put in and the amount of money that I'm likely going to be able to charge? So for instance, if somebody brings me an A1990 MacBook, resale value over $1,200, and they say, can you figure out why it's not turning on? And they're willing to spend like $300 or $400. Okay, we got something there. If somebody brings me an Acer 5517 and says it's randomly turning off. Not even it's not turning on, but it's randomly turning off. I switched the links at the tail end of the XPR and I never looked back. Yeah, I mean, I did too, and then I switched back like a bitch, and now, 20 years later, I'm trying to do the right thing. But thank you, Astra. Thank you. What was I saying? Shit, I really need a better memory if I'm going to do this. I have no excuse because I'm drinking orange juice. This shit doesn't affect your memory. What was I saying? I was in the middle of something. Fuck. If you're fixing something like an Acer 5517, like it's worth $25. And if it's an issue that's going to take you 3 to 6 hours to figure out on a $25 computer, what is your time worth? So you really do have to figure that out. And especially if you have a no fix, no fee model. You guys are writing paragraphs today. As of this weekend, the Canadian government says any American truckers who are not vaccinated will be turned back at the border as if supply chains in this country weren't messed up enough. Yeah, I think the assumption with these things is to get them to, like, they're not assuming that anybody is actually going to disobey the policy. They think that if they create a mandate, everybody will follow it, and such is life. I don't think they're thinking about the consequence if people don't follow it. And people do have the ability to decide not to follow something. And that is going to create a big mess. But you have to figure out, you have to kind of balance it. Like, what is my time worth? What is the likelihood that I'll figure out this problem? Bruh, you have an auto feeder. Fuck off. You get 4 meals a day of 8 portions. No. And I know Steve gave you a bunch of cans of food. No. You have an auto? No. You have to figure out, again, what is the likelihood that I'll be able to figure out what's wrong with this? What is my time worth? What is the value of the device worth? Because the value of the device is going to be directly proportional to what the customer is willing to pay for it, or vice versa there. So you're going to have to, and experience is what's going to tell you that. Because obviously you can't spend 8 hours on some shit that's worth $100. Like you're going to go out of business. So that's something that's going to come with experience. So do you think you can figure out what's wrong with this phone? Has anybody else online given you an idea of what could be wrong when a phone is doing this? Is this like a phone that's now worth $120 where once you've heated up the back glass of the screen to get it off, you've already put in 30 minutes of time or whatever, and like you just don't want to figure, like it's not worth it to you to do board level repair on? Or is this some $1,200 phone where there's a simple fix and it happens all the time and you just replace this one chip and it works? You got to weigh that for yourself. And this is why some repair shops turn down certain repairs. On the right wing and lockdown thing, I really want to answer this question, but I know something's going to show up on the screen and going to interrupt me. But I'm going to try to answer it anyway. Again, when it comes to masks, I have no problem wearing a mask. I wasn't anti-mask. When it comes to vaccines, I have no problem getting a vaccine. I got a vaccine. I don't believe all this bullshit about how it's going to kill you in a year and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, what makes me side more right wing is we have agreement in one very small area. Like, we disagree on a lot. Again, I don't hate. Thank you. I don't hate Anthony Fauci. I had no problem wearing a mask when going other places. Had no problem getting a vaccine. Don't think vaccines are going to kill people or any of that shit. But at the end of the day, the very small area of agreement that I have at the right wing side is, I don't think that you should shut down everything over a virus, and I think that that's a slippery slope to eroding our freedom and civil liberties. And like, that one area where I agree is so important that I'm willing to disregard the rest of it where I disagree with them. Like, all the rest of the shit that I think is crazy that I disagree with, I disregard, because that one small area where we agree, it affects my life in a much greater way. So while I could understand, oh yeah, social distance, fine. Oh yeah, wear a decent quality mask, fine. Oh yeah, do you do all these things? I disagree with the other side so much when it comes to the let's focus on this univariate variable of lowering cases above everything else, above quality of life, mental health, economic stability, and everything else. I disagree with them on that so much that I'm willing to deal with the right-wing side, even if they are off on so many things, because the one thing that we agree on is very fundamental and important to me. Do you do interviews? On occasion, I run a YouTube podcast for a celebrity comedian. It's 230 YouTube subscribers with A-list celebrities. You guys share many ideas. I don't know. Email lewis@rossmanngroup.com, and I will check it out. If you could spell my name with 2 S's and 2 N's, you have passed test number 1. Orange juice supremacy. Big orange. I do like my orange juice. I'm behind in chat by 8 minutes. Have you thought about running for governor? No, I don't hate myself. I don't want to be a politician. What do you think of RISC-V CPUs, or RISC-V or RISC-V? I'm a dumbass, so yeah, you could probably tell you asked the wrong person that question. That are totally open source down to the transistor level, and do you think they'll succeed? The idea of a CPU being open source, I don't know if it'll succeed because I don't really know much about processors, but I am rooting for them to succeed. I want the people that have open designs that are willing to share what they learn with the world and allow anybody who is capable to contribute to it. I want to see those succeed more than closed source designs. Whether or not it'll get anywhere, I have no idea because I don't have much knowledge on CPUs, but I would root for them. Did you hear about Logan Paul's $3.5 million fake Pokemon box? Honestly, Logan Paul is a corner of the internet where I am completely ignorant, and I'm actually proud to be completely ignorant. I don't follow that stuff at all. I don't know anything about it, and I'm actually happy. You agree with X from Y? You must be a Yist. Yeah. New Hampshire here. Portsmouth is the town of being. You know, I was looking that up. A lot of people were talking about Portsmouth, or Portsmouth, or Portsmouth, however the fuck you say it. I don't know. I'm a foreigner. So when I was looking in that area, all the houses appear to be like $1 million or over, and the houses that go for $800,000 are really shitty. So if somebody can explain to me why Portsmouth, New Hampshire is priced identically to much of New York City so that I can kind of understand the meme, I'd appreciate it. But since I'm not independently wealthy, I am not really interested in Portsmouth just due to the insane cost of living on that coast. Same thing with Northampton or the towns east of Exeter. It's just very expensive. What ThinkPad is that? This is a P50, baby. Did Lewis get a chance to look at HR 364 number? Like that's number puke, man. I don't know what the fuck that is. Pro audio engineer here. Always love your content. Just want to let you know how much I appreciate you taking the time to get audio right. I feel really guilty, Anthony Long, because I didn't bring my acoustic panels. I actually have about 9 acoustic panels left over combined from working home that I never bothered to put up, so I'm just going to bring them here. I didn't want to hang them because I don't want to fuck up the walls over here like if you're hanging paintings with a bunch of walls, because she literally just painted and put all this up. So I was just going to literally just have them hanging off the floor because it's better than sitting in a basement. I mean, some of my old acoustic panels. Thank you, Anthony Sabo. I will. Some of them that sat in the basement actually got shit watered when the basement of my new store got flooded. So it makes sense to put them here. So the next time I take a trip, I'm gonna grab about 6 panels, and I'm not gonna hang them. I'm just gonna have them like sitting on the floor, leaning on the wall. It's better than nothing. And I may bring some lighting with me. Neither. Right. Let's see. How are you doing today? Mildly better. What are your thoughts on organ donation? Doctors transplanted a heart from a genetically modified pig to human. I don't know. I'm open to taking a human organ. I don't want to take a pig organ just yet. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not very knowledgeable about that. I'll take a human organ, but I'll let you take the pig organ, and we'll see how that works. Can you give some insight on Apple's new initiative to repair devices? I did a video on it. I don't really have much when it comes to new information, so I don't have anything new to say. Hey, Louise, did you leave New York? I don't know. Where's Louise? Finally got a good trinocular to replace my Amscope SE400. Have you used the Mechanic brand microscope camera? I haven't. And honestly, the one that I have is no longer available, so you can't even buy it if you wanted to. But there's a lot of cameras that have come on the market in the past 7 years that are of similar quality and way cheaper. I would suggest that you ask Paul, because Paul has the link to the really good one that has autofocus and light and everything. email paul.s@rossmanngroup.com. That's paul.s@rossmanngroup.com, and ask him what camera is the good one, because it's really cheap and it's almost as good as mine. When is Porio coming to the store? Soon. Hi, soon. Let's see. 6 minutes behind in chat. $100 they would probably want 20. Huh? I don't get it. Did you get your booster? I haven't gotten a booster. I got the first vaccine. I got the Moderna vaccine, the first 2 doses of the Moderna vaccine, but I have not gotten a booster. 3M command strips for your wall. And here's the thing. If I could get command strips, but it's not going to hold actual acoustic panels, which I already have, I'd have to buy foam, and then I'd have to hang it, which seems like a pain in the ass. The cheap solution and the temporary, and the one that makes sense admittedly, is if I have 6 or 8 acoustic panels in my basement, is to just take those acoustic panels and just put them around the room and not even bother hanging them. Clinton broke the feeder. He always breaks the feeder, but this time he didn't, because I put a bunch of weight on top of it. He usually knocks it over, but I put about 15 pounds of shit on top of the feeder. Don't worry, I planned on sending 2. Oh, Sibo. Now I know how to say your name. Thank you. Would you repair a smart fridge if given enough vape cells in return? Do refrigerators break? I've never had a refrigerator break on me before, I'll be honest with you. When I was a kid, our refrigerator, for the entire 17 years I lived in that house, it never broke. And the apartment I'm in now, I've been in that apartment, this apartment I've been in a few days, but the apartment I was in before, I was in for 11 years and the refrigerator never broke. I've never seen a refrigerator break before. I just figured that they outlived you, kind of. Would you rather a pig heart or a robot heart? Robot heart, 100%. What kind of robot, though? Like, are we talking about like a Boston Dynamics robot, or are we talking about like a Tesla robot? Like, if it's a Boston Dynamics robot, I'll take the robot heart. If it's like some fucking Tesla robot or some shit, I would much prefer a different one. Doesn't this mean you don't agree with both sides? It does mean I don't agree with both sides, but if I had to choose the people I disagree with, which is going to harm me least, in that case, it's obvious which one is going to harm me less. Let's see. What are your thoughts on organ donation? I answered it. What's good at New Hampshire? Casey's Rib Shack. Oh my God, the brisket at Casey's Rib Shack is fucking amazing. That place is great. I may not be here for you to answer this, but I'd really like to know your view of the right and left-wing parties in general. I hate the idea of parties, or at least their current. That's an impossible to answer question, because that's a question that takes... You have to be more specific. It's kind of like saying, what do you think of cars, you know? I don't mean to be... I don't mean to dismiss it. It's just that's impossible to answer. Like, that's impossible to answer without taking 1 or 2 hours. You got to be specific with it. How much a pack of cigarette in New Hampshire? I don't know. I have no desire to smoke. Like, at least with alcohol, you get a buzz, you know? Like, what do you get with cigarettes? Like, you smell like shit afterwards. You're addicted. It makes your health worse, and you don't even get high. Cigarettes are a giant fucking scam. Cigarettes are one of the biggest scams ever perpetuated on the American people. They're really, like, you don't, at least with weed, it's like, at least you get to get high, you know? With liquor, at least you get a nice buzz. What happens to cigarettes? Like, you get shit. Cigarettes are a fucking scam. Want to move out and drop out at 21 to self-study Java. How stupid am I? I remember when you were 27 was a big personal milestone for you. Want to set the same. Okay, do you want to self-study Java because somebody told you that's how you get a good career? Or do you want to self-study Java because a mentor, someone you look up to, is willing to hire you to build a project of your that you feel like would be a great contributor to, that you think is going to change the world, but you need to, you know, brush up on your Java. The only way that you're really going to learn something that on your own is if you have a great incentive structure. And the great incentive structure for me was long-time viewer, first-time donator. When did you know the repair business was the career path for you? I don't know what to do in life. I went to sell a computer that I broke, and I made about $250 in spite of the fact that I broke the webcam on it in profit. And then I saw that other companies that wanted to fix the screen on that computer were charging $350, and I could find the screen online for $58. And that's when I thought, wait a second. So that's like a $290 profit margin if I would have charged the same price, or I could undercut them. And I posted an ad for it, and I had lots of people calling me, and I had no experience whatsoever. I made $400 the first week I did it. Now, what do you think of cars? You troll! You troll me. Why you troll me? What was this? I forget what I was talking. I really need a better memory. I have a garbage memory. I can't remember jack shit. I completely forget what I was just talking about. Oh, so with the Java thing, again, are you building something? Are you learning that because you really want to learn it because you're gonna be able to do this amazing thing? You're gonna be able to understand this program that you're really excited about, or are you learning it because somebody told you that's like a quote good thing to get into? Can you cover pictures from a? I don't know what the fuck that is. Why do you got to speak in acronyms? Speak English. What the fuck is this? SM-J3271. Oh, yeah, why not? Do you have the password? You have a password. I mean, we've done it before. You know, it depends on your case. It depends on how fucked up your case is. But, you know, we've done it before, and we'll probably do it again. Not every case is fixable, but many of them are. Yeah. I figured that was a Samsung S3 phone, but I just wanted to Google it because the word Samsung wasn't there. What is the best camera for the OM30JW11 that won't break the bank? Email Paul S at rossmanngroup.com. I forget the model number of the camera, but he knows it. He knows it. I forget it. Because my camera was $799 and his camera was like $80 or something, and it looks almost the same as mine. I'm very jealous. The proper use and gain structure of a DPA rather than some clipped Yeti or something is better than 90% of YouTube. Thank you. Honestly, this is not what I really want is my AT4050 back mounted properly, but my AT4050 is not there. How can I get my employer to agree to remote work? Even my union won't support us remote workers staying remote. Do a good enough job remote that they can't refuse. Honestly, just ask them what their concerns are. Like, really, don't make a sales pitch. Talk to One Lonely Farm about right to repair. I don't know who that is, but if he wants to reach out to me, Lewis at fighttorepair.org. My emails are always open. Sometimes I take some time to respond to it, but my emails are always open. Have you ever been to a Turkish prison? You know, I'm not going to read the dumb comments anymore. Let's keep scrolling. Yeah, let's see. I'm behind by 7 minutes, so I can't afford to read the stupid comments.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What is the Sunny Days Exposed video coming out? Holy shit, that's $55. Fuck me. The fun thing about Sonny is that he goes through life in a very unique way compared to most people, and he somehow gets away with it. He's one of those people that you just kind of expect to find either dead on the side of the road or in prison at like in his early 20s, and somehow he made it to his 30s just fine, and he just keeps doing it. And I mean, there's really no reason for me to get into any of those things. But I like Sonny. He's a good dude, and he makes me laugh. How can when it comes to getting your employer to agree to remote work, what do you think of buying broken laptops to fix and sell online? Depends on where you're buying them. Again, I've tried to do that before, and I fail because I can never buy them at a good price. I always wind up buying pre-sorted through shit that everybody else said no to, or stuff that other people tried to fix and gave up on. The thing is, you need to. So if you're like, look, you're gonna say, I'm gonna buy them on eBay. No, you're gonna pay more than everybody else because everybody's working together to bid up the price. Now, if you can find a way to buy them affordably, then great. But if you can, then, you know, you're doing better than me because I never could. I forget what I was talking about. The bigger you get on YouTube, the less time you got to answer people's questions between new questions. Tell me about it. I don't know. There are other streamers that manage to do this way better than I do it. Thank you for your info over the years. I did AppleCare phone support for 9 years and was always wondering the repairs are so costly. Almost seems suspicious. Yes, and now you know why. Let's see.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Love the content, Lewis. 3 a.m. for me and currently fully focusing on this. Fun to listen to equals D. Oh, that's a face. Okay, I get it. Also, our fridge used to leak a lot, but unsure why. Thank you, Alicia. I have never had a fridge not work before. I don't know if I'm just lucky or if it's because I almost never use my fridge because I don't know how to cook very well. What has your wife studied? I'm not married. Let's see. Samsung fridges especially break. I've never had a Samsung fridge. I always used to buy from like actual refrigerator companies.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you, Jordan Baker. That's more than I deserve. Or I've earned. Was there ever an appeal after that repair lawsuit in Norway? No, there wasn't, and I don't think there should have been. given the actual details of the case. If you take a look, I was wrong about the Henrik Husby case. Let's dig into the story. I dug in, and also how journalists lose the trust of their readers. Those were 2 videos I did going over what I got wrong about that case and why, and I actually changed my opinion on it once I had more information, and I didn't appreciate that I wasn't given that information until literally the day of the fucking case. That really pissed me off, and I wasn't happy about that. Wanted to drop in and say that the laptop in your group fix works perfect. Definitely recommend the mail-in program. I'm glad that you had a good experience, because there's a lot of laptops we don't fix, and every time I read one of those, I wonder, oh crap, is this someone where we weren't able to fix it? We've been getting a lot of hard ones recently, because what a lot of people do is they go to a local shop, and when the local place can't fix it, they send it in. Like, we have not gotten basic shit like a backlight fuse in years. So there's a video that I did here, how journalists lose the trust of their readers, and also I was wrong about the Henrik Husby case. Let's go over the new information. I'll be honest, I was really ticked off that I did not have all the information on that. What do you use for your business email hosting? Sorry for the worthless Kanakistan Kopex dollars. I don't know if it makes sense to make that. Yeah. Well, I have different businesses that have different email hosting. Like, some of them are hosted by Google, and some of them are just hosted by crap like DreamHost or Nexus or random shit like that. I have different providers that I use for different things. I had a case once where one of my hosts went down. When my host went down, all of my businesses, all my sites went down. So what I've taken to doing now is I have a bunch of all my different stuff are on different accounts, so that if one host or one thing goes down, I'm not fucked entirely. Holy crap, that is $50. That is more than I deserve. Thank you, Technical Mage. That is way more than I deserve. Wow, thank you. But yeah, this actually pissed me off, because like the information that I was given on that case in the beginning was not the actual information that was relevant to the case. And by the time I had it, it was too late, because it was literally like a few hours before the case. And further, what I was really pissed at is that Vice never updated their reporting. I mean, again, like don't get me wrong, I appreciate how pro right to repair Vice is, but just because you're pro right to repair doesn't mean you ignore information just because it cuts against your narrative. That cuts against your credibility. People are not going to believe us. They're going to think that we're liars, we're scammers, we're cheats, that we're partisan if we don't point out when some of our own information is not correct. And they never updated their article when I gave them that new information, and it was really aggravating and very disappointing, and caused me to not trust Vice at all as an establishment. If a MacBook suddenly gains sentience after repair and talked to you, how would you respond? I'd probably break it over my knee. Also, my Samsung fridge logic board broke. Why does everybody getting a Samsung fridge? I don't know. I don't want a fucking smart fridge. I honestly don't even want a fridge that has a water dispenser on the front of it or an ice dispenser. I'll just use I just use my kitchen sink, you know? I keep it simple. Do you like doing the managerial stuff now with your business? You prefer when you do more board repairs? Honestly, board repairs kind of got old. I'll be honest with you. Like, I know I'm supposed to say I love it, I find it fun, blah blah blah. Like, I've been doing repairs since. Okay, in 1997, I started doing PlayStation stuff, like modding PlayStations. In 2006, 7, and 8, I was doing recording studio stuff, like fixing recording studio gear. And I mean, like, I was at Avatar Studios at 3 or 4 in the morning sometimes. You know, like if there was a fancy client coming in, like Brendan O'Brien or Nick DiDia for Bruce Springsteen, I can't click that. I feel like a piece of shit. I don't have a way to click on my screen. Like, it shows up in OBS, but I can't click shit. The RAM is soldered onto the board, and it comes in 8 gigabytes or 16. If I bought the memory chips, can you solder them to the board? Well, A, where are you going to get memory chips? That's a big question, because like most of the time you have to order in spools of 1,000. And B, sometimes you need to change the strap resistors or change the configuration for the new RAM to work. So I mean, like on the MacBook Air, you actually have to reprogram the BIOS. You have to reprogram the BIOS on the A1466 or it won't see the new RAM. Even if you solder it on, it's not going to work without reprogramming the BIOS. But it's kind of a pain in the ass. And I don't know what you need to do for that one, so I probably wouldn't. I don't fix car electronics because I don't know anything about car electronics, and I don't want to be responsible for something bad happening because I am ill-informed. I was on the middle of something and I forget what it was. There was a good piece of the Henrik Husby case. That I'll be honest, that just pissed me off. And I learned a lot about how, like, I understand partisanship to a new degree now. And the reason I say that is because the level that people will ignore information that cuts against reality. I mean, that is reality because it cuts against their narrative. I don't know anything about Proton Mail. Like, I think I've gotten 1 or 2 people that emailed me from Proton Mail in the past, but I don't know anything about it. Proton Mail is an end-to-end encrypted email service founded in Geneva, Switzerland by scientists who spend time at CERN. No, sounds like email. I'm sorry. I feel bad. You gave me $2, but I don't. Yeah, I don't have an exciting opinion on that particularly. It taught me something about partisanship and how people that like will they're willing to ignore reality and just pretend something didn't happen if it cuts against their narrative, and I don't like that. I really don't like that. I want to say hello. Been a follower for a long time. Keep the good work. Thank you, Samantha. I'm sorry. Samantha Sargent. Is that how I say the last name, like a sergeant in the army? Hopefully I got it correct. Thank you very much. That's more than I've earned or deserve. Lewis won't read these because we are poor. Incorrect. Lewis won't read those because he's 9 minutes behind Meltdown Spectrum. Bad sign means you're going to get Alzheimer's early. Nonsense. Did Lewis give his opinion on Quebec fining people for not being vaccinated? Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Sweet mercy.
Why do you have 6-minute delay on live stream? Because you comment 80 times a minute and I can't answer your questions in 0.6 seconds. Where did you learn math, man? Come on. I know our schooling system sucks balls, but it can't suck that bad. Do some math. Do you believe in Hacko Micro Pencil is the best option for iPhone logic board repair? I'm watching your videos in different irons. If you are doing trace repair, yes. If you're not doing trace repair, then I would suggest the tweezers, the hot tweezers that Jesse uses. I forget if it's the 2023 or the 2027. Whichever one is smaller. They have a set of hot tweezers, whichever one is smaller. Those are much more versatile because you're not going to be using hot air to replace 020 components. This year I've seen no less than 5 broken John Deere tractors because software issues that only a John Deere person on call can fix for $250 an hour. We can't buy the software as far more as to troubleshoot. Well, there's a lawsuit that just came out, and there's also something I'm going to be involving myself in very soon, which is going to be a giant thorn in their side, and I'm looking forward to it. And again, I don't just mean lobbying for a right to repair bill. I mean something much more targeted, much more specific, that is likely not going to make them happy. I can't really divulge too many details right now, but I am excited to have this opportunity, and I wish I could talk about it, but I can't. But oh man, it's going to be fun though, trust me. It's going to be fun. Marcin, just like, here's the thing. I'm just going to leave it at this. This is all I'm going to say. If my cause of death in the next 2 years is that I was run over by a John Deere tractor, please look, like, just please dig deeper. That's all I'm going to say. But I got some, trust me, there's going to be some good stuff going on over the next year. Who is watching your business? I don't know. The people that walk by in the street? Did you reschedule Unbox Therapy? No, because I'm a piece of shit. I really should. I actually should put that on my list. You know, I'm going to put that on my list. He actually showed up in an old live stream, and I told him to email me, and he didn't. But admittedly, I should have emailed him because I was the one who blew him off. I'm really a piece of shit when it comes to scheduling. I honestly don't remember what somebody posted on screen while I'm in the middle of answering it 5 minutes ago, so I actually forgot that. You actually said my last name correctly. Fun fact, my father was a sergeant in the Army, so it was a sergeant. Wow, that is interesting. And also, thank you. That is more than I deserve. Are you going to make a thank you stream once you hit 1.75 million? What's 1.75? Why don't you Streamlabs donations or something? I do. I can't force people to use stuff. The link in the video description is a link for that. It's to not use YouTube, but it's not up to me what people choose to use. Yeah, for sale, first gen Retina display, 15-inch. No, you're never going to find it anywhere. I haven't been able to find that for like 5 years. No, Eb, I would have announced it if I did. My fridge recently died. It sucks. Which would you prefer to work repair? Mobile device that has no schematic or an aircraft that does have one? I don't enjoy hypotheticals like that. I don't really just... Like, I hate those hypotheticals. Like, would you rather get punched in the nuts or like punched in the face? I left a link in YouTube chat. I know, but I'm 8 minutes behind on YouTube chat, and I can't click that damn link because it's on my screen. I'm at 10:21 in YouTube chat right now. Side note, no URLs, please. Side note, I have a friend who is close friends with Ben Shapiro. Would you be interested in doing an interview with him? Absolutely. I have no problem with it. I'll talk to Ben Shapiro. Why not? We can have an interesting discussion on property rights, right to repair, all that kind of shit. I think it would be fun. Absolutely. No problem. I'll do it. I'll have a conversation with Sam Cedar. I'll have a conversation with Ben Shapiro. I'll do it. Why not? 100%. I'm all for it. Make it happen. Lewis at fight2repair.org. Fight2repair.org. Lewis at fight2repair.org. This is the ThinkPad P50, and I love it. Also, thank you for the donation. That is more than I deserve. New Hampshire, does that mean you sold your business off? Yo, what's with all the assumptions, man? Chillax. No, I didn't. Chillax, bro. Chillax. Stop jumping to conclusions. Let's see. My last fridge needed a new thermostat as it was running 100% of the time and freezing everything. I've never had that problem. Yeah, again, like, I would not buy a Samsung fridge. I don't even, like... Why were you thankful for not being circumcised? We have 2 sons that didn't do it, just wondering.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Why would I want a piece of my dick to be chopped off? It's like, why? I'm thankful that I got to keep the entirety of my dick. Ran over by a tractor. Sounds like an Epstein or McAfee. Yeah, again, I'm just one of those things, man. Again, I'm being half serious, half joking here, but there is going to be some serious digging into a lot of what John Deere has done, and some serious looking into the antitrust implications of what they do. I want to be able to do more than just rant on this YouTube channel. I want people with 30 to 50 years of antitrust experience to list every single thing that they've done wrong in a manner that can actually be digested by an enforcement authority. Industrial automation like pulks and robot controllers have right to repair issues due. Components like resistors and capacitors gave no markings. I kind of miss the days when you can actually read stuff off the side of the capacitor. But admittedly, that's something that's kind of... I don't know how feasible that is. I think you kind of need a schematic and a board view. You can't really have stuff written on the side of stuff with how small everything's gotten. But I know right to repair is an issue with everything nowadays.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Sweet Mercy isn't coming through the stream. I hear it through your laptop, though. Fine. I'll give you some more Sweet Mercy. Here, I upped the Sweet Mercy. We'll make it a little bit louder. Sweet Mercy. Have you tried to obtain schematics and board view for your ThinkPad? I haven't, because I haven't spilled anything on it. That's the thing. And if I did spill something on it, it's liquid resistant, so I wouldn't really need to fix the board. That's the beauty of it. The guy that runs the Samsung Recall USA page spends a lot of his personal time helping people that are burned by his bad Samsung fridges because he got burned too. I like your New York City spot for live streams. Looks cozier. I mean, I put a lot of effort into setting that up to look that way, and this is an apartment that I moved into like two or 3 days ago. So, like, just that, yeah. I mean, like, this is pretty much all I have here. I am going to get some acoustic panels and some lighting. This lighting is really not flattering. Like, this is not video lighting at all. This is shit. This is the type of lighting you have when you have 8 subscribers on YouTube. I'm just being lazy. But I am going to get some at some point. I'm also being cheap. I just don't... Excuse me if it's bad. How do you hide the wheelbarrow used to carry those? Okay, that's ridiculous. I'm about to leave my Facebook job due to the requirement of a booster shot. I am young, male, infected. What do you think? I mean, it's up to you. If you have better opportunities available, then go for it. If you don't have better opportunities available, then think about, like, again, whether or not it makes sense to make that decision. Like, again, why are you making the decision? Do you actually not want to get the vaccine, or do you not want to get the vaccine simply because somebody is forcing you? If you don't want to get it because somebody is forcing you, do you have better opportunities available, or are you kidding yourself where you're just literally going to be like the greeter at Walmart if you quit your job at Facebook? Does it make sense? Is it a good decision? I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, you kind of know. You kind of know whether or not what you're doing makes sense. I have a 2018 Subaru Impreza, and it seems like they actually designed in a way that's easy to repair. Spark plugs suck, though. Why did spark plugs suck? I was actually interested with the detail that some of Hyundai's manuals have when it comes to repair. I really do hope they manage to create an electric vehicle that has more than 170 miles of range. That's mass marketable. You should have the live stream on your phone just in case you forget what you talk about. Yeah, but while I'm listening to myself, something will show up on the stream, and then I'll fall off of the treadmill. And if you fall off the treadmill, then you lose.
Oh,
you can never fall off the treadmill. Have you ever considered fixing Tesla batteries? You know, I kind of have, because Paul is a mechanic, and he used to be a car mechanic for 20 years, and he's good at what he does. But every time I bring up the concept of fixing Teslas to him, he gives me that look like he's about to stomp my face in. Like that Marine look of I will quit, but before I quit, I will. No, I'm not gonna. I don't think that's a. I'll leave that for rich rebuilds. Also, I don't have the space. I'd have to change the front window of the store to become a garage. I don't think. I think I'd probably have to get a bunch of permits for that.
Oh,
I don't see that coming. Logic board should have a QR code on them. They have a PDF schematic embedded. Idea, please remember. I don't disagree with you. What if the URL changes though? The URL could always change. Sweet Mercy is not coming through the video. I made Sweet Mercy much louder. Have your neighbors baked a welcome cake or food dish? They haven't, no. Google reads your emails. They probably do. Following and enjoying your videos from Thailand, where we don't care whether we have been granted right to repair.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Been watching you for years, love your content. Been doing what you're doing on the right to repair front. Thank you. You met Bruce Springsteen. I didn't. I met Brendan O'Brien and Nick Didia, the producer and the audio engineer. They personally requested that Phil and I no longer show up in the room because we accidentally switched it over from, I forget if it was line to mic or mix to monitor. It was the Neve VRP console, a giant piece of shit. Siemens made that thing. So Neve made really good audio equipment.
Mercy.
Siemens bought them. Thank you, Matsuguma. And then Siemens bought them and created the biggest steaming pile of shit that ran like 20 degrees hotter than every other fucking console. That thing was such a piece of shit. And replacing the switches on that console, it took like 2 hours to do properly, and you always had to do it 2 or 3 times. Every studio that had a Neve VRP would just put a bunch of paper clips in it. The smart ones would put toothpicks. The idiots would put paper clips, obviously because paper clips are conductive. That the smart ones would use toothpicks, and the really smart ones would send it to Ricky Began or to actually get fixed. And he showed me how to do those properly. But the thing is,
oh, sweet mercy.
I hit the wrong button. I have to stay in until 4 in the morning, so he actually had to figure out for himself which one to hit. And Brendan O'Brien's running around the room going, I remember that. 820-3332. U8900. Never forget. And thank you, Ian. Yeah, he was running around the room going, who is in the room? I want to know who's in the room. I don't want that person to be in the room again. And then the assistant went, it was Lewis and Phil. And they go, I don't want Lewis and Phil in this room anymore. I don't want Lewis and Phil in this room anymore. Ignore the fact that these cunts showed up 18 hours fucking early. I mean, can you tell that I'm salty? Is it wrong to be salty 14 years later? But I'm serious. I don't work in the music industry anymore, so I don't have to give a fuck about you.
Oh, sweet mercy.
They showed up at 6 p.m. Their session was scheduled for 12 p.m. the next day. They wanted a tape machine, an analog tape machine, which you have to analog and bias. Thank you very much, Flake Live. That you have to align and bias before they can actually use. They show up 18 hours early. We rush as quickly as we can to get something working. They rush to get us out of the room before we actually align and bias it. One of the tape machines is not working properly because guess what? It's 30 fucking years old. Sometimes they don't work immediately. And so we have to figure out what's wrong with the Studer A800. The power supply died. The tape machine's wiring harness was actually killing the power supplies. We figured this out at 2 in the morning. We fix it by 4 in the morning. I'm supposed to leave at midnight. It's 4 a.m. and I fix every goddamn thing for that session, which they showed up 18 hours early for. We have it on like record and mix instead of record, or line instead of mic or some shit like that. I forget. There's a green and a red button in the center of the console. I will turn up the Sweet Mercy. It's a red and a green button on the center of the Neve VRP, which I forget what they're for because it's been like 14 years since I've seen it. And we had the wrong one hit because we were listening to the tape machine. And he says, I don't want those guys in the room anymore. Do you know why you were able to record Bruce Springsteen and it not sound like shit? Because I stayed there until 4 in the fucking morning to align and bias your goddamn tape machine. And I was making $7 an hour. $7.50 an hour. Minimum wage was $7.15. By the way, I walked around like I was hot. I've done 3 videos on it, but unfortunately when I do a video on right to repair, nobody watches it or gives a fuck, so nobody probably saw it. But I have about 2 or 3 videos in this channel on the ice cream thing. But again, if I have the word repair in the title, like it gets 2,000 views. But they do the exact same thing, and it looks like the FTC is actually looking into that. I like the fact that the FTC is actually looking into that. And I also like the fact that this is one of those things where it makes right to repair go mainstream because it's McDonald's. Like everybody in America eats unhealthy foods. Everybody goes to McDonald's and everybody is pissed off at the fact that the ice cream machine doesn't work. So it's one of those ways to make right to repair go mainstream to normies. And I appreciate that.
Sweet mercy.
Why don't you hire a team of engineers to figure out how to repair things instead of getting shut down when trying to get existing repair shops to share knowledge? Pay to get the answers and share with everyone. Why don't you hire a team of engineers to figure out how to repair things? Because that's insanely expensive. Oh, A, you'd have to hire a team of engineers to figure everything out from the very beginning. B, engineers are great at creating things, often horrible at troubleshooting. So if you may think, well, an engineer is going to be great because they know how to build things, building things and troubleshooting things are completely separate. They're completely separate and have nothing to do with one another. So you can have this. You can have an engineer that makes. How far behind the YouTube chat are you? I'm at 10:30 and 37 seconds. So I'm about 11 minutes behind. So you could have someone that is a genius engineer that is absolute dog shit at actually troubleshooting. It's a completely different skill set, and I know that's probably weird to believe, but they are. Like, I could hire a team of engineers. I could go through all the money that's in the business bank account, because again, $250K a year or something for a really talented engineer. The nonprofit would be drained of all of its money, and I wouldn't actually have any solutions. It would be a very inefficient way to use the money. Let's see. Also, by the time they figure out the solutions, that they would have already been widespread at that point. Let's see. A lot of people don't care about property rights these days. Love to see it. Thank you, Craig.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Glad to see you getting settled in a new place. How have you found adjusting to using a car? It's not really so much adjusting to using a car, it's adjusting to not having to deal with bullshit traffic, because I've used the car in New York City considerably, but I choose to use the bike because it doubles the amount of time that it takes to go anywhere. So it could take me an hour and 10 minutes to get to my store, and then 30 minutes to find parking, 5 minutes if I use the magic trick that I went over in the video on my live channel, which we're not going to get into on the main channel. But it could take an hour and a half to get to my store, and it takes 25 minutes via my bicycle. Whereas here, it's the opposite. If I use my bike, it's slower, but if I drive the car, it's faster. So I like driving as a pleasurable experience versus driving as a miserable experience, which it is in a city. So, somebody was saying, oh yeah, I hope you enjoy having to be dependent on a car. And it's like, yeah, it's actually kind of nice to be able to be in something that's heated or air conditioned, where I'm not getting wind chill at 40 miles an hour and when it's 9 degrees outside, and I can actually, go around and not deal with traffic. It's not that bad. Again, in Manhattan, in Brooklyn, I don't understand people that want to drive a car in Manhattan or Brooklyn. I really don't get it. Like, you're torturing yourself. It's fucking hell. You see it on my bike videos where, there's just traffic and nothing is moving for 10 minutes. You're just stuck there going 1 mile an hour, start, stop, start, stop. It's absolute hell. But in an area like this, driving doesn't suck. And, it actually doesn't suck.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Picking from previous chats I did about engineers, can we make an open source platform for people to figure out stuff and upload the fix for everyone to use? I have that. It's called repair.wiki. I don't have a platform problem. I have a contribution problem, which is that most people in this industry are, for lack of a better way to put it, and I'm sure that I'll wind up eating my words later and not appreciating the way that I came up with it really quickly in a YouTube stream at near midnight, they're self-centered, they're self-focused, and they're not interested in sharing with other people. If they figure out how to do something, they think, I'm going to save that information for myself, and I'm going to milk it and make as much money off of it as humanly possible, and fuck sharing it with anybody. That's the problem. Again, I have a platform. I don't need to make a platform. The platform already exists. And it's clearly, when I find the right people, they're willing to put stuff there. It's just a question of changing the mindset in the industry that the best way to make money is to hide as much as humanly possible, rather than everybody sharing so everybody can make more money and everybody could do more repairs than they did before. It's a mindset problem. It's not a lot of people in crypto, I think they're trying to use blockchain to fix a problem that doesn't need to be fixed via blockchain. It needs to be fixed via other ways. And here, trying to use trying to address it as a platform issue when it's not a platform issue, it's not something that I think I need to do.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What good companies embrace right to repair? Framework? Framework. Framework. I'm trying. Framework? Framework? I got one. You managed to go full Linux. Yes, I did. And I tortured myself and I figured it out. What are the percentage of people actually do a walk-in for some repair at your shop versus doing it online? 40, 60, or 60, 40, depending on the month. Yeah, it's 40, 60, or 60, 40, depending on the month. Buying an AT in 862, do you still recommend it? It's still good. I still think it's a good station. When something better comes along, I'll wind up going over it. But for now, I still have the Quick 861 on my desk, not because I prefer it to the Atten, just because my Quick never broke, so there was no reason to get another one. The Atten, what really makes it better is that it's cheaper. It is mildly less flickery with the lights, but again, that doesn't really matter in my new office because the electricity is better. I just sent the 2021 Asus laptop to you guys. Oh, fuck. It has a strip screw and a capacitor I knocked off. Is this something you can fix? The strip screw, yes. The capacitor, I don't know what I have to put on. If I can find a schematic in a board view, I'll be able to find the capacitor to put on. If I don't have a schematic in a board view, then I don't know what goes there, and I don't know what to tell you. But one way to find out. Chris, have fun. That sounds like something for Chris's status. He's good at guessing. I'm going to have Chris go over and go. 10 microfarad?
Sweet mercy.
1 picofarad? He's going to do this, and it's going to come to him. He's going to go. And he's going to guess. And if it goes on fire, then he knows he picked the wrong one. What is one goal you've set for this year? Lower stress lifestyle. Yeah, honestly, lower. That was my goal for 2021, and I wound up making stupid financial decisions, starting two nonprofits, driving myself nuts with one of them by getting dangerously close to doing something really stupid. I didn't. Yeah, starting two new nonprofits and like all the other stuff. I didn't live up to my 2021 New Year's resolution at all. So what I did with 2022 is the reason I got this apartment instead of a different one is because I really had a deadline. Like I said, before January 1st, I want to be able to say that I have a calm place in the middle of bumfuck nowhere that I can use to clear my head and actually try and live to the New Year's resolution I made in 2021, lower stress lifestyle. Again, in the beginning, in the early days, I got to work at 8 a.m. and I left at 1 p.m. Around 2015, 2016, I got a little privileged. I was able to get to work at 12 or 2 o'clock, and I was able to leave at 10 or midnight. And then at 2019, I got really privileged at the end of 2020, where I could not show up to work, or I could show up a few days a week, and that was it. So I think I'm kind of trying to make up for it. Like I front loaded a lot of it by working 16 hours a day, which is why I'm losing my hair and it's turning gray and I have these giant bags under my eyes. Well, I guess that makes things easier. Hopefully nothing else is screwed up with it. If you just need us to reattach the capacitor and get rid of a strip screw, then it should work. If you screwed up more things, but you think you only screwed up the capacitor, then it'll be in Chris's status. And again, Chris will have fun with it. I apologize if you're watching the stream, Chris. We put all the bullshit in his status, but we put all the stuff that's gonna be fun in one status. Sorry to hear that.
Sweet mercy.
Props are going hardwired and not Wi-Fi. This isn't wired. This is Wi-Fi. The wires you're looking at, that's charger, that's Zoom H1n audio interface, HDMI capture. Like my modem is upstairs. I'm not fucking running 100 feet of Cat5 for a temporary apartment. Also, it's Comcast. Like, I'm not gonna use up all of the available bandwidth via Wi-Fi with Comcast. If this was FiOS, okay, you know what? FiOS, for gigabit FiOS, I will run a goddamn wire from upstairs to downstairs, and I'll just let it swing fine. This is Comcast. Like, this is a joke, you know? 10-year-old Wi-Fi would be enough to max out this connection.
Oh, sweet mercy.
How much do the technicians at I Break You Fix make? $25,000 a year? Hire those guys and get them to generate the knowledge you say repair shop owners being self. You think they can fix anything? Oh, I'm sorry. You gave me $3. I should be more polite. Oh my God. Oh, you mean You Break I Fix? You mean the place that mails us devices to replace trackpad cables because they can't figure out how to do it themselves? Listen. There's a reason that people work at You Break I Fix. There's a reason that people work at these franchises instead of starting their own shops. Because they don't know what they're doing.
Oh, sweet
They know how to
mercy.
do basic shit. Like they know what software do you prefer for your business? QuickBooks. I don't have a preference. I use QuickBooks because I started with QuickBooks and migrating away from it is a pain in the ass, but they suck. Avoid Intuit as much as humanly possible. Just de-Intuit your business whenever possible. They're absolute garbage. But I was using them all the way back in like 2009, 10, 11. So I'm kind of locked into it now in many ways. The amount of effort and work it would take to migrate is not worth it for the amount of aggravation they cause me. But like, if you're just getting started, fuck into it. But yeah, You Break I Fix, it's like replace battery, like replace screen.
Sweet mercy.
It's not something. They're not doing the high profit margin, really difficult repairs that are like they're not doing that. No. I love your attitude, right to repair, running a decent biz and not letting people F with you. I don't know if I do that. My girlfriend's phone broke while I visited New York, brought it to your shop, presto fixo. I got souvenir drivers and a business card from the entrance. I'm glad you had a good experience. Honestly, when it comes to phones, we're really good at data recovery for general like break fix. Again, You Break I Fix probably beats us there. They probably have more repair services than we do. For basic break fix on phones, we mainly focus on the like data recovery, so I'm glad that you had a decent
sweet
experience.
Mercy.
You have helped me take my business to the next level here in Philadelphia. Can you please spell out Paul's email address for me? Sure. If you want to ask which camera he uses, this is the email. He's going to fucking kill me, but oh well. Okay, how far behind am I? I'm behind by 10 minutes. You're going to get fat because you're driving instead of using your bike. No, I'm not. I had a motor on my bike. It doesn't make a difference. I didn't do cardio via transportation. I would go running before I go to work and I would do exercise when I got home.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I work building, repairing, maintaining custom VR motion simulators. You come to Atlanta, would you hire me? You know, Atlanta is not on my list of places to consider for a business, but if you actually know how to build those, you're probably overqualified and would want to make more money than I can afford to pay you with my sad sack business. But that is impressive. That sounds hard. Building a custom VR full motion simulator. That sounds harder than board repair.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Did you move your business as well, sell it, or manage it from here? Manage from here. I didn't move it. I don't even know if I want to move here yet, much less if I want to move my business here. Do you commute daily from New Hampshire to New York City for work? No. I want to move to Rhode Island, but the daily commute scares me. You know, there was an article in Bloomberg how early in the pandemic, people that were jogging down empty streets were getting stopped by the police in Rhode Island with their sirens on. So Rhode Island is not on my list of places I'd like to go.
Oh, sweet mercy.
No, only sweet mercy. If you could do it differently, which software would you have used? I don't know because I haven't had the experience of using them. It's just, the thing is, even though I don't know what the alternatives are, it's very difficult for me to believe that it could be worse than QuickBooks. I've been meaning to do a video, and I keep procrastinating it, where I try to take a picture of a receipt using their QuickBooks application and uploading it, and it freezes every single time for about 10 minutes. It takes 10 minutes to take a picture of a receipt with that piece of shit app. It's so buggy from beginning to end. Let's see. Dumb, 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 dumb. Very dumb. Spamming dumb.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What are some great ideas to make our shop more profitable in 2022? Do work that other people don't want to do. Do stuff that's a level above. Don't say we have to outsource data recovery. Why can't you? They say like, why? Or board repair. Like, what is it that you could be doing that you're not doing that's profitable? I'm not talking about, you know, like screen repair on a phone that's worth that sells for $140. I'm talking about higher level services. What are the higher level services that you can do? Because as time goes on, we've had to drop certain things. Like I can't find screens to a lot of the newer MacBooks. So, like, I mean, that used to be the main profit driver, you know, get screen, like everybody else is replacing a display assembly that costs $400. I know how to replace an LCD cell, so I can charge $299. I can find the thing online for
sweet mercy.
If I buy 1,000 at a time for like $58 to $72, make almost $250, $300 a pop, and bam. But that was erased. If I didn't move on to data recovery, logic board repair, everything else, I'd have been fucked. My cats are in a classified location. Let's see, dumb. I hate QuickBooks GUR. I agree, Rob Brown. Do you use default trackpad? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you keep copying and pasting that shit.
Sweet
Bro,
mercy.
cut that shit out. I'm already behind on chat by 10 minutes. No copying and pasting. Favorite Dream Theater album is Awake for Space Divest from 5:45. Scarred from 8 minutes and 15 seconds. And Lie from 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Yeah, so Lie from 5 minutes and 12 seconds on Awake. Scarred from 8 minutes and 15 seconds on Awake. And I believe Space Divest from like 5:36 or 5:27. No, it's 5:27. Yeah, it's 5:27 is when the cool part of Space Divest kicks in.
Oh, sweet mercy.
No cat. That's $5 docked off. Oh, the cats are hiding. But thank you. Thank you. Why do all tech companies suck? I'm halfway reduced to replacing half my digital to pen and paper. I think you're memeing there. Is that Tom Scott saying sweet mercy? That's Paul Daniels. I can't tell Australian people apart. Their sweet mercies all sound.
Oh, sweet mercy.
And crikeys all sound the same to me. I would have to have a single job to do, to be honest. You have one now, though, don't you? 1.7 million followers. How come only 1070 watching? Because you used too much punctuation. You scared them away with the first grade typing style. Does right to repair movement include efforts to amend lemon laws for farm equipment and tractors? It doesn't, but that is ancillary, and it's most certainly something that I'd be interested in, but it is completely separate from right to repair.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Do you take in old laptops and phones, which can be better used for parts rather than being thrown away? Depends on what it is. Again, like 99% of the stuff that we get that's not a MacBook is just going to wind up going to an e-waste recycler. But if it is a MacBook, we'll use every single part of it at some point. Immortal refrigerators, indeed, 91.5. Stay jealous! Have you considered recapping vintage Mac logic boards? I have not, because I don't know how to make that work in a no-fix, no-fee model.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Where do you stand on non-citizen voting rights? I don't know. I think being a citizen to vote kind of makes sense. I know some really dumb people that were able to become citizens, so the bar isn't that high. Thoughts on people that respond first world problems when you tell them about some problems in life and dismiss them, especially regarding COVID? I think they're cunts, to be honest with you. Like, think about this. It's kind of like this statement that my dad always used to hate people who said this. He'd say, when somebody says it can always be worse, it's one of the stupidest things you could say. It's because you could say that about anything. Think about it. It could always be worse. You could be getting raped in the ass. Well, you could be getting raped in the ass and stabbed at the same time. It could always be worse.
Oh,
like when people say
mercy.
that, it's just, you're not adding anything to the conversation that's worthwhile. You're really not. You're just being a cunt. And like they're being a cunt and they're just kind of twisting a knife. And I just fuck people who do that. From electrical to machining, I have to do it all. I'm not. I don't know how I'd be able to do that. I'm not multi-skilled in that way. Non-citizen voting rights, I don't know. Is it that unreasonable to ask that somebody becomes a citizen before they can vote? I don't think it's that unreasonable to ask somebody to become a citizen before they can vote. I know people that became a citizen that are really smart. I know people that became citizens after moving here that are really dumb. I'm fully aware of how low the bar is to become a citizen, and I don't know. What do you think about the broad scalping of just about anything? On Amazon, notice resellers exhaust manufacturer supply and then have market cornered instead of 2 or 3 times price. I think that you can't really ban scalping without fucking up the general basic principles of freedom. But I don't. That just because you're legally capable of doing something does not mean I don't look down on you as a piece of shit for choosing to make your money in that particular manner. I don't know who that is, Jon Snow. Here we go. I'm only 4 minutes behind. See what happens when you scroll past the stupid shit. Let's see. Dum 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 dum. Ooh, good. Wait, never mind. That was a copy paste. Just buy a pre-built. It's easier. New York City residents plus 30 days with green card or work visa, like a nurse H-1A or an IT person H-1B visa, can vote. If you get that far, you'll soon be a U.S. citizen. Soon, yes, but I don't know.
Oh, sweet mercy.
It could be worse. Is only a good thing here if the person saying that is literally right there in the same situation as you. Even then, it's not helpful. And it doesn't make you feel better. What's the point of it? Oh, it could be worse. I could be here with no heat and minus 9 degrees. You could be here with no heat and minus 90 degrees. It could be worse. Hey, you could be dead. It could always be worse. You could be half dead, but bleeding out. On your way to being dead. Like, it could always be worse. It's one of those, it doesn't add anything useful to a conversation. And the type of person that's going to use that as like a means of owning you or insulting you is just, not a person
mercy.
I want to be around. How much money do we have to donate for you to make a video about nuts? To make a video about someone's testicles, it would probably have to be north of $1 million. I'll set it at $1 million. If you want to see me take my Exolite 175M and my X-Acto knife and my Hacko 2032 and actually, fix a person the way that you would fix a cat so that it can no longer have children on camera, $1 million. It's also going to cost some money to kidnap the person against their will and have it put on my desk so that I could perform the procedure, because I imagine most people are not going to volunteer for that. Can you provide a link to your open source resources for data recovery? Also, I still offer classes for data recovery. Are you asking or are you saying? If you offer classes for data recovery, cool. I don't do classes for data recovery. It's mainly just MacBook Logic board repair. We do have a bunch of stuff for doing data recovery from iPhones, which is really just, it's like board repair for iPhones. For MacBooks, really data recovery is getting the computer to work again. And for iPhones, it's kind of the same thing. So if you wanted to look that up, that
sweet mercy.
Fuck, I'm behind already. You'll find a bunch of them here. I focus primarily on the iPhone 6 and up. iPhone 7 and up. Thanks for today's stream. Heart and other issues are playing up. This is a nice diversion. I'm sorry to hear that, Jim. I'm not going to hit you with the "it could always be worse" thing, but I do hope that you get better. I'm sorry to hear that. I read them as they show up, Stanley. That's the only way.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Chick-fil-A or Popeyes? Chick-fil-A. At least they have better salad options if you want something that's like at least pretending to be healthy. But thank you. I don't like Popeyes. Popeyes is absolute shit. At least in Chick-fil-A you could kind of pretend. Oh, get out of here with that trolling shit. Get out of here with that shit. Bye-bye. EM, listen, we talked about this the other day, EM. It's really important that you not be an NPC. I'll be honest with you. You've been in my chat for like 6 months. Literally everything you post, I know exactly what you're going to say. And it's so boring. Just stop being an NPC. Just like stop being an NPC.
Sweet mercy.
Like just for once, I want you to pretend that you are you and that you're not embodying an ideology that belongs to somebody that's not you. It's just so boring. It's so predictable. And it's so lame. And it's so dumb too. I didn't mean testicle nuts. I meant food nuts. That's not my thing. I don't know. I don't really know when you... why I dislike people that use the F word. Why don't you make videos in the same style as that? I don't really know how to... I don't know what you mean. I mean, like, honestly, my video format has always been man screams at cloud. Rich Rebuild actually sent me a text the other day with man screams at cloud. But all I've ever... my format is man screams at cloud. And I don't think that's changed in 10 years. How do you stay motivated with self-employment? Geez, and I'm feeling burnt out. Working 12 to 14-hour days in the field with no time for completing back-end items. I think you need to come up with a framework to not do that anymore. Like, I could work 12 to 14 hours very easily if I see the goal that I have in sight. So, for instance, if I see nobody else here is doing board repair, I'm going to do it here. Once I figure this out, I will be able to eat the competition alive in this area. And once I figure it out, I'll be able to share it with everybody else. So the people that actually really want to offer something good to their customers will be able to.
Mercy.
And then the scammers will no longer, be at the top. You have to have a specific goal in mind that makes it worth it. You could definitely get people from 2-year technical colleges that know electronics, can read schematics and solder. How would that not work for the repairs you're talking about? Someone that is not expensive engineer, Apple engineer, or not you break, I fix scum. Because they wouldn't already know it. And I'm not interested in paying somebody $5,000 or $10,000 a month and then 6 months down the line figure out if they have useful solutions. It's just, like there are so many people that I've tried to hire to do this that have actually had engineering qualifications and engineering degrees that wind up being totally useless. So to hire somebody to figure it out before I even know if they have the ability to do this as a job is not something that's even remotely economically viable. Have you thought about building a laptop where you can replace parts to upgrade or repair it? Maybe use Kickstarter and use your network to find smart people who can help you. I haven't because I have no idea how to build something like that and I'm not the one to do it. I'd much rather that people use their money to buy and support something like Framework where they actually have engineers working for them that already know how to do that. They have a base, they figured it out, they've created a viable product, they have a system for producing it. For me to start from scratch to create something when I really don't know jack shit on how to do that seems like it would be a waste of resources. That's a very general question. It's like saying thoughts on wood. I think that... a lot of people are... Cryptocurrency to me seems like a consensual Ponzi scheme. Again, I'll just refer to the same thing that I always refer to when I think of it as a cult. Like blockchain has uses. Blockchain itself has uses. Most cryptocurrency is a cult. And I will just refer you to the same thing that I always refer you to every time I get this question. One of the most popular people in the cryptocurrency space has this as his pinned tweet on Twitter, which makes it clear that this is just... like fucking disabling people's brains at this point. Thank you, Randy. Bitcoin is a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom, feeding on the fire of truth, exponentially growing ever smarter, faster, and stronger behind a wall of encrypted energy. No, it's not. It's a fucking blockchain ledger that tells you that this little random string of encryption represents money because other people believe it. like you're high. Like what the fuck is this? I mean, this is a dude that made a bunch of money doing something that got massively high on his own farts. And
sweet mercy.
I can't take that. Like, I can't take you seriously. Again, blockchain has actual uses, but like I'm not going into this bullshit of like putting little lights in my eyes and all that. Like, no. How do you deal with a boss that doesn't know how to do anything, doesn't delegate anything, and blames nothing of his getting done on the pandemic? I mean, leave. Here's the thing. I thought I could do better than Laptop MD. I thought they screwed over their customers. So I left, and I was making $400 a week, and I was working out of a fucking Herald Square Park when it was freezing, and it sucked. And I fended for myself. I lived in an apartment that had termites. $5K a month, I made $50K a year. I feel poor. Well, isn't $5K a month close to $60K a year? That's like $50K and $60K is pretty close. I don't think, especially if you have a new idea, I don't think you should feel poor, especially if you're pursuing a new idea. But also if you're poor, I will read your comments, I promise, on normal chat. I'm just going to be behind on reading them. You don't have to give me money. What was I saying? Yeah, I thought he had a shitty business. I thought he sucked. So it's like, I put my money where my mouth is. Again, this business, I don't know what your business you're in, but this business has the lowest barrier to entry that I've ever seen. And that's what makes it beautiful.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thoughts? I can't answer stupid shit anymore. I'm sorry. I appreciate the dollar, but this business is the lowest barrier to entry of just about any business. And you don't need $100,000 to start a restaurant or a kitchen or a garage. You literally need a few $100s in your bank account, and bam, you're in. So start something new. So I quit Laptop MD. I never even picked up the $80 that they owed me. Never even picked up the $80 because they paid you $40 per machine that you fixed, flat rate, $0 if you didn't fix it. And I fixed 3 machines that week, and they owed me for 2. And I quit. And I started my own company, and my company did well. And then 3 years later, I took their lead technician. 4 years later, I took their lead salesman, who is now my manager. And he makes almost 4 times as much money here as he did at Laptop MD. And fuck Laptop MD. I thought I could do better.
Sweet
Here's the
mercy.
thing. If they really suck, and you're just not telling yourself that as copium to make yourself feel better than your boss, then you will be able to start something and do better. Do it. That's the beauty of this. Thanks for being an honest person online and error with so many of your fakes. I don't know if I'm that honest. Do you still want to read my manuscript even though it's fiction? I'm editing it right now. Send it over. Lewis@rossmanngroup.com. My email is probably going to be filled because of this, so sorry if I don't respond quickly, but I'll eventually get around to it. Again, like if you're not just, getting high on cope, then what I would say, then start something new. Like seriously, do it. Like Shia LaBeouf, just do it. If I stayed at Laptop MD on 35th Street 14 years ago, holy fuck, it's been 14 years. 14 years ago, this company wouldn't exist. This YouTube channel wouldn't exist. Hundreds of thousands of dollars wouldn't be going to right to repair lobbying. You wouldn't have fucking 600 board repair videos people are watching all around the world. All of this, that's after 14 years of experience. It's comfortable where I live, though. I'm going to take a wild guess, Samantha, that's not New York City. And also, thank you. You're too generous and too kind. But if you're really good at what you do, okay, if your boss is an idiot, that's beautiful. That's very good news. If your boss is incompetent and stupid and sucks, you have easy competition. Because here's the thing. You could see, I have an idiot boss is a bad thing. You could say, wait a second. This guy manages a company that's really profitable and he's an idiot. What could happen if I managed it and I wasn't an idiot? Herman Millionaire on chair's opinion. Oh, I love him. I just don't want to pay $600 for a goddamn chair. Are you a millionaire? I am not a millionaire, but I'm on the path to be a millionaire. So I'm definitely on the path. It's just a question. I used to be excited about being on the path to becoming a millionaire. Now I'm less excited because I feel like when I finally get there, it's not going to be worth anything anymore. Like when I look at South Florida and I see like in Fort Lauderdale or Daytona Beach or Pompano Beach, where you see a house that's just kind of average.
Sweet mercy.
Just average ass house. And it's $850,000. It's just like, by the time I actually become a millionaire, I won't even really care anymore. Because of the way things are going, it's not going to matter. I think that answer counts for this one. But it doesn't really matter. Like by the time I actually make it to millionaire, I know this probably sounds spoiled as shit, but it's the way my mind works. And it's the way your mind would work, admittedly, if you were on the same path. By the time I actually get there, I'm just going to look at the world and go, oh, great. Because when I was first starting my business, I thought $1 million means I'm retired. Then a few years in, it's like $1 million means I got some money in investments and have a house. And now $1 million means I have a mediocre house and maybe, money for the next 2 years. Like by the time I get there, what do you think about the Navient student loan lawsuit settlement? It's actually on on my list of things that I want to read about. So unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. I like the idea. One of the things that I'm hoping for with student loan debt forgiveness is that if the government actually decides to do that, and I get this is separate from that, but as I told you, I haven't read about it yet, so I'm answering a different question than the one you asked, which is what politicians usually do, but at least I'm being fucking honest about it. Is since
Oh, sweet
if
mercy.
they're open to depends on what your disability is. I think that depends on what your disability is. Jess's vision is absolute garbage, but she's actually able to refocus her microscope so she could see everything perfectly. Jessa can't see something that's over here, but she can do board repair amazingly well. So I think a good microscope is a starter, but I think it also depends on what what that is. Also, we don't ship to the UK, so it doesn't cost $57. And if my website is allowing shipping to Europe, I need to turn it off because I did a video on why I'm not doing shipping to Europe earlier in the year, and I'm sticking by it.
Oh, sweet mercy.
If a cosmic ray adds 4096 votes to a local election, is that God saying he wants that candidate to win? Probably, to be honest with you. Probably. I forget what I was just talking about. I got too far behind, and I think I was in the middle of something decent, but it's gone now. Fuck me. Remind me in the chat. If I was in the middle of a good rant and it ended, please let me know what it was. But I'm also 11 minutes behind on chat, so it's probably going to be 5 minutes before I even get to that part. What are your predictions for the end of the year in light of the Great Resignation? Do you think small businesses are designed to keep up with corporate wages? I don't think that small businesses are going to. I really dislike this concept. Okay, rural Georgia, yeah, that's way more affordable than New York City. So 50K goes way further there than it does in New York City. So I don't know. If you enjoy what you do, I think you're doing fine. The problem is that like when people expect their wages to go up when inflation goes up. The problem is that a small business can't necessarily charge more money for their services simply because the government fucked up the currency. And it really bothers me when people look at small businesses and say, why are you not keeping up with inflation? It's like, the government fucked up the currency. Why don't you yell at them?
Oh,
why are you yelling at
mercy.
us? What do we do? Like, Chris told me to call you guys. I'm worried. Uh-oh. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Did Chris tell you? Chris barely speaks English, so he usually does not use the phone. But he is the best one here at doing repairs by far. He fucking eclipses me so bad. Chris makes me look like a fool. He is so good at this. He is so far ahead of me. It's insane. Did you have a chance to copy the link, says Harvey? No, and it actually disappeared off the screen. I'm sorry. I can't do URLs in Super.
Oh, sweet mercy.
URLs in Streamlabs just doesn't. Like, I have to go to another window and log in to even be able to click it or use it, and by the time I get there, something shows up on the screen. I really should probably amend that thing to say, please don't include links, but I didn't because I'm a shitty streamer, but I will do it by the next one. Ironic that coastal elite types are now fleeing the states, that one called flyover for cheaper housing. I never really called flyover stay. I've called it flyover, but I never called it flyover in a derogatory way. I used to call it flyover as in like it's a relaxing way. I don't think I've ever looked down on other states for that reason. I have said that I understand why people leave. I have no update. The post office sucks balls, and they probably will into the future. There's no update. It's not software. It's not getting patched. It's always going to suck. I do respect the fact that when you have 8.5 million people in such a concentrated area, that you have more economic opportunity than you do in Custer, South Dakota. And even the way New York City is now, it will maintain that there's more opportunity there than there is probably in Custer, South Dakota, if you are looking to start a business or do something, or try and start up with some revolutionary idea. But at the end of the day, I don't it's different for me because I've kind of gotten closer to the end section of starting a business. Is there any merit to tech companies saying they integrate components for aesthetic reasons, or is it just planned obsolescence? I don't think it's planning. I don't think that they're going, yes, we're going to make it obsolete sooner. I think they're thinking themselves, if we make this thing 1/4 of a millimeter thinner, we'll be able to advertise it as a fashion statement more, and people want fashion statements. And if that just so happens to make it less repairable, well, we'll sell more. But I think the primary motivation, the driving factor behind that, is making it look sexier because people care about fashion. Phones are fashion at this point. They're not the people are not buying this because they actually give a fuck about the new features year after year, because there just isn't that much innovation anymore. Like the innovation from something like a BlackBerry to an HTC Incredible, that's insane. Like HTC Incredible is so far ahead of a BlackBerry 8330, it'll fucking blow your mind. So if you bought a BlackBerry 8330 in the beginning of 2008, and then you had an HTC Incredible, it's like it has voice recognition. The web browser doesn't suck balls. You can watch YouTube in full screen. It's like totally different. But then you get a phone from 2017 and from 2020, and it's like, what? Bigger screen costs more money. Like, you know, it's just, the innovation just isn't there the way it used to be. USPS is being made shit on purpose that it can be privatized and bought by FedEx or UPS. It was shitty a long time before that happened, though. Like, I get that there's a lot of shit that's happened in the past year and a half, but at the end of the day, it was shitty a long time before that. It's just, yeah. Okay, where am I? Okay, I'm up to 1106. The denied connections can be explained. My DNS won't allow anything. Oh, that's Twitch talking to itself. Let's see. LOL. GTFO. Next. Why didn't you leave New York a while ago? Because I didn't. I have a staff there. I have a staff and a business there. A book called The Gifted Boss to me a while back.
Oh,
that is a good book. Mercy. Dale Doughton made a good book. Start a right to repair program to certify products. There's only one product. And it would be half certified. There's so few. It's also hard to come up with a certification program. What are you not honest about? I think I lie to myself a good portion of the time. I think most of the times that I fuck myself, it's because I was lying to myself. Like I told myself, I want to do this for this reason. And I didn't. I actually wanted to do it for this reason, but I didn't want to admit it. Or I think that something is a great idea, but it's not a great idea. Like there are tons of times where I've lied to myself about things, and I think that something is a good idea, or I think that something's going to go, I want something to go my way for this reasons, but I kind of pretend it's for that reason. And why are so many New Yorkers buying in Maine? I have no idea. Probably because it's cheaper and peaceful. Maine is a beautiful state. Have you ever had a ride in a proper late 60s, early 70s American muscle car? Thoughts? I have. I don't know. I just don't. I get that much fun out of vintage cars. Internal combustion engines going vom and letting out giant puffs of smoke don't excite me. It just feels like I'm
sweet mercy.
Driving in an incandescent light bulb or something. I posted it again at 11:14. How much money does Laptop MD owe if you calculate using compound interest? Okay, I'm 4 minutes behind there. I'm at 11:10. I will take a look. I don't know, but I don't think they owe me because I didn't want the money. I told them just don't even give it to me because I know how you're making it. Once I figured out how they were making their money, I didn't even want to get paid. It made me sick. But that was a long time ago, and I'm done. I own my own home, so I have that going for me. Samantha, you're ahead of a lot of people.
Sweet mercy.
You're ahead of a lot of people. So even if you don't make as much money, you own your home, and it's yours. So that is a good thing. Dom the Bomb, hello. Hello to you, and thank you. Do you do MacBook M1 repairs? Sometimes, depends on what's wrong with yours. Happiness doesn't increase when you earn more than $80K a year. That's bullshit. I don't buy it. I question the validity of a study that did that. If you're a happy person and you make $80K a year, but then you're a happy person and you make $800,000 a year, the amount of good that you could do for other people's lives would increase your happiness. And if it doesn't, then you're a greedy asshole. Thank you for recommending Start With No. I'm printing out the list from the end to keep on my desk as a reminder. Have you read Scout Mindset by Julia Gelef? I've never read Scout Mindset, and I've never heard of Julia Gelef. I'm glad that you enjoyed Start With No. Also, thank you. I'm really sad that Jim Cam died a few years ago. I always wanted to meet him in person and tell him how that book affected my life. But I'm never going to get to because he's dead. Any updates on your issues with USPS? USPS is not a piece of software. I cannot update them. Would you move to Philadelphia? No. No.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Wrong direction, man. Wrong direction. I'm a function over fashion person. I don't buy a new phone unless there's a function I need or mine is broken. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you don't get much functionality in new phones. You get, like, instead of having 3 cameras, you have 5 cameras. It's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't need more fucking cameras. This phone has 2 cameras, and that's 1 more than I need. Like, I don't, It's just when you look at the BlackBerry 8330 and then the HTC Incredible, and you look at what 2.5 years does, it's amazing. You're not I dare you to show me that level of leap in technology over any 3-year time period or 2-year time period over the last decade. Use a lot of flux. I only use it on surface mount stuff because it's so hard to clean off. What do you use? Just alcohol? I use Branson EC and distilled water at 60 Celsius inside of an ultrasonic cleaner. As long as the flux is warm when it is put in the ultrasonic cleaner, so let's say right before I clean it off when I'm done with a board repair, I'll use the hot air station, I'll heat up all the flux, you put it in there, removes it all immediately.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Use that big gingerly soldering iron that you gave me the other day when removing some shunt resistors. Look at you. Look at you. Are you putting liquid metal over the shunt resistor? So much easier, thanks. TSA was not fond of it. Oh God, that looks like a gun. I don't want to get Steve in trouble. New place looks awesome. Thank you very much. So that is the man, the legend, Mr. Steve from Gamers Nexus. I gave him I use crimps for my bike now. I don't use soldering for anything. I use crimping and these liquid resisting crimps. So I had no need. He was talking about the difficulty soldering when you're doing shunt resistors. I've never read Dan Crenshaw's book. I listened to his Joe Rogan podcast, and it seemed like one of those things I was criticizing EM for, where he pretty much viewed the solution to every single problem through an ideological lens, and I turned the podcast off about after an hour because I could predict what he was going to say about everything before he said it, and that tends to be boring. But I'll look at it because you suggested it. I'm actually going to write it down because otherwise I'll forget. But yeah, I gave Steve at Gamers Nexus this soldering iron. One sec.
Oh, sweet mercy.
The Law to Cripple USPS was written back, whoa, this is a book, in 2006, and several other roadblocks since then. Most small businesses would have a huge price increase if it disappeared, especially sending packages to rural where UPS may charge many times over. Yeah, I don't know. I'm salty about the post office because of how many times they've screwed things over. What was the Law to Cripple USPS? Let me put this in. I do like that they don't have the residential surcharge. Like, one thing that pisses me off the most about FedEx is that FedEx will add charges to the bill that are not in the quote. So for instance, let's say I get quoted, USPS quotes me what they actually fucking charge you. So let's say it's $9 to deliver something. FedEx will say it's $7.80. And here's what happens. Arthur got effed by my friend who opened up right next to them and they had to move. Yeah. What was it? Was that Tiger? I think it was Tiger. Yeah, Sonny's friend fucked up Arthur at Laptop MD, and I was cheering him along the whole way. The problem with... I forgot what I was talking about. I was in the middle of something decent there. God damn it. And YouTube is not allowing me to play my own stream. Damn it. Can anybody remind me what that was? Yeah, I'm in YouTube chat. So let's see. What was I just talking about? Let's see if somebody's kind enough to remind me. Oh, here we go, FedEx. So what they'll do is they will bill you. They'll say the quote is $7.80, but then when you actually get your bill at the end of the month, it'll say that they added 3 or 4 surcharges, and then it winds up being $15 or $12. And that pisses me off because my FedEx bill, when I'm shipping 1,000 packages a day, which is what I was shipping at the height of the supply company in 2011, when I'm sending out 1,000 packages a day, do you really think that I'm going back to my shipping manifest and then comparing the price that I was originally quoted with what's in this 139-page bill? No way in hell! But when I finally went to do that, that's when I realized, wait a second, FedEx only looks cheaper. Because here's the thing with USPS. USPS pre-charges you for postage. So let's say that it costs $7, like $8 to ship something. They will actually take the $8 out of my account right now. Right now. So they can't fuck me later. The postage is prepaid. With FedEx, they could claim that it costs $6 to ship, so it looks cheaper, but then they charge your account later because they give you net 30 or net 60 or net 90, and then when they actually bill you, even though they quoted you $6 when you put all the info into the shipment, there'll be this surcharge, that surcharge, rural surcharge, out of the way surcharge, gas surcharge, fucking Biden surcharge, I don't know, whatever the fuck they want to add in, and then it winds up being $11. So what pisses me off about FedEx, what's very important, I have no clue what a laser reflow station is, not even close. Let's see, laser reflow station. I don't know what that is. I feel bad. If you're not sure if I know what something is, feel free to ask in free chat because I feel really bad about you getting fucked over and giving me $5 for a question I can't answer. I have never tried a laser rework station. I have no idea what that is, and I have nothing to say about it because I've never heard of it before in my life until you just said it right now. And I'm so sorry because you wasted $5 on something I can't answer. Yeah, what pisses me off with FedEx is they just get to make up the prices as they go. With the post office, at least you know what the price is. And that's one of the reasons that I stopped using FedEx, because I got sick and tired of what I used to do is I used to have this little thing written up that would actually figure out of FedEx, UPS, and post office, which one is the cheapest. So if you paid for free shipping, we would actually do this little calculation to figure out which one was the cheapest. And often FedEx would be cheaper, but the problem with FedEx is that it wasn't actually cheaper. Because when I got the bill, they would quote me $9 to ship something, but then it would wind up being $13.35 when it got to the bill because of all the different surcharges. And you only figure it out if you had time to go through a 135-page bill. So I don't understand why FedEx has this reputation of being amazing, of being like the, quote, high-end shipping option. They're not. So I actually do prefer the post office for that reason. But they suck. It's just, it's different flavors of suck. Your life is never wasted as long as you can lead as a bad example. Sometimes I feel like that's me. There are so many ways in which I think that I can have led as a bad example. I hope the people close to me in my life don't make the same mistakes, or their children don't make the same stupid mistakes that I have. UPS in Canada costs us almost as much as what we pay for the part itself. Typical two-order, $100 part plus $30. UPS will charge you $8 in brokerage fees. Is that when ordering from America or from when ordering from other parts of Canada? I'm on the other side of Fulton from where you are. I'm 3 states away from where you are. This is no longer off Nostrand Avenue. Why did you choose to use a ThinkPad? Well, if I were to accidentally spill this in here, and I do have a video doing this, I spilled about a quart of water into the computer while it was prime 95ing, and it didn't even turn off. It's liquid resistant. Like this machine has some cracks on it, and that's the other thing about the case. Instead of cracking and just turning into dust, what this does, or like completely falling apart, it cracks, and it's kind of like that bulletproof glass where it just keeps getting tinier and tinier cracks, but it stays together. And the casing is made very durably. The liquid resistance of it is amazing, and above all, I get this little nub, which is necessary. I can't stand trackpads. They're horrible. What I like about this is that
sweet mercy.
Watching your channel for a long time always is informative and entertaining. Are you Bo Dorsey from North Carolina? If it is, we should catch up sometime. If you're a different Bo, well, I appreciate it anyway. What I like about this is that I can use this. I can use the mouse with this little nipple, and then I can use the keyboard over here. So I can use the keyboard. And if you have a trackpad, because you have to do this. And then when you want to use the keyboard again, you have to do this. But then you want to use the trackpad, you have to do this. Annoying, isn't it? Whereas if you have a track point, I can type like this, and then you can use the mouse, and your palm never moves. Mercy. It's magic! I would really appreciate if you can make a video about USPS being sabotaged. It'll be a big negative for everyone, especially people with no income. I don't know much about it, and I appreciate it, but since I don't know much about it, I don't know if I'd be the best person to make a video because I'm not particularly well educated on it. But I will read up on it. I also think that I'm considerably biased so heavily against USPS that any content that I make regarding the Postal Service will be fundamentally poisoned by my bias to the point where it would not be educational. But I am going to write it in here. And I wrote to look for whatever law you mentioned in 2006. See, with gamers...
sweet mercy.
Damn. Since you didn't like my idea, what's next for Right to Repair? Is Apple's recent announcement of the self-repair program legit? 99% no. How do you want to keep advancing the right to repair issue? My plan to keep advancing the right to repair issue at this point in time is lobbying in 6 states, lobbying for an exemption to the DMCA Section 1201 at a federal level, funding advocacy groups through the 501c3 to educate people across the United States, whether it's different businesses, different environmental groups, and so on and so forth. It is to engage with the FTC because Biden's executive order was to ask the FTC to create rules, and I think that they should have some idea of what they are qualified to do, what they should be doing, and above all, engaging with the Justice Department for certain companies whose name may rhyme with fear. So, but that's stuff that's been going on for 6 months. Thank you for everything you're doing for the bunnies enlargement community. What's a bunny? There's a bunny enlargement community? But yeah, that's the plan. Yes, I got Gamer's Next. This one of those 260 watt soldering irons so that he could get the shunt resistors off. Because I know what he's essentially. This is the point at which 2 or 3 or 400 watts is flowing through this one point. So if you're using a 45 watt soldering iron to try to melt the solder on a point that is designed to have 200 watts flowing through it, it's literally going to laugh at you. So that iron is a bit better. I like how Lewis is skeptical about the study right after complaining about earning more money. Bro, what the I'm skeptical about a study that says that you're not going to be happier over $80,000 when that is just ridiculous. Like the idea that you're not going that again, are there people out there that may not be happier after making 80,000? No. But if you're making 80K and then next year you're making $100,000 and you're able to walk over to your neighbor that had like $30,000 in medical debt and it's been ruining his life and just say, here's a check for $50,000, don't pay me back. That does something to you. And I know because I don't want to give details because I think there are certain things that I just don't want to share publicly, but I know the extent to which that can make you happy. And yes, I call your study bullshit. And you can be salty about it. You can be mad. You can QQ with passive aggressive comments, but I call bullshit on it. I think what I said was I question the methodology of that study if that's the conclusion that they came to, which I think is reasonable. Been following for a few years. Been great to see your influence steer the industry towards common sense practices and policies. Give him hell. Thank you, Ryan Smith. Also, I do believe that I prefaced that by saying, and if you are one of the people that would not be made happier by your salary going from 80K to 800K, you're probably a selfish piece of shit. And I stand by that. I genuinely do. There's a lot of good that you can do if you're making that much money. You have the power to go up to people who are genuinely hurting in horrible ways and just make their anxiety disappear. You again, if you're making 4, 6, or 800K a year, even if you're making less than that, because I know what you can do with less than that. I'm not going to get into it here. You have the power to go up to somebody whose life is complete and utter shit, who you know to be a good human being once you get to know them as a person, and you get to just erase that for them, and you get to see that happiness on their face and the faces of their family, and be able to see what they do with it. That has the ability to make you very, very happy. The ability to be generous can make you insanely happy. And I reject the premise of that study. I reject the methodology that they used. Why didn't you buy a place to leave New York? Doesn't the rent feel like wasted money? Rent is not wasted money.
Oh, sweet mercy.
The devil's in the details. 800K is better if you earned it legit. It's not if you earned it by stepping on others. I don't know. Most of the people that I know that are at that level did not earn it by stepping on others. They just earned it. They earned it by being insanely good at what they do, way better at it than I am, and figuring out ways to be. There's really tricky ways to be insanely productive, beyond what most normal people are, or definitely I am. When you're renting, you're buying time. It's not wasted money. If you buy a house and you realize, oh crap, I didn't know that about this area. I didn't know that, the city council person is horrible. I didn't know that, there's something that smells like shit that happens every week across the street from me or something, then wouldn't you feel horrible? I think it makes sense to figure out if you like an area first before you spend $500,000. I use it under. I actually had an argument with my ex-girlfriend, who was one of the most pedantic people I've ever met in my life, and who showed me the patent. She was so mad at how I put the toilet paper up that she actually looked up the patent for toilet paper and the toilet paper roll to prove to me that I was putting it on the wrong way. And that was around the time that that we parted ways. That was around the time that we parted ways.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I don't want to date someone that's as pedantic as a YouTube comment. How much does your bike cost? But you keep on biking. I think it was a few thousand, but that was because I built that one with the intention of being able to go 300 miles in a single charge, and also to be able to carry up to 2 or 3 people. You can make it considerably cheaper. You can get yourself closer to 14 or 1500 and still have a really good one if you're not looking for numerous passengers or insane mileage for the memes. And I'm probably not going to bike much over here because there's no sidewalks and the speed limit's 55. And that bike does do 49 to 50 miles an hour,
mercy.
But it's not as fast accelerating it. God bless your soul, man. God bless your soul. I was never going to find that shit. tinyurl/Harvey Wiseman. Okay, now at least I can do it. I promise. I'll put a disclaimer that says no URLs in that next time. I feel bad. Okay, here, what do we have here? What is this? What is this thing? Let me put my function lock on so that I can change. This is configure your PC, save 250. So what is this? Is it a Surface? Oh, this is an Acer. I don't know. I don't trust Acer very much. $600. Let's see. What kind of processor is this? i7-1165 G7. I only got a few seconds before something else winds up. Oh boy, I'm in a race here. Let's see. How fast are you? How fast are you? Okay, it's slightly faster than my ThinkPad that's 5 years old. For $600, that's not horrible. 8 gigabytes of RAM is shit, though. Especially if you're stuck with Windows. Let's see, how much is more RAM? Oh, you have an add to cart, you don't have a configuration button. How do you configure the RAM? You don't configure the RAM. I don't know, 8 gigabytes of RAM, I'm not fucking with 8 gigabytes of RAM in 2022. Dude, you're swole. No, I'm just fat. Do people think that we need to move? No. Hidden charges and taxes are evil and a law needs to be made to force real pricing. There probably are laws already made to force real pricing, it's just that they're not enforced. Good luck with that. I am 10 minutes behind. I'm at 11:26. I'm trying to convince my brother to not do what I did and instead get him a skill instead of a degree. What are some arguments that you make to sell this to him? He's 16. The best argument that I could make is usually I walk people through my thought process, and then I walk people through my emotional state at numerous points as I was doing something that was stupid so that they can understand how bad it felt. Instead of saying, you shouldn't do this, I would say, I did this, and here's what I was looking for. And he goes, oh, I was looking for the same thing, cool. And then you kind of walk him through what your hopes and dreams were, and then what reality was. So my dad used to do this. Instead of saying, don't do this because of this, he would call it, I'm going to take you into my world for a moment. So he'd have his thinking chair, he'd have me sit in the thinking chair, think about what I wanted to ask, and then he would walk me through 15 minutes. He would paint a picture and tell a story that would get me to the point. So you kind of want to walk someone along and just kind of show them what it is you see. You don't want to tell them, do this because of that. You want to paint a picture, and if they are similarly minded, they'll come to a similar conclusion. Complete the FedEx story. I think I did. I forget what the FedEx story was at this point. Also, hello to Jessica whatever. I know that you're in New Hampshire. $1.7 million, congrats. Thank you, Chronic. I appreciate that. Canada, yes. America, American. Canada, Canadian. It only makes logical sense. Drunk live stream. Nope. Orange juice. I'm drunk on pulp, baby. See? See that? With pulp. None of that pulp-free shit.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I don't believe in ghosts, but I do get scared by them. I don't believe in them logically, but I have the ability to get scared when I'm in a pitch black place and I hear a weird sound. Or what you could do is you could honestly just find a bunch of YouTube videos of people that got a 4-year degree, wound up going into debt, felt like they wasted their time, got something else to do, and just play that to them. See what that does. Are you in New Hampshire right now? Maybe. Are you watching me? Are you following me? Is this a drunk stream? Bro, it's orange. It's actually orange juice. Orange juice and pulp. Both trackpads and nipples are useless. Use a cheapo USB mouse. No, because here's the problem with the mouse. Again, you have to understand the principle here. With a trackpad, I can type like this, and then I can move the mouse. And then I can type like this, and then I can move the mouse. My palm never moved. If you have a mouse, I can type like this, and then I got to move over here. Type, move over here. Type, move over. Why? It's like if I wanted to do that much motion, I just jerk off. Like I love the idea that I can use the keyboard, and then I can use the mouse, and my palm stays put. It's magic. And once you experience that level of efficiency,
mercy.
you will never want to go back to an obsolete, antiquated, garbage method of input. Ghosts are not real, but demons are. Oh, I'm sure they are. I've dated some of them. What's your retirement plan? I don't honestly have a retirement. I don't really think I have a retirement plan. I kind of have a scoop as much money up right now as I can plan, and then eventually find a house that I can buy, and then put aside money for some sort of boomer investment and live off of that. I don't really know if I have a retirement plan.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Open the window, let me in. It's cold. Kopaz. You shoo. Depends what you have to sacrifice for that money. Yeah. Money doesn't make you happy. If you're depressed, you'd be depressed, rich or poor, but money reduces stress. Yeah, but money gives you the ability to make other people happy and to relieve their stress and their aggravation and their misery. And if you're depressed and you have the power to relieve somebody else who's suffering, sometimes that can make you feel better. You can do what he's saying with 20 or 30K a year. Instead of standing in the line, watching someone pay with pennies, pick up the $20 grocery order and pay for it. That's not the same thing. That'll get you a thank you for sure. And don't get me wrong. If you want to be that generous to somebody, I'm not discouraging it. I'm just saying that it's different.
Oh, sweet
Citizen
mercy.
guy, I have no intentions of ever becoming a landlord. That sounds like it's just not for me. Not for the love. Not for me. I use a trackball, but considering two things. I'm usually on a desktop, and I'm a writer. I do more typing than mousing around. I do like the trackball, and for video editing, I much prefer the trackball. For everything else, track point. Adopt me. No. Louis should talk about his
sweet
thoughts on Windows
mercy.
11. I did in the beginning. I'm a Linux user now. I wonder if Mr. Clinton knocks over the auto feeder because it isn't filled with greenies. Probably. What is the meaning? Oh, 1.69 is my old subscriber number. Now I get it. I didn't get that before, Brandon. That represents the old, more fun subscriber number. Would you support a portion of rent being set aside and returned to the renter at move out as equity return? I mean, if you wanted to do that, sure. I mean, obviously you're not obligated to, but I mean, I imagine it would make your tenants happy. The toilet paper patent story,
sweet
was that a
mercy.
previous girlfriend? No comment. Thank you for touting nonpartisan ideas, not parties. I don't know if I'm nonpartisan. I'm definitely very biased. I have my lens through which I see the world, but I try to acknowledge it when I see it, and I'm always constantly trying to fight against my bias, but I lose a lot of the time. That sounds crazy, K Mungie. Pulp is best. Michelle Lee,
Sweet mercy.
I would drink to that. Would you add a Faraday cage to your bedroom if that would make you healthier? Probably not. I don't see myself doing that. Thank you for the $24.99 Ron Paul's. Do the camera out your window. That's not weird. The red dot mouse. I love my red dot mouse.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Lewis has no idea what normal life is and is bad at being a businessman. I'm sure you're doing great. You're welcome to eclipse me at any time. How do you feel about track point is how I feel about using left-right thumb for command key shortcuts. I don't know how that works. I don't think I've ever used an actual Apple keyboard before. What was that disembodied voice? That's Paul Daniels. You can find him at youtube.com.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What car would you buy under $30,000? Probably a Jetta. I don't know. A new Volkswagen Jetta probably. I don't know jack shit about cars. How should you haggle prices for tech stuff? I don't haggle. I say yes or I say no, but I don't haggle. I hate being haggled with. And what empowers me to walk away when people start haggling me is that I don't haggle others. I say yes or I say no.
Oh,
but I go,
sweet
come on,
mercy.
man, give me $20 all. I don't do that. It's fucking degrading. I don't do it. I say yes or I say no. Like, that's it. It's either yes or it's no, but I don't do haggling. Nipple mouse or trackball for limited space, vertical mouse otherwise. Nipple. It's not a nipple mouse, it's a track point in the center of the keyboard. I thought about your videos today because my friend's rent is increasing from $2,300 to $32,900. Holy shit. She got it on COVID pricing and now they're going to screw her. Where, Shinobi? Where? I don't know.
Oh,
That's
sweet
that's
mercy.
bullshit. Going up by $900 in a year. Which distro? I use Ubuntu because I'm a lazy bum and I don't feel like I don't want to read a bunch of docs. Oh no! I unplugged my USB capture card. No! Stream! You piece of shit. Let's see. Can I reset this fucking thing? There we go. There we go. Bada bing. I pulled on my laptop too hard. This cable is being pulled down because the dongle is actually quite heavy, so when I pulled it out of the slot. How much money do you think is enough to be happy?
Oh, sweet mercy.
I'm not talking about there being a specific amount of money that makes you happy. I'm saying that if you have a considerable amount more, or if your salary goes up by a factor of 10, that you then have the power to do things that you didn't before that can change people's lives in a manner that will make you happy. Happier. How to not take criticism to heart? How to give criticism to close friends without hurting feelings? I think there are a lot of people that think they're giving criticism when what they're actually giving is useless. So like, for instance, if you say, I noticed that when you're doing this type of work that you tend to, how about this? I noticed that you tend to put people on hold, that you tend to have a conversation with someone that,
sweet mercy.
son of a, how do you keep your techs and staff motivated? I don't know, pay them? What are 3 qualities you look for in a new tech to work at your shop besides their tech skills? Their willingness to never say that's not my job. How do they get along with everybody else? And how open are they to learning new things? Because those 3 things are important. Like in this business, you fundamentally can't have the idea that, quote, that's not my job, because your job is always evolving, because the next year is always going to bring along new things that you have to learn. Business is always evolving. So whatever it was you were doing last year may not even be economically viable or doable this year. So you always have to be willing to move on and do
sweet
something
mercy.
else. Have you ever used a PC with Rambus memory? Not in my life. Not in my life. So with the criticism thing, let's say you say, honestly, you suck at handling phone calls. You're really bad at it. That's not criticism. That's just being a cunt. A criticism is, I noticed that you tend to have 4 or 6 people on hold at the same time, and one person will waste your time. So what I think you should do is have break points in the conversation. Once you've answered what 95% of normal people will consider all of their questions, say, I'm so sorry, just give me 1 second, I have somebody else, and then switch to the next call. I think you'll notice that if you do that, that you get through the calls much faster. The first person will realize they're probably wasting your time and kind of get to the point, and above all, you won't have 4 or 5 people mad that they're waiting on hold. If you say that, that's criticism. If you say you're bad at handling phone calls, you really need to get better at that, that's not criticism, that's being a cunt. So there's being a cunt, which is really not providing any information that's actually going to make them better, and also phrasing it in a manner that's attacking them, versus giving helpful and coaching advice when you notice that somebody is in pain and suggesting how they may be able to be in less pain if they do something different. And I think this ties into the question I got after that, which is how do you motivate people? You can tell someone, listen, I think if we do things this way, this may alleviate this problem we're having over here. That's criticism. Saying, you suck at answering emails. Why do you suck at answering emails? Again, that's not criticism. And I think a lot of people that are just mean, hateful, horrible human beings hide behind the banner of I'm giving criticism, when in reality they're being cunts. And then the moment somebody points out that they're being cunts, they go, I was just giving you valid criticism. You know what I think? My criticism. It's not criticism. You're being an asshole. And you're not going to keep people engaged or motivated if you're being an asshole. And a lot of people don't understand, why can't I own a business? Why can't I be a real leader or a real manager? Because when they actually get those roles of middle management or assistant manager, and they finally get a little taste of power, instead of actually going up to somebody and saying, if I notice you do this like this, when I used to do it like that, here's a problem that I experienced, and here's how I made it better. You'll notice that you actually get a lot more buy-in from people. They don't hate you as much anymore. They're willing to do what you want rather than do the exact opposite. When you frame your criticism like a cunt, what happens is they'll actually double down and keep doing whatever it is they're doing the exact same way they're doing it, because they hate you and they just kind of want to get back at you. And the lizard brain just saying, like, screw you. So I think a big part of keeping people motivated is the manner in which you deal with criticizing. And though I probably don't live up to this all the time. I'm just saying I think that works, but I definitely don't live up to it all the time. But I try to. Rent is being used to keep people on an unending economic treadmill with no chance of gaining equity. I don't think rent is being used to do that. I think that rent is a symptom of inflation and insanely low interest rates, which encourage people to speculate on all aspects of the economy, including real estate. I am certified to replace components in 3 major PC OEMs and I'm very good at that. Now that I'm getting older, I wonder what I should look into next. You're good at replacing components. How about component level repair? So instead of replacing one piece of the computer, you fix that one piece of the computer at component level. Worked for me. I don't know if it'll work for you. CAF Studio for audio plugins on Linux. It's good, but again, it's Waves in 2005 was years ahead of where CAF Studio is on Linux now. Like especially like the de-esser that they have is so unnatural sounding. It's just again, it's free. You can't complain about free, but I'm being a dick and complaining about free. I'm not into any winter sports now. I've had no time to try any. I honestly haven't even had time to go around and enjoy some of the lakes and mountains that I wanted to visit. But I hope to soon. I can't, Jay Schaff. It's gone. The nation sound too loud. Okay, I'll lower it. But before you guys were saying it was too low. What laptop brand do you recommend? I like the framework. If you're not able to wait because they have a waiting period for their devices because they're not caught up to everybody else, then I would get a ThinkPad from the outlet store that they have so you can get one immediately and cheaper. ThinkPad P or T or X series. Or the framework. Is streaming therapeutic? I don't know. I think it's kind of fun to do from time to time. Eli, the computer guy, thinks that YouTube is fundamentally bad for your mental health because you're surrounded by people that have horrible mental health. And I think he's correct to some extent, so I do try to limit it. Pulp, yes. Fanboys of Pulp are here. How many hours do you stream a day? Anywhere from 0 to 2. Have you thought about switching your career to being a lobbyist? Are you going to be setting up a Christmas tree in this room as well? Maybe. I'm into the haggling. Yeah, I hate hagglers. I can't stand them. I actually used to have a thing on my website. You'll find it on archive.org if you look at rossmanngroup.com from 2011, 12, or 13. It actually said, it was in my FAQ, why did you hang up on me in the middle of our phone call and then block my number and never call me back? And I said, we probably quoted you a price and you started haggling. We do not do that. Not only do we not deal with it, but now that I know that you haggle, I cannot trust you to actually pay at the end, so I've blacklisted you from future repair. I actually did that. Because the thing is, I do the repair first and then I ask for the money later. It's really awkward because I do the job, I hand it back to you, I say, do you like this? You're putting it in your bag, so now I'm kind of vulnerable because you already have your stuff back. So if you decide to stiff me, now I'm in a situation where I would have to physically attack you to make sure I can get the stuff back so I get my money. I don't want to be in that at all. So what I used to do, thank you, Claire. Thank you very much. What I used to do is if you lowballed me by even $20 and like, come on, can you do it $20 cheaper? I would take down your phone number, take down the details, I would blacklist the number, and then I would take down the details so that if you called back later from a different number, I'd remember who you were, and then I would blacklist that number too. I'm not kidding. Like I wasn't fucking around with that. I had zero. Like again, when it comes to stuff like that, whether or not you're dealing with it or not really comes down to whether or not you accept that you should have to deal with it. You know, when you start your own business, you get to choose. My favorite brand of orange juice, honestly, this one, Uncle Matt's. This is some sort of new age organic shit, but it tastes better than most of the orange juice I've ever had in my life. Definitely better than that Simply Orange or Tropicana rubbish. That stuff is junk. You set what it is you're going to tolerate. You set the standard for what it is you're going to put up with. So there are just certain things that you just shouldn't put up with. Like if you have a spouse that yells a lot or a girlfriend or a boyfriend that yells a lot, and the moment that they start screaming at the top of their lungs, you just leave the room and just say, I'm not coming back, bye. Like, and you set the tone for what it is you accept in your life. And I never wanted to deal with haggling. And I don't deal with haggling. And here I am. The only reason I ever bought a framework is screen size. I really want something larger than 13, preferably 15 or 17. Yeah, they don't have any choices at the moment. And again, they just fundamentally don't have the capital to be able to have a bunch of different product lines right now. And I hope they do. I hope somebody comes along with billions of dollars and just says, framework, like here's 500 million, have fun. I really do hope that happens. How do we get people to realize low risk tolerance is killing our society? This is America. We're a nation born on gambling, people gambling on themselves. When did we lose that? I think we lost that when people started arguing that if you fix your own car, that people are going to get raped in the parking lot. I don't know. The framework laptop is now in stock on their website. Still waiting for the Ryzen version. Me too. I hope they do a Ryzen version. I'm not a fan of Intel CPUs anymore. Please read an answer. Ever heard of Audio Games Archive? Would you ever be interested in playing an audio game for the blind? I've never heard of that before. I don't know about audio games. I'm not even really interested in playing video games, much less audio games. I haven't learned a new video game in over 17 years. I need you as my boss. No, you don't. I'm a fucking horrible employer. For the love of God, you don't want to work for me. It's bad. It's not fun. It would really, 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 really be bad. I mentioned the study about salary and happiness because I think it's terrible that people correlate having money with being happier. I don't think there's anything wrong with correlating having money with being happier, and I honestly don't think there's anything wrong with striving to be able to do more. Having money is what allowed me to hire Steven Vaniera in Milan. Hiring Steve Vaniera in Milan allowed me to spend 3 years sitting in my office until 4 a.m. trying to figure out board repair without being interrupted by things so that I could do board repair videos. That allowed me to get into advocacy work and everything else. Like, there's a lot of things that you could do with money that generally make the world better. And when you see the results of it, that actually can make you happy. A confident person doesn't have time to deal with haggling. Yes! You know what your skills are worth and represent them solidly. Yeah, I'm not mad if you say, I don't want it. Like, that's fine. If you say no, whatever. And here's the thing. If you say no and start walking away and I say, okay, maybe I can work with you, that's one thing. But don't just come out the gate saying, I demand you do something cheaper. Like, just fuck off. Like when somebody shows up to my store and says, I started watching your videos at work. Thank you very much, Mr. Koopa from New Mexico. When somebody shows up at my store and used to say, I started watching your stuff while I was on lunch break at like CPR or U-Break iFix, and I made $14 an hour. And I started experimenting after hours, and then I started my own business, and I went from $14 an hour to making $90,000 a year, and I'm on my own time, my own schedule. Thank you so much. That makes me happy. And the only reason that I was ever able to do that is because I started making more money. When I started making more money, I was able to hire more people. When I could hire more people, I was allowed a few hours a day outside of the damn hamster wheel. And once I was out of the hamster wheel, I was able to create things that helped other people. Like, if there are good things that you can do with money. If right to repair were unilaterally passed, what's the next issue you'd like to tackle? Thanks for everything you do. Unfortunately, that's a secret, and there's only one person who watches this channel who knows what it is. His name is Hair of the Dog, and he's in Lumberton, North Carolina. He is literally the only person that knows. It's a secret, and he figured it out. He actually randomly guessed it, and I confirmed it once his chat was no longer there. It is a secret. Nobody knows what it is because it's a dark and scary organization, but it is a goal. But I want to prove that I'm capable of something first before I take that on. 2 questions. Any update on companies indirectly supporting right to repair? I have nothing. How do you stop people from saying, what's your best price? I don't. I just ignore them. Or if they say it, it's the same price as everybody else. Or what I'll do is I always try to get ahead of people. I'll just say, I'm probably going to disappoint you, man. I'm not a haggling place and I'm not the cheapest. I'll just say it up front. I'm not a haggling place and I'm not the cheapest. L2 Computer is cheaper. This place is cheaper. Brick Fence is cheaper. And I'll even give them the names. I make it clear I'm not fucking with you when it comes to haggling. And what inventory software do you use? Give your expert opinion on how do you find trustworthy employees. You go through a bunch of them, and we have to be willing to fire a lot of people. This is why I'm against legislation that requires that you keep somebody on for a certain period of time, or that it requires very, very lengthy unemployment benefits, because the way that I find people who are good is by just cycling through a lot of different people. I'll give you chances if you didn't graduate high school. I'll give you chances if you've been to prison. I'll give you chances if you had a drug addiction. I really don't care. In terms of inventory, it's linked to my system called Repair Shopper, and I also use Magento for an online store. So Magento for the online store, Repair Shopper for items inside the store that we don't sell. So when it comes to I'll give almost anybody a chance. And the people that you think would be good, like college degree, clean background check, can often suck. And the people that you think would be horrible, like barely graduated high school, criminal background, drug addiction, whatever, can often be really good. So really the only way to find people that are worth a shit is to just be willing to try as many people as humanly possible, give as many people a chance as humanly possible, and be willing to let them loose early. Every single person I've ever let go, I've always regretted I didn't do it sooner. And I was always regretted that I waited to have, a full list of, on 1 o'clock today you did this, and on this day you did that, and on that day you did that. I feel like I should have trusted my gut sooner, even if I was afraid of being called a dick or getting yelled at in my office or something, or being considered an asshole boss. I always should have done it sooner. But the way you find trustworthy people is just by cycling through a lot of different people. And you have to be willing to cast a wide net. When I say wide, again, if you're excluding people based on criminal history or, education or anything else, you're kicking out a lot of people who would make really, really amazing employees.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What boom do you use for your top-down DSLR at your boom board repair station? Every arm I've purchased is flimsy as hell. It's the one at microscope.com that they used to sell. I don't recommend them for a number of reasons that I've posted on here. The owner of that company, Charles something, he lied and he claimed that he claims that I inscribed FU into the lenses of a microscope that I returned to them, which is just so ridiculous. Like he made up so much crazy shit. It's beyond that's beyond mental illness. I don't even know what to say. They made up crazy shit to not accept the return on an item that they claimed was simulfocal, that wasn't simulfocal, but they do have a really good stand. It's considerably better than Amscope. So it's the articulating stand from microscope.com that they were selling 8 years ago. Again, it's a really good stand, but I think that they're a really shitty company. And if Charles is watching this, fuck you for lying about what I did to your microscope, did not do to your microscope. I hope you succeed. I would love to be able to buy a Tesla that can be fixed when broken. You have to live near rich rebuilds. Have them on your speed dial. You're a fan of Ableton Live. Never used it. That sounds good for a call center ear mic. This is not a call center mic. This is a Broadway mic. This gets used mostly by Broadway shows. Call centers are not buying DPA 4066s. Admittedly, I've never paid retail for this. I always buy broken ones on eBay, and then I resolder the connector. So usually it'll have like a broken micro dot. I'll buy this little Neutrik thing for $5 and solder it on, and then bam, I have a $50 microphone that's worth $600. But yeah, if you look up DPA 4066, it's an expensive microphone if you're buying it new, but I never buy them new. You can always find a broken one. What happens is sometimes they get bent. Like this thing will get a crack in it. So some of them that I have, there's like a small crack in it. But you can cut it if it's not where the wire is, and then just kind of rebend it. Or sometimes this thing will be kind of like, bent like a hanger. So you just bend it back into place, and then it'll eventually be nice again. Other places charge first. Ricky Began told me you can't charge first because it won't work. It's bad luck. But also the reason I don't charge first is because in the very beginning people were very skeptical of me because I didn't have, I didn't have a workshop. I didn't have employees or a receptionist. I was literally just visiting them. So in basketball shorts and a t-shirt. So there was a lot of skepticism. So one of the ways that I overcame it is I said, you're not going to pay until it's done. If I don't fix it, then you're not paying. Once you see that everything works, then you pay. Let's say you were born in New Hampshire. What job opportunities are in your town? What are you talking about? Job opportunity? Are you kidding me? There's nothing here. This place literally has nothing here. What's something you believe but almost no one else does, but it's true? I think that populism encourages people to seek the simplistic but also emotionally acceptable responses and explanations for why the world is the way it is, when reality is not as conspiratorial, not as interesting, but more logical than what people think. I don't think that made any sense, but I think it's close to midnight, so I'm surprised I'm even still here. There are certain cases where I've got to learn about certain things where I could just tell that tens of thousands of people thought they were 100% certain of what was actually going on. And me on the inside, I got to know what was actually going on. And I get to compare what people thought was going on to what I know is going on based on the facts. And then I realized that that we're kind of riding through, I think, a populist wave. And I think people will connect the dots on a story in a way to try to make them make sense of the world. And when you actually have all the facts, all the knowledge, and all the inside understanding, it's easy to go, holy crap, everybody got it wrong. And then it makes me wonder how many things have I been wrong about in my own life, if I have a tendency towards that type of thinking as well. Crackers in the house. Or am I gay? Is salty cracker a euphemism? I'm sorry to hear that, Geddon 436. What's going on? What's going on with you? You're not paranoid sitting in front of that window, no curtain? Listen, man, if somebody shows up to that window with a machine gun, I'm kind of fucked with or without a curtain, am I not? Nilspar with the conspiracy. Would you be upset if a customer asks for an itemized receipt, or do you provide them automatically? I don't do itemized receipts. It's if you want an itemized receipt, go to Apple. I'm not doing that shit. Like, I replaced R7505 at 15 cents. I replaced ISL 6259 at 5. Like, I'm not doing that. That's not. I never advertised that I do that. I'm not legally required to do that. You didn't ask for it before I did it. Like, I'm not doing that. I just don't do that. If you want that, go to Apple. I'm sure they'll be happy to give you an itemized receipt. Like, whole computer, $2,000. Go. What motivates you to be productive every morning? I'm not motivated to be productive every morning. There are a lot of mornings where I wake up and I wonder, what the fuck am I even doing? What's the point? I don't know. It's very difficult to motivate myself to be productive. The only thing that really keeps it is constantly setting new goals for myself and constantly breaking them down into really small pieces. Like I said this in the last video, I always take a goal, I break it down into hyper small pieces, and then I take those pieces and I allow myself half an hour, 15 minutes, or 1 hour for each one. Like, log into this website, 9 o'clock. I don't know. Go to the profile page, 10 o'clock. Print this out, 11 o'clock. Send it to this person, 12 o'clock. Get service started, 1 o'clock. Like, I take a very basic goal, I break it down into really tiny steps, because the only thing that really motivates me is seeing progress. But the problem is sometimes I'm depressed and aggravated, and there's no amount, and it's very difficult for me to get motivated at all. And it seems like almost no amount of progress would actually make me happy. So I try to, I'll just keep making it simpler and simpler and simpler. And I'll break it down into smaller and smaller and smaller pieces and smaller things. And I'll give myself more time for them. I'll set a really low bar for success for, like, the small things that I'm doing. Let's see. This is why I've always respected Lewis in our business dealings. Never once haggled on the price of my services. Hello, Dr. Evil. How are you? Hope you're having a good evening. Yeah, again, like, if I don't want a service, I'll just say no, or I'll walk away. But I'm not going to tell you, like, no, I want you to do it for cheaper, because I could never, like, how could I ever trust that you're going to do a good job? I mean, like, do you go to a restaurant and say, yo, hey, waitress that makes 15 an hour, like, I think you should make 7. You don't do that, because you'd expect her to spit in your food. I mean, is Lewis starting an e-bike company? I am not. If repair shops struggle to repair your phone for 2 weeks and in the end do not repair it, am I obligated to pay them? I usually have a no fix, no fee policy. The only time I don't have a no fix, no fee policy is usually if you fucked with it yourself. And if you fucked with it yourself, I'm usually upfront about the fact that you're going to pay a fee regardless of whether I can figure it out. So you need to know more about your situation, Lavani, to be able to give you a fair answer. What type of phone? How much money? What was the issue? What did they originally tell you? Did you fuck with it? This is not a YouTube live event, says Nilspar 1999. You figured me out. It's a screensaver, bro.
Sweet mercy.
What do you think about Linus's content that they make? I agree with Eli, the computer guy, and that Linus Tech Tips is kind of like the Henry Ford of YouTube content. He manages to, over the course of 4 or 6 channels, I don't even know what he's up to now, it's like 4 or 5, he has so many channels. Every single day, he's consistently pumping out something new, and he manages to engage a viewer base, which is considerably better than I do. Good on him. He is the Henry Ford of YouTube content. If you were invited to a TED Talk, what would you speak on? I don't know. I don't really know if I'd want to do a TED Talk. I have a camera and microphone and the internet right here. Why do I got to travel and talk on a stage for? What's the point of talking to like 20 people when I can talk to a few thousand or millions from this room, you know? You ever show your cats cat TV? I don't know what that is. I've never heard it. What complaints do you have about tax compliance from a business perspective? The complaint I have about it is that there's about 70,000 pages of tax code, thereby ensuring that you're almost always going to be in violation of something. I also don't like the way auditors are able to, if there's anything in the tax law that is not 100% spelled out, it can be up to the the discretion of the auditor to interpret it in a way that maximally fucks you. I don't want to talk about an open case that I'm dealing with right now because it's highly frustrating and aggravating. But again, like I've heard about countries where the tax collector and the tax office actually wants to help you. They want to see you succeed. They want to see you do well. Whereas in places like New York State or just the United States in general, if you've ever gotten audited by the IRS, it doesn't feel like you're partners. It doesn't feel like they want to see you be successful so that they can be successful charging money on you, getting money from you for the next 20 years. It really does seem like that whole nickel and diming gotcha game of like, oh, you don't have a receipt for this one thing you don't have a receipt for this one thing from 30 months ago, so we're just going to dig through every single fucking thing now. Oh, you don't have a receipt. You don't have a receipt for this one particular invoice, even though you have the other 30 invoices that of every single other time you bought something from this person, but you're missing this one, so we're just going to assume that you never spent it and like this. There's so many. It seems malicious. I'll just leave it at that. It seems. And again, if you run a business, you have to think about this. Every second that you put into tax compliance is a second that you are not putting into performing a repair, doing customer service, or coming up with new ideas. It's literally a waste of time. Essentially, every second you put into that is time that could be put into anything else. And I get it. There are tax cheats. There are people that screw over the system and blah, 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 and I get it. But I've been through that system before of, the whole auditing process, and it didn't feel like I was dealing with somebody that wanted to see me succeed into the future so that they could continue to get tax revenue. It seemed like one of those things where it's like, I want to beat you over the head. I want to turn you upside down and do this. I don't care if I get anything out of you into the future. I am going to make this as difficult as possible. I am going to ask you for reports that I know QuickBooks doesn't produce, that you're going to have to produce manually by sitting there in front of an Excel spreadsheet for like 20 hours and manually editing everything to be able to make to be able to give me what I'm asking for. Like, it's just really, really annoying stuff. And it seemed very malicious in nature, and I didn't particularly appreciate it. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, I go back to doing what I do, and I get to have every single person that I wind up doing. Most of them are very happy that we were able to get their data back. We made their day a little better. We saved them money. And at the end of every single day, you make people's lives miserable. So, that's usually what I tell myself every time I've had to deal with something like that. At the end of the day, I get to run a business that makes people happy and makes them sigh of relief. And you have a job that causes people pain and misery. So, hopefully, I feel like I win at the end of the day. I also have a really good CPA, but it's really obvious. It just seems every time I've had that type of experience, it just seemed malicious in nature. He doesn't see most of. Okay, enough trolling, Nilspar. How about this? You say I don't see this? How about that, you fuck? You've been trolling with that shit for 20 minutes. Get the fuck out of here. It's like a TOS thing on Twitch. Destiny talked about it. It's not worth saying the word salt, the salty thing. What salty thing? Lewis by a Zune. Zune? Why is there a hand in the window? There's no hand in the window, you lunatic. If you didn't do YouTube, you think you'd still be running your shop. I run a shop. Do I not run a shop? Did I get fired? Have I been fired? Lewis, you are always so serious and angry. No, I'm not. Stop projecting. That's on you. If you're angry, don't put that on me. I'm a happy dude. I enjoy my life. Could you talk about Android root? Companies that do not allow you to write your own into your own device. One of the things that I find interesting is that as we moved over from desktops and laptops to smartphones, even though we use smartphones in very similar manners to the way that we use desktops and laptops, we've accepted with the new paradigm that we're open to having less freedom that we had in the next generation. And because we didn't say bloody murder and stop buying them altogether because it just slowly happened over time, we kind of accepted it. And I don't like that very much.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What kind of ERP software do you use? I reject the notion of acronyms being a good thing. ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. What? Integrates a company's financial, supply chain operations, commerce, reporting, manufacturing, and human resource. Bro. What do I look like? UBS? Chase Bank? Are you kidding me? Use QuickBooks and Repair Shopper. That's it. What do you think about the pricing in MacBook Pro SSD storage boosts? Why do they not list the brand of the SSD upgrades?
Oh, sweet mercy.
Because they use different depending on the year that you buy. There are many MacBooks where I've opened like the same year. You may have Samsung, you may have SanDisk, you may have Toshiba. They don't know what you're getting. What you're getting depends on what's available at the time based on the supply chain. What are your thoughts on the new UFO UAP acknowledgement in the government and Gillibrand's UFO amendment? I have no idea what that is. UFO Gillibrand. What's a... You're my senator, aren't you?
Oh, sweet mercy.
Fuck. Okay. Oh my God. There's no time to read that. What's the best secure way to dispose of old electronics? Erase it and then recycle it somewhere at a waste recycler. Erase it numerous times. Right? Devs DD if equals dev slash urandom of equals dev slash SDA. That's what I would do. Gillibrand provision will establish a formal office to carry out a coordinated effort on collection analysis related to UAPs. What the fuck? UAPs pose a significant challenge to our national security, appearing in sensitive U.S. airspace and around military personnel. Are we talking about aliens, or are we talking about, like, random Russian aircraft, though? Like, what are we talking about here? Report health effects people might have in experience to UAP events. Fuck. So if you get abducted by a UFO, does that mean that you're abducted with COVID, or did you get COVID? Did you get abducted with COVID, or did getting abducted give you COVID? Staying ahead. Let's see. Staying ahead of UAP sightings. Is this a meme or is this real? Wow, this doesn't seem like a meme. Holy shit. Okay. Well then. I don't know. I thought that was a meme. I guess it's a... Fuck, that's crazy. Well, wow. Okay. I guess that's a... I mean, it's already... It's a New York senator, so I mean, it's kind of... there was a good chance of that being a meme anyway. Fuck me. That's interesting. Hey, Lewis, going through existential crisis, denial, chronic health problems I can't fix. I keep falling back into self-pity and blaming my family. What is the chronic health problem? Are you sure you can't fix it? I don't really know much about chronic health problems, so I don't really know if I could help you there. Chat is like 3 minutes behind, more like 10. It's impossible to read this stuff and answer it this quickly. I want to make progress. Getting a school loan seems like the best way out of it, but the fear of getting in debt for it. Okay, I'm going to give you unsolicited advice. Don't go into debt for a school loan. Like, I don't know anybody that's happy that they went into debt for a school loan. I wouldn't do it. And the thing is, if you go into debt to go to school, you're going to... Okay, let's say you don't do well at school because you're incredibly depressed. Now you spent money on something and you didn't even... I don't know. Can you actually commit to 2 or 4 years of dedicating yourself to this while you're in a depressed state of mind? I don't think going into debt is the thing to do when depressed. There's many things I think you could do that may be able to give you a feeling of purpose or allow you to make money that don't require you go into debt and put off living your life for 2 to 4 years. If you're actually feeling depressed, there's a difference between investing in yourself and taking out debt to get a piece of paper. I don't know. I wouldn't do that if I was depressed. I honestly don't even think I would want to do that if I wasn't depressed, but I definitely wouldn't do it if I was depressed. I'm trying to fix the late 2013 Pro Retina and freezes on login screen. Tried all options and so far we're plugged into the TV. I hate that model. I don't have an answer for you. Random crashing on the 82037 can often be CPU MOSFETs. There's also this place called Real Mac Mods that has a little app. I don't know if this is going to fix it for you or not. So often it's a CPU MOSFET problem. And let's see, does this website actually still exist? Here, MacBook Pro random shutdown fix. So try this. MacBook crash prevention. What's the worst case scenario? You waste $10. I am not affiliated with them at all, but Your audio keeps on coming in and out. Oh well. Don't confuse real life with something that's in person. Not really. It's the same shit to me. Again, if I've spoken to like audiences of 20 or 40, if you're talking to like one person in person, that's different. But if I'm talking to like 40 people in an audience and then I'm just, leaving right after, I don't really care. How else will you party at Laconia? There's nothing that I've seen about... There's nothing that I've seen in New Hampshire that leads me to believe that there's ever been a party here. Again, I've only been here for a short period of time, but this very much seems like a place that people go to retire. You should play some music lightly in the background, maybe some jazz just to lighten the mood a little. I think YouTube will boot me for copyright or something. And also, holy crap, I thought that said ass, but that doesn't say ass. It says Australian, $50. Thank you, mate. Crikey. Is Paul Daniels here? Since when you played that, I played an Australian person going, sweet mercy, just for you. Crikey. Yeah, there's nothing that I've seen here that even remotely makes me think this is a place where people party. This seems like a place where people go to retire. I am King Kong, because in Twitch, people usually are just talking to themselves. What about the cats? What about the cats? What about them? Maybe I gave them to Tim Cook. Maybe I gave them to Tim Cook. Dan Fernando's another miserable prick. Let's see. Saw your video on unaffordable EVs. Do you have the same opinion on hybrids? I don't know. Hybrids I don't get excited with hybrids. It just kind of seems like, again, you're paying a premium for them. You get you get all the negatives of both, in my opinion. I don't know. I would probably either get an electric vehicle or an internal combustion engine vehicle, but I probably wouldn't want to get a hybrid. And cut or uncut. I have my full penis, thankfully. No cut. If you have time for intensive research and a cousin that is a lawyer, you learn much. When did you realize you want to do board repairs as a business and you think you'll be able to sustain your financial needs? I was outsourcing into a place in China that was charging $87, originally $65 a board repair. And there was one point where we sent them a board because it was running slow and when you boot it into Mac OS, and they sent it back and they charged us $87 and it still had the problem. So we asked them what happened and they said, well, the technician booted it in, they couldn't get it to work in Mac OS, so they tried testing it with Windows and it works. So they marked it as repaired and sent it back to you. And then I asked them, what did you do? And they said he had no answer for me. And then just refunded me the $87. And that was the point at which I said, okay, if that idiot can fix a board, then so can I. So I decided to stop living in that mentality that I am too stupid to do this. I didn't go to college. I didn't have an education. I don't know what I'm doing. And I just started digging and digging and digging and digging and staying in my office until 2 or 4 in the morning and researching and wanting to cry because I felt like such an idiot because I was so far behind and had no information on what to do. And I just kept digging and digging and digging and digging and digging and figuring it out. But the real catalyst was that experience where it's just like, and this is one of the things I've talked about where when you see somebody fail, it's actually more encouraging than when you see them succeed. Not because you want to laugh at their failure. You look cold. That sounds like sexual harassment. It's quite warm in here because of the little bit of propane that I have left. But it's not because I want to laugh at somebody else failing, but it's when somebody who's able to do something that I'm not able to do fails so miserably, it makes me realize, wait a second. If you're able to do something I'm not, but you're just as stupid as me, then that means I should be able to do what you do. It's very encouraging in an uplifting way, and that was kind of what got me there.
Sweet mercy.
Thank you, Larry Sakiri, for $20 more than I deserve or have earned. Have you experienced with Fairphone? I have not. I miss my kitty. I should pet my kitty.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Do you support or oppose outsourcing IT tech? That's too general a question, unfortunately. I prefer not outsourcing things because I think it's better done in-house. I don't like having to play a game of telephone. Yeah, have you ever played the game of telephone when you were in school? Like, they always do that, and they proved that. We had to do that in junior high, and it really made me. It's a really good lesson when you just play the game of telephone with 20 people to figure out why outsourcing sucks. I much prefer things be done in-house because I don't like. If something's not going to get done in time, I can kind of get an idea of it because I can see everything that's going on. I understand the culture of the place. I understand what's going on. I know the people. It's different when you outsource something and you have no idea what's going on. You don't have the same type of regular communication you do as if everything is being done under your roof. You don't have the same level of quality control. And at the end of the day, it's not your knowledge. You don't own anything. The moment you stop outsourcing it to them, you're done. You don't have any institutional knowledge.
Sweet mercy.
I'll fuck. Why not? I cannot commit to school. YouTube is my degree, says Brian. What are your views in the pandemic? That's a bit too broad of a question. There's so many different sub-niches. What do you think of masks? What do you think of mask mandates? What do you think of vaccines? What do you think of vaccine mandates? What do you think of shutdowns? What do you think of there's far too much to dig into. Will we just have to learn to live with it? Yeah, I've thought that for a while now, and it's interesting to see the rest of the world catch up. Like when the CDC went from a 10-day guidance of isolating after Omicron to 5 days, and Fauci came out and was saying something along the lines of, "You're one of the few creators I like to watch, no matter if it's empty real estate, bike rides, or being another 30-something trying to figure out life. Glad I can support. Keep up the great work." Thank you, Montag. That's $50 more than I deserve. That is too much. Thank you. That is way more than I deserve. But when it comes to, will you have to learn to live with it? Like when they did that, and Fauci he said something along the lines of, well, the thing is, you have essential workers that we need to keep societies functioning, and what we found is that with 10 days, that it was harder to do that, so we made it 5 days, because the last 5 days are less important when it comes to transmission. In other words, after a year and a half, we figured out that if you tell every single fucking person that's going to get a virus to stay home for 10 days, society goes to shit, and we have to balance that with the virus. I appreciate that conclusion was eventually, you could tell that it's slowly moving in that direction. Obviously, it's happening a little bit slower than I would have liked. That was happening in, I think it was early January or late December, I believe late December of 2021, but better late than never. Better late than never. My 2-core laptop with 4 gigabytes of RAM and a mechanical hard drive is 100% obsolete. Hard drive! Oh, I haven't used a hard drive since 2011. I'm so spoiled on that. I'll take 4 gigs of RAM. I'll use a Celeron processor. You are not. What the That's too much. Holy crap. Stop. Too much. I don't deserve this. I'm a piece of crap. But yeah, I'll use a Celeron. I'll use 4 gigs of RAM. I'm not going back to spinning hard drives. You can't make me. I'd rather compute in a goddamn Game Boy. How do you become brutally honest? Lying to myself for many years, realizing I was lying to myself through journaling and therapy, and then trying to not do it again. Something that you regret. Moving to a new store location. I'll never stop beating myself in the head for that one.
Oh, sweet mercy.
The mistake that keeps mistaking. Well, the thing is, the virus evolves over time. So what we understand is changing with each passing day. So something that we said yesterday, we weren't lying. It's that this is a new thing that we're dealing with right now. And as we learn, we are going to change our guidance in accordance to what it is that we have learned. In other words, growing up in an Italian family and living on Staten Island for 17 years actually really well prepared me to be able to do a Fauci accent on camera. It's one of the few good things that came out of growing up in that fucking shit stain that's called Staten Island, the borough that was best forgotten about. But essentially, we are learning new things, and we are going to learn to live with the virus one way or another because people are getting sick of staying in their fucking home. Everyone's still kneecapping on installing more stations thanks to the infrastructure bill. Huh? Let's see. I agree going into debt sucks. I keep getting told by people you can't get a well-paying job until you get a degree. Oh, fuck off. No, like, fuck off. I'm sorry. I'm not saying fuck off to you. I'm saying fuck off to the people giving you that advice. There are tons of people that make money without a degree. Do you know how much money you can make being a plumber in New York City, an electrician in New York? You have any idea how much money people in trades make that did not go to college? Like, there's a lot of work that needs to get done out there. There's a lot of work that people need right now. There's something called a labor shortage you may have heard of, because there's a lot of people that are needed to do essential work that does not require a degree. Do not buy that bullshit that you need to get a degree to make money. There's tons of ways to make money without a degree. Would you do something to increase interest in right to repair and right to repair? In repair and right to repair. The thing is, I'm not actually interested in doing repair on vintage electronics or game consoles. So if I'm not interested in it, then it's going to come off in the video that I don't care about it. And if I don't care about it, that's actually going to damage right to repair. There are people that love doing repair on vintage electronics. And when they do it, and you can see their passion come to the screen for it, they're helping right to repair. They're getting people into it. If I do a video where it's obvious that I just fundamentally don't really care that much and don't want to do it, I'm actually going to make things worse. Keep doing the accent. I'm going to read through some of the comments. Maybe I'll read the comments in the accent. I wonder if Paul Daniels could actually copyright strike me. He says, I see Lewis busy hauling the money in again. The problem is that Paul Daniels, because this is technically his voice, might be able to file a copyright claim on the stream and take a portion of the donations. And if that happens, we're going to have to put his fucking continent into lockdown again so that he's not allowed to do that. Lock him in his fucking bedroom with his cats and kangaroos.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I need a new external SSD, must be portable. Where would you suggest I buy one? Preferably not Best Buy. Does Newegg still exist? I would say Newegg. I usually buy these little StarTech USB 3 to SATA things for $6, and I love StarTech. I'm a big StarTech fanboy. And then I'll buy an SSD. How do I find a side gig to make money off the books? I am not telling you how to evade taxes. Nice try, Brad. Stand on the corner and devise fishnets. That was good. Oh, God, you shouldn't make fun of fucking Fauci. You make fun of Fauci, and you wind up coughing from COVID. That's what we call COVID karma. I used to live in Heartland Village in Staten Island. I grew up in Richmond Town, and I moved to New Dorp when I was older. Oh, God. So many spoiled cunts, I swear to God. You had so many. It's really interesting because the neighborhood that I live in now, like, it's fucking broke. You got median incomes in like the 20Ks or 30Ks there, and the people there are not cunts to the extent that really wealthy families were in Staten Island. We had a shitty house in a really nice neighborhood, so I got made fun of constantly. I wore Everlast shoes to school, Kmart. There was this one kid that used to take trades at community college. AC work gets me paid so much I can donate another $50. See? Be like this guy. I'm dead serious. You know what the average age of a tradesperson is in New York City? Guess. 53, because nobody wants to do the real fucking work that society needs to actually function. Yes, we can talk about code and crypto and blockchain and Ponzi schemes and everything else till we're blue in the face, or new tech startups that are only financed by investor money, or, you know, having artificially low interest rates that don't make a profit. But you know what people actually need? You know what really makes a net profit and actually makes money? Ensuring that people's toilet flushes. Actually building housing and stuff like that. There's so much shit that you can do without going to college. Consider it before you go into debt at a time that you're depressed. Workout routine and other health tips for us lazy gits. I agree with what Eli the computer guy says. He doesn't say do this exercise routine or eat this. He says eat healthier and exercise more, because that's something you can do. Like, you know what you're doing that's wrong. You know when you're doing your exercise routine, like, you know that instead of jogging once a month, maybe once a week or once a day or once every 2 days, you know how to exercise more and eat healthier. Like, how about, you know, instead of putting all the dressing on whatever you're putting, less dressing, less grease, stuff like that. Going into debt is the way to go. Do you know how many people that I owe money to calls me up and making sure I'm eating well? Never loans Sunny money. Never loans Sunny money. I don't look good in fishnets. Well, you're disappointing me, Brad. And here I would have wanted to see you at the next meetup. Did you already move? No, I painted my walls green. I just thought it would be kind of a cool thing to do, and I installed a new window. Here's a random question. What are your feelings? Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, sweet mercy.
This is a paragraph. On the topic of COVID, I'm thinking about leaving the San Francisco Bay Area due to the mask mandate. I'm thinking going to New York City. What? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're leaving San Francisco for New York. In other news, man decides that he is tired of being on fire, so he decides to jump into a fire. Like, what? Why? I'm going to take that $5 of yours and light it on fire. Yes. If you don't like San Francisco, go to Florida or Texas. What the fuck is wrong with? Are you kidding me? Okay, A, the governor put into place a new mask mandate. I forget if it was a suggestion or a mandate, but you know it's going to change it to a fucking mandate. B, most of the stores have the little sign requiring it. They don't actually enforce it for the most part, but it's there. Don't leave San Francisco to go to New York. Don't do that. That's silly. That's ridiculous. That makes no sense. Too smart and too much truth. Worth the $5. Thank you. Again, this is like saying, I don't know, I live in rural Tennessee and I don't like it. Should I move to rural Arkansas? No. Again, if you want change, don't move to get more of the same. Here's the thing. If you don't like the fact that there are intense restrictions on just about everything in California, in spite of the fact that your governor will go out and do whatever the fuck he wants and then virtue signal and pretend that he's eating around his fucking mask as if that does anything, what I would suggest is that you move to a state like Texas or Florida instead of moving to a state like New York City that is equally fucked up on the opposite side of the country. If you don't like living in a place because there are mandates in place that are difficult to deal with, and you also don't like that place is incredibly expensive and run by politicians that are out of their fucking mind, then maybe you shouldn't move to a place that was run by de Blasio and Cuomo into the ground over the past 8 years, particularly the last 2. But that's just my suggestion, and I'm following the science. Next.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Fire sprinkler fitting is a great hidden trade, 20 to 30% more than other trades. Again, there's many ways that you can make money without actually going to college. You could also make money by impersonating one of the most famous doctors in our country by utilizing what you learned from having an Italian family in Staten Island and listening to the way that they talked over a period of 17 years. Most people don't know this about me, but if I actually were to play you one of the home videos that I have on one of those VHS tapes from when I was a teenager, I actually kind of spoke a little bit like closer to this, because that was where I grew up. I grew up in an Italian neighborhood with an Italian family where everybody liked to speak like they were a big tough Guido, and unfortunately, it rubbed off on me. It took me about 3 years to get rid of that because in the rest of New York City, they're not exactly a big fan of Staten Islanders, and I had to hide it. Live in Crown Heights now. I'm in the process of moving to Puerto Rico to avoid taxes. Would you fix one MacBook Pro for me in exchange for 2 working MacBook Air Logic boards? One 13-inch 2015 and the other 11-inch first or second gen. I don't know how trading works. What is the Pro? What is wrong with the Pro? What is wrong with the Pro? We'll talk about it once we see that. Email steve@rossmanngroup.com. He is the bargaining department. steve@rossmanngroup.com. He's going to fucking hate me because I'm publishing his email. So steve@rossmanngroup.com. He is the bargaining. I laughed so hard at the moving from San Francisco to New York City. The Kool-Aid, yes, actual Kool-Aid for my not the political philosophy, came out of my nose. Yeah, why are you asking that question? Oh my God. I don't why? It's like, I find Denny's to make horrible and unhealthy food with too much grease and portion sizes that make no sense. Should I go to Arby's? No!
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you, Binford, for the 99 cents. What do you think about the government telling people that jobs are not essential? Well, it depends on the state that you live in. In certain states, everybody is essential. In other states, only people that Andrew Cuomo says are essential. So it actually essentially goes with the science that in some states, you may not actually be considered essential because scientifically speaking, we don't give a fuck about you. But if you're in a different state, you may be essential. So this is something where you should check in with your local governor to figure out if you actually matter. In my personal opinion, an essential worker or an essential job is any job that provides a sense of purpose and a salary that allows someone to provide for their family. But your mileage may vary. I don't know, I'm having too much fun with that stupid accent. I'm having far too much fun with that accent. I have to ask you to use a bone conduction headphone. What do you think of them? Never tried it. Never had interest. You are going to get banned. I don't give a fuck. It's worth it. I don't give a shit. I have a business.
Sweet mercy.
This is a hobby for me. I don't give a fuck. It's too much fun. Thank you, Kurt's Bliss. Fish look good in fishnets. That's what they're for. Yeah, I definitely don't want to think of Brad Haynes in fishnets. Please no. Please no. It's really weird that he talked about not wearing a mask in my comments, but he's open to wearing fishnets. No. Please no. You intend to go to Houston anytime soon? Yeah, there's a friend of mine from when I was 13 that lives in Houston, and I've been meaning to visit him for a while now. I will probably go through Houston at some point to give him a visit. I want my own island. I did not know there was a whole island of Fauci speakers.
Sweet mercy.
I'm not kidding. You should watch some Don Rickles doing an Italian impression. I've never heard of that person. I actually did put an effort for 3 years to get the Staten Island Guido accent out of me, because you'll notice if you visit Staten Island that there's a particular way that a lot of people there speak, and I did not want that impression to come off. I wanted to kind of sound a little bit different when I started running my business and dealing with clients and all that, and I did a lot of work to shed the Staten Island accent, to be honest with you. But I can always bring it back when the time comes. It's always something that's in the back of my head. But again, it's been like 13 years.
Sweet mercy.
Take my money and don't stop being brutally topical. Oh, and also, AFC, honesty is the best policy for what the fuck I was talking about. I don't remember what you were talking about, but the 666 is kind of freaky. I realized that my rent for my store was $66.66 per square foot, and admittedly that's the point at which I should have ran away from signing a lease. What's wrong with his voice? I don't know. Maybe I got COVID. It's true, degrees aren't required, Paul Daniels says. I ditched out with 6 months to go, so I'm technically not qualified beyond secondary qualifications. By the way,
Sweet mercy.
anybody who wants to check out Paul Daniels, what does the science say about the economic collapse of the USA? Well, the thing is, inflation is transitory. Actually, wait, no. Well, actually, we're finding inflation to be transitory at this point in time and primarily caused by supply chain bottlenecks, not the fact that we have dumped $5 to $7 trillion into an economy during a time where there are less products and services being offered due to the pandemic. So the actual science says this. Essentially, you could literally take this money and I could duplicate it all day long, but that is not the actual cause of inflation. It is purely supply chain. It has nothing to do with this extra $5 or $7 trillion over here. Pretend that doesn't exist. That doesn't actually exist. I will defend my shocks harder than I would Lewis. What's a shock? Strange that he dismissed the hand on his glass. It is not mine, but the arm is mine. I am genuinely confused by that statement. Thank you for the $20, but that is confusing. Please just pretend that this $7 trillion over here that we have pushed into the economy over the past few years doesn't exist. This has nothing to do with the fact that over that exact same period of time that this money showed up, that this inflation occurred. Can I super chat Alex for asking a question I like that he asked? Who is Alex? By the way, here's something that I can tell you that is guaranteed to be scientific. Since printing money does not actually cause inflation, all of you should be allowed to do the exact same thing. Because if that doesn't harm the economy and cause inflation, then why can't you do it personally? You know, I personally find that there's no negative effects to printing millions of dollars in my home and spending it at numerous businesses across the country. And I'm confident that if we all did that, there'd be no problems whatsoever. What about Micro Center? I don't know. Micro Center is like Newegg in person. The inflation due to money printing has not hit yet. If you compare the US dollar to other currencies, you'll find that the US dollar hasn't lost value overall compared to others. Incorrect metric. You are talking about the US dollar in comparison to other currencies. However, since every other fucking country that you're comparing it to... We will go over that later. The fact that Florida has a lower death rate than New York City with no mandates, which I've gone over on this like 3 times, is we'll go over this later. But that's so also, if you actually want people to get vaccines, you should intensify culture wars that are going to make people more likely to disobey everything you say, such as lockdowns, measures that are randomly enforced, and vaccine mandates. But inflation due to money printing hasn't hit yet. I want to focus on this one because I know I'm going to get distracted from it. You're comparing our currency to other currencies. God damn it. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm going to just steamroll through this because I want to answer this question. You're comparing us to other countries that also artificially suppressed interest rates and just tossed a bunch of money into their economy. So you're comparing currency to currency, but you're comparing us to another country that did almost the exact same shit to their currency. What I'm talking about is the currency versus every other asset class in that particular country. Every single apartment, housing, grocery, like literally everything. Even things that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be screwed up by a temporary disruption in the supply chain. But when people are talking about inflation, maybe even decided to use possibly to go on in order to do more So you're comparing our currency to another country's currency. And I don't know if that's the best metric to compare it to, given that A, every other country is doing the same thing with their currency, but more importantly, B, in all of these other countries, housing prices are spiking. In many places in Europe, housing prices are going up insanely. In Canada, housing prices are going up insanely. Across the United States, housing prices are going up insanely. All of these countries are doing the exact same thing with their currency and with their central banks, and with regard to inflation, tell that other fool to stop super chatting with dumb stuff. There's a bunch of dumb stuff, and I'm learning that it's probably best if I ignore it. Let's see. Look at this rich guy drinking orange juice. I do drink orange juice. Fuck you very much. I enjoy my orange juice. I don't watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's always the government's fault. Not everything is the government's fault, but when the government takes particular action that is directly related to things that get screwed up in the economy, I would say it is. So like when they create a shutdown and then you have less goods and services, and then you have more money in that economy that has less goods and services, and there are less goods and services because of government shutdowns, and you have more money in the economy because of government activity in the economy, I would then say that I can blame them for that. I cannot blame the government for every single thing, but I can blame them for when they take specific action that leads to specific results. But nice straw man, mofo. I see you, mofo. Have you ever tried to grow a beard? I don't like growing beards. If I don't shave for 2 days, I just start to feel itchy all over, and it's horrible, so I always wind up shaving. I went 3 days without shaving once, and I just felt like I had a Brillo pad constantly rubbing against my face. I couldn't stand it. It was horrible. U.S. has a higher death rate per million than countries with far lower vax rates and poor health services. I mean, we're an unhealthy country. Like, if we're being honest here, like this January of 2020, or let's say, just to be safe, November of 2019, I personally found that since I've been printing money, things have become more affordable. Yeah, you also may find that the police come to your house because some people are allowed to do shit that you aren't. But the issue, what was I saying? Yeah, even if we go back and we're safe, let's say October of 2019, we were a deeply unhealthy nation. Like, I mean, I think everybody knew this. There were many things that we could have done as a nation to be in better health. And like it's not even, I'm not even just talking about our fucked up scam of a healthcare system, because that you can go on about for hours. I'm talking about the personal decisions that we make on a regular basis to just accept like that YOLO concept of I would rather, live for 5 years less than be miserable. Thanks for the break and going back to editing. But listening, I look forward to your next hour plus live repair stream. Thank you, and that'll actually be soon. Sometime in the next week, and I appreciate it. Thank you. And I hope your book goes very well. Manuscript. Book? Manuscript. I can't tell you the amount of times, and I'm sure Dr. Evil Genius, who's in the chat as a personal trainer, has heard people say this. Quote, so what if I live 5 years less? I'd rather live 5 years less and my 70 or 60 years be fun and happy than be miserable. New apartment, not new house. I don't know if I want to live here just yet, but want to spend some time here, figure out if I like it, and if I like it, I will get a house. If I don't like it, I move on to the next place. But what was I saying? I'm confident Dr. Evil Genius has heard somebody say this, and I've heard this so many times, that YOLO mentality of, why bother eating a little better? Why bother doing any exercise? I'm not going to make myself miserable. And then like something like this hits, which really does disproportionately affect people with many comorbidities or that are already in poor health. I'm not surprised at all. Like, our culture in America is fundamentally unhealthy. Like, we brag about it. We laugh about it. That whole YOLO. There are people that I know where they actually try to get in shape, and their entire family starts hitting them with that, oh, you think you're better than me? Or what do you think you're doing? It's really interesting how when you're in a dysfunctional environment, if you decide that you're going to stop being dysfunctional, you're kind of a threat to everybody else in your environment. So a poll question today asking people if Arabic numerals should be taught in schools. 33% of people said no. I don't know. I mean, is there a benefit to being taught Arabic numerals? There are so many things that you learn in school that have absolutely no application in real life. And let's see, Arabic. But I do think that people should learn what 0 through 9 are. They should, Arabic numerals, 0 through 9. I had no idea what it is. I think when you tell somebody Arabic numerals, what they're immediately thinking, and I would be included in the people who are dumb here, is they're thinking of like somebody else's numerical system that's like from some other country. I had no idea what an Arabic numeral was. So I suppose people are dumb because our education system sucks.
Mercy.
That has never been called the Arabic numerical system to me. But I went to public school, so that's my defense. My wife bought me this new laptop, and it gets really hot when the chat is being spammed. Now my leg is starting to hurt because it's getting so hot. Please, if you don't want me to get burned, then don't spam the chat! You guys are silly. You guys are really silly. But yeah, I think that a big reason that we had the death rates that we do is a lot of it could be bad COVID policy, but I think a lot of it is that we're just a really unhealthy country. Again, like, it's so frustrating when you fear that somebody's actually starting to try to get in shape, and their actual family members that they live with will start doing the whole, oh, you think you're better than us? Or, oh, you're wasting away. Why are you doing that? Because if you start making yourself better, higher interest rates. Give me higher interest rates. Do you happen to notice that when interest rates do this, that houses prices do this? Just a theory. Again, I'm not an economist. I'm a jackass with orange juice, so take it for what you will. But when you start bettering yourself, if people around you are choosing not to, you're kind of exposing them. It's like you're taking their clothes off and showing that they're not wearing any. And it's embarrassing. So they're going to try to kind of put you down. And I've seen this happen many, many times in the U.S., where like somebody tries to actually make themselves healthier and the people in their lives actively sabotage them because they're not healthy themselves. We don't have a healthy culture, I don't think. Ontario, Canada saga continues. Schools will no longer inform parents if their kid was exposed to COVID at school unless 30% are exposed. No longer inform parents if their kid was exposed to COVID at school unless 30% are exposed. Do you think that is a good policy or a bad policy?
Oh, sweet mercy.
How do you get Mr. Clinton and BlackBerry? Craigslist. Correlation does not equal inflation. Correlation does not equal causation. However, when you look at the specific reasons that we do not allow normal people to print money, there are very specific reasons that we don't allow that. If we were to argue that correlation does not equal inflation, then we would allow normal, average, everyday people to print money and simply go about their everyday lives. There's a reason that we don't allow that. There are reasons that we don't allow normal, average, everyday people to do that, because there are consequences to it.
Oh, sweet mercy.
If students want a free PCR test from the government, they have to go to class with full-on COVID symptoms. They've lost the plot. They're also no longer making the school case numbers public. I don't know. It's very interesting because they're sending out a bunch of tests in the United States. And I don't know how I feel about this because you have, like, New York City already reached a case rate of 40,000 a day. Like, once you're at the rate of 40,000 a day, it's pretty obvious that if you're going outside of your house at that point and dealing with another human being, that you are getting COVID and there's really no avoiding it. So I don't know what the point is at this point. I don't know what you're looking to accomplish at this point. Again, if you have 20 or 30 people in a room, Get on your Peloton, Sonny. But see, if you have 30 people in a room and you have a strain that's like 80, I forget exactly what it was. Don't quote me on this because I'm an idiot with orange juice. I think that Omicron is something like 100 or 120 times more contagious than the original strain of COVID. Like if you're in a room with people, you're getting it. So I mean, I get where you're coming from, but I think we are at a point where if you are engaging with the world in any sort of meaningful way, you are going to get this. Informing people, I guess, so like what is the utility here? What is the pandemic of the lazy? Is it? I don't really know what you're getting at there. I don't know what that means. I can't. There are other people that care about your laptop and phone, DJ Synthetic. I wish they would tell you how many oranges went in the bottle. Me too. I have a 40-minute video on that nativist, and if you want, let's see. I'll find it for you, and I will link it. I don't know if that's a real question or not, because sometimes that is a real question, and sometimes that's like a gotcha question. But there is a video with a title on it. Oh, not a house, but congrats on the new apartment. It looks fantastic. Here's money for greenies, and I would love to see Rossmann Realty. Maybe. Where is this video? Here we go. Bada bing. I give you link. You have a link, Mr. Nativist. TLDR, the other options are all shit. And also anti-repair. It's very difficult to buy a car from a pro right-to-repair company when you have Honda, Nissan, Ford, General Motors, and Toyota all lobby against it. People won't like this, but property should not be an investment. The price will never stop rising in cost. Even if it was an investment, if there was less incentive structure for people to park their money in speculative assets, then it being an investment may not be a problem. Why streaming on main channel? I don't know. I felt like it. Paul Daniels is here. By the way, everybody, Paul Daniels is in my chat. I'm going to leave a link to him. I highly suggest you check him out. He's a very interesting guy. There's Paul Daniels.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What are your thoughts on right to repair and the future of space exploration? I think right to repair and space exploration it's kind of like asking what do you think of dogs in clouds. They are very, very different. Oh, where projects are decades long. Oh, that's cruel. Oh, man, you're implying that it's going to take as long to get right to repair passed as it is to go to Mars. You're probably not wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if it does take as long to get... I wouldn't be surprised if we get to Mars before right to repair gets passed. We will probably colonize Mars before we manage to get some basic sense of property rights in the United States. Yeah, you got me with the Arabic numerals, Nuts Network. People are dumb because we go to public schools. And we don't learn. That was never introduced to me as Arabic numerals in public schools. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't paying attention when they taught that. I've heard that. Problem with that thinking is many of the shortened years are marked by pain and discomfort that people write off as unavoidable. Yeah, I hate that idea that I'm not going to eat well or exercise or do anything good for my body because I want to be happy. But I mean, in those last 3 or 5 or 8 years of your life, would you like to be a fit person that can live a normal life, or would you like to be absolutely and utterly miserable as your body reminds you every single day of the damage you've done to it? I can't stand the crab bucket mentality when those around you try to pull you back down. Me either, Carrie. Numbers are Arabic.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Oh, man. Don't blame me for PS23 being a shit school. My parents paid their property taxes. It's not their fault. I agree with what you're saying. The Ontario province is locked down, but they're using common sense in schools. It's the contradiction that makes no sense. Ah. We're already using Arabic numerals. Yep. I am a dumbass. It just kind of reminds me of when my fourth grade... you want to hear something stupid? I had more of an excuse back then because I was in fourth grade. Thoughts about new program to mandate anti-drunk driving devices in cars by 2026. Privacy concerns, but God knows how unrepairable it'll be. I've had a lot of people link me to it, and the reason I haven't commented on it is because people will often ask me to comment on news articles that are based on complete bullshit, and when I do a hot take on it before I actually read the entire article, even in a live stream, I immediately fucking regret it because I actually believed you when you said, when you gave it to me. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to be able to take the time to actually read through the source material in detail. For one instance was that video on them not arresting people committing crime in New York City, which was obviously complete bullshit. Here's the link to Don Wrinkles. Damn you with the links! No! That is for comments! That is not for Stop it! You're using it wrong. You're holding it wrong. No, I'm serious. I can't watch that while I'm doing this. I can't watch something else right now. That's unfortunately not the way this format works. I'm sorry, Harvey. I imagine you would. That's not how this format works. Because something's going to show up on screen in like 8 seconds later. It's impossible. It's impossible to even keep up with what I'm doing. Like this one. Commit a crime, stay out of jail. This video... see. Fuck. That's it. Thank you for all the videos you've done over the years. My favorite video is the F word for family video. Your videos have been like therapy for me. Thank you, Nirvana. The F word really... the restaurant that wanted me to put in that camera system for damn near free wound up going out of business a few years ago. Imagine that. Is New York City's new DA refusing to prosecute crime? Again, CNN was bullshitting in their article, but the reality is that when people were saying that they're not going to prosecute crime at all, that was clearly bullshit. And I was getting nonstop comments from people saying, oh, look, they're not going to prosecute crime. They're not going to prosecute crime. It's like, yes, they are. They are prosecuting crime. They clearly are. It's just they're prosecuting it as something lower, which I disagree with. I'm not for. I didn't vote for that fucking DA. I'm not a fan of the policy, but we have to be real with it. So I don't have a comment on the driving thing yet. In a similar boat, father is paranoid and tried to strangle my mother. How did you move on? I found work to bury myself in so that I would forget about my life. That actually was a working strategy. I'll be honest with you. If I grew up in a household, like as much as I kind of wish that I grew up in a household where things were more normal, I think if I did, I'd probably be making minimum wage working at Modell's Sporting Goods or Toys R Us stocking shelves or something right now. Or I'd be working at like a temp agency, doing data entry. Because I don't think I have a lot of ambition in life. I think my ambition came from wanting to distract myself from reality. And that worked, There's always something to pursue. Oh, sweet mercy indeed, you Australian bastard. Oh, sweet mercy indeed. I forget what I was on just there. Yeah, the drunk driving thing. Again, I want to read through that in very, very clear detail and figure out how it's interpreted and everything before I say something. Because maybe you're right. But the thing that I've learned over the years is I can't believe shit that I read in my YouTube comments. Even when you're actually right. Because there's so many times that people just read sensationalist shit and they don't read the primary sources. And then I respond to it as if it's actually a fact and I look like a dumbass. But the thing is, those are boring. Nobody wants to watch that. Like, again, this was viewed by, I think, this got, I think 3.5% of my subscribers watched this. That's actually looking pretty good. 2% or 3% engagement is more than usual. I think this is close to like 2.5%. But it took an hour. This is a 15-second ad, but this video is about an hour long. Let's see. Yeah, this video is a full hour long to go over the entire thing and figure out exactly what was going on in the memo and understand whether or not it was bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I deal with it by finding something else to do. Are you fat shaming, Lewis? I'm not fat shaming. I'm saying that people should be in better shape and seek to be in better shape because it's good for you. It's like, that's not fat shaming. That's logic. That's common sense. Your drive for right to repair, cause, and movement is really refreshing in the modern landscape of pseudo-activism and grassroots-sponsored movements. Thank you. One of the things that I believe in here is you will never see me holding a sign. I'm serious. Like, you're never going to see me walking back and forth like chanting and holding a sign. I'm not doing Twitter hashtags. Like, the stuff that I care about is shit that people can actually experience.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Have you ever heard of the Seek X1 Pro? It's a 5 kilowatt mid-drive. I have heard of it, but I never used it. I'm more interested in trying out a Cyclone, but admittedly I'm in an area where I don't think a Cyclone is going to be valuable. Like, for instance, if I can build up this wiki, and this is the kind of stuff that I actually care about. Like, if I want to get you involved in it, okay, I could walk up and down the road with a sign. I could have a Twitter hashtag. I could, all this other type of shit. Or what I could do is I could make it easier for people all around the world to be able to fix them. Let's see if I find this here. By like beefing up stuff like these repair guides over here. And look at this. This has really gotten good. Hey, look at this. Yeah, I'm trying to find best-in-class technicians, and I'm succeeding at it. Tim Herman did this, by the way. Everybody say a big round of applause in the chat to Tim Herman. I'll supposed to link to his page shortly, so that other people can do it. Like, I want people to be able to share in my joy. I want people to be able to there's a reason that I advocate for this. So what I want to do is I want to figure out a way to get other people to share in my joy. Why do I like what I do? I like what I do because it's fun to be able to see the fan spin, even though there's no fan in the new MacBook Air, but I digress. It's fun to be able to see the Apple logo. It's fun to get that little kick of dopamine. It's fun to save money. So I want you to experience that exact same piece of joy that I experienced. And you don't experience that when I tell you, you should care about this cause because if you don't, it makes you a bad person. You should care about this cause because I have a sign or a Twitter hashtag or whatever. Or, we're all chanting and going, yay, and whatever. But getting it, I want you to actually share in it with me. And if I can do that, then I think I'll win the long game. I may not win the short game, but I'm guaranteed if I continue doing that slowly but surely, I think I'll win the long game. Due to overheating reasons, my laptop will be passing away. You sound like you have a 2011 MacBook Pro. 820-2915 board much? How often you get devices with bugs in them? Too often. Do you repair flip phones? For data recovery only. If I had the means and opportunity to bounce around the country staying in different places for 3 months at a time, I'd do it at least a couple of years. Yeah, I didn't do any traveling throughout my teenage years and my 20s or my early 30s, and I think I'm making up for it now. I would like to ask you, how do you discipline yourself in general? Intense negative self-talk and hatred every time I fail. It tends to work. And shame. Don't forget shame. Did you hear about the Navient predatory lending 66K loans? I did, but I haven't. Somebody else super chatted it, and I told them I feel really guilty that you super chatted that because I haven't read about it yet, so I have nothing good to say, so you wasted $5. And what I find interesting is that you donated the exact same amount that he did. So what I did to try and get around it was I answered a question that wasn't actually his question, which is typically what politicians do. If you ask them a question, they can't just say, I don't know, yes or no, if it's a really difficult question. What they usually do is they answer a similar question and hope that the general public is so stupid they won't actually notice it. And I did that, and he seemed to not notice that I did that, but you did because you asked the exact same question again. So I don't know. Should I give you the exact same answer? I didn't read about that at all. When it comes to student loan forgiveness, I'm for student loan forgiveness if they bundle it with an acknowledgement that the way many colleges have run their business is a scam, and they investigate the colleges as they would investigate any other scam. If you're going to forgive somebody's loan, you're typically admitting that they got screwed over. And if you're going to admit that they got screwed over, you got to go after the people that screwed them over. That's my thought on student loan forgiveness. Now, when it comes to Navient, that's totally different from student loan forgiveness. But I didn't read up on that, and you gave me $5, so I had to have something for you. So that's what you get. But yeah, I always feel bad when somebody asks me a question that I don't have an answer to. I'm always very curious. Like, one day when televisions are two-way, that's never going to work anymore. Like, when you ask somebody a question, do you think Medicare for all is a good thing? Should we pass it? Well, the thing is, I value the fact of healthcare being accessible to everybody in the country, and we're going to work to ensure that within us. Yeah, but do you want Medicare for as a policy? Well, the thing is, when it comes to medicine, I think that medicine is very important. As a small child growing up in Moldova, I witnessed firsthand what it was like. It's like, yeah, but this policy, yes or no? And once you'll be able to actually hear in your ear 10 million people at the same time yelling, answer the fucking question, I don't think they'll be able to get away with that anymore. But if they can get away with it, I can get away with it. And I think I just pulled that on you. Dude, why you time me out? I don't know who you are. I don't remember timing you out. Why you have a victim narrative? Why are you being a victim? Don't be a victim. You're not a victim. If I timed you out, it was probably because you were spamming shit. It's impossible to keep up with chat as is. So when people spam shit, they just make it worse. There are people who are far from their last 6 to 8 years who are miserable due to their poor food choices. They medicate with more poor food choices. Yeah, it's pathetic. It's sad. I've done that from time to time, but I have to catch myself and stop it. Anti-drunk driving means always taking a child in the car to breathe into the breathalyzer. That's sad. Can you imagine colonizing Mars and having to wait for a qualified technician to be sent from Earth when the life support system breaks down? Or to have to pay for an on-site technician for each and every contract, provided even something as small as a toilet seat to avoid having to wait for one to be sent out? So I think what you're saying is that we need to pass right to repair before we go to Mars. But I sadly think that Mars will actually be colonized before that happens. Basically, plead things down. Yes, but that's different from not prosecuting at all. Toys R Us still exists in Canada, but they've made a comeback in the States. Have you seen Quebec's or Canada's tax or fee on unvaccinated people? I haven't, and I don't want to view it because it'll probably just make me angry at my screen. And since I don't live in Canada, I'm not a citizen of Canada, I don't vote in Canada, it doesn't affect me. So for me to be angry over what another country is doing when I don't live there and I had nothing to do with voting the individuals into office that made it a policy, it doesn't seem like a good use of the limited mental resources that I have available to me. Fat shaming is stupid. Like being obese can literally be fatal from heart problems. We shouldn't promote being in bad physical health because people don't want to put in the effort. When you say fat shaming is really stupid, I'm guessing from what you said, you don't think that telling people they should take effort to get in better shape, because any effort that you put in is better than nothing, is the bad thing. I think you said the concept of fat shaming, or that it is bad to encourage people to be in good shape, is stupid. If that's the case, then I agree with you 100%. Most military and air vehicles have repair manuals at the wiring system level. If you can't create the complex things on Mars, you need replacements. I'm too much of a pussy to go to Mars, to be honest with you. I'll stay here. You guys can all go to Mars. I'll enjoy the housing prices when they drop over here. Saying someone who says you should be healthy is fat shaming is no different from saying I like electric cars and telling them you must hate me because I work at a gas station. I think you agree with me, but because it's late, I'm not following the logic there. But I appreciate it. But yeah, it's one of these things where when people say like I read Reddit's Fat Logic subreddit all the time. I'm a subscriber there. I don't ever post. I've never posted there, but I'm subscribed there. And the stuff that I read actually breaks my brain. Here, let me see. Can I show you any of it before something else shows up on the screen? Let's see. Reddit.com. Like, this stuff actually fucking breaks my brain. Dr. Evil Genius, you should... I'm just going to tell you right now that you should probably... Why am I typing the URL backwards? You should probably leave the stream right now, because this is actually going to make you mad. And it's not going to make you mad in a way that is helpful at all. But, okay, ready? Fitness spaces should not have fitness challenges. It's ignorant to think daily movement is good for all bodies. It's ignorant to think that everyone can or should work out for the same set period of time. Encouraging everyone to move X amount or reach the same goals can be triggering and dangerous. Challenges encourage comparison to others, fuel insecurities, and lead to disordered behavior. Dr. Evil Genius is yelling at his screen right now. And just so that he could follow along with me, because I'm such a good friend, I'm going to link it in the restream chat so that he could follow along with me. You ready, Dr. Evil? This is the worst page to put. Like, this is actually, if you have a personal trainer as a friend and you hate them and you just want to make their lives miserable, just show them this and read it to them every day. Indeed, oh sweet mercy. Don't yo-yo diet. It's bad for you. Also, you need to lose weight, so keep trying, but every method you try is going to fail after a short period. It's ridiculous. Yes, it's terrible. That's why we have to spread the message that you shouldn't try and normalize not trying. What else do we have? It's fat-phobic to suggest taking a walk. Oh, God. I was forced to read a fat-phobic essay at work today. It was given as an example of the best possible essay we can receive from our students. If this essay had been homophobic or racist or sexist, it would have never been used as an example. Imagine having to read this in a work setting and not being allowed to speak up. Here's what one of the paragraphs said. In the past decade, America has struggled with an obesity epidemic. In the early 2000s, obesity was at its peak, with McDonald's supersized menu options, huge SUVs, and endless television programs to keep couch potatoes on the couch, aka in lockdown. If you visit New York City's Manhattan, you won't see a whole lot of obese people hurrying down Fifth Avenue to hop on the subway or pick up groceries at the local market. Why is this? Not many people drive in New York City, mainly because it would be far too expensive to buy and park a car in an already monumentally expensive city. The cars one does generally see are either from out-of-state taxis or businessmen that live in the outer boroughs. Let's continue. There's usually better stuff in here. I think they're running out of material. When we are consumed with thoughts about how many calories are in our scene, we aren't thinking about why 1 in 9 people in the US don't have enough to eat. Oh yeah, I'm sure all these Haze folks are there spending all their diet-free mental energy worrying about starving people. What else do we have? Why yes, the obsession with fitness is in fact supporting eugenics. What the fuck? That's what social Darwinism is. The point isn't only that excellent healthcare should be universal and accessible, but that we accept that fitness is actually just a myth designed to weed out disability. Bro. Bruh. What the fuck? Yeah, I think I just gave Dr. Evil a fucking heart attack. I actually think I gave him a heart attack. Okay.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Your efforts on right to repair. Reasonable takes on carpetbagging politicians who can't or won't have a clue about what people want, while being a good source of entertainment, deserve more praise. Go buy a beer on me. I'll get an orange juice, thank you. I'm going to try and stay healthy for today, but I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Also, I promised that I was going to give a link to TCRS Circuit, and I never did. You should check out his YouTube channel, because he did what I find to be an amazing contribution to the wiki. He's been actually producing a lot of very high quality content. So I'm going to give him a link over there. He earned it. It's in the chat. Everybody please like this video or stream.
Sweet mercy.
Don't like it. If you do, it'll actually show up in people's feed when they're subscribed here. God forbid that happen. Pulp or no pulp? Pulp. Champions use pulp. As long as people feel bad enough to make a change, good. If they want to wallow in it, that's their decision, says Dr. Evil. Fork to mouth regulation. Please help. My laptop fan collected a lot of dust and it's making a fan fouling noise. Nothing some compressed air won't fix. Should I keep spending money on my 13 Nissan to fix it or replace it? It was 15K used when I got it. I've already spent 3K in repairs. It needs another 1K. That's a question for Rich Rebuilds. I honestly don't know jack shit about cars, so I'm going to give you horrible advice there because I'd be speaking from a place of complete and utter ignorance. Like, there are things where I know my shit. Thank you, Be a Pickle. There are things where I'm not an expert, but I feel like since I have basic common sense, I can comment on it. And then there's shit where I'm just completely ignorant and I wouldn't want to give you advice on something that's a serious financial decision when I'm genuinely clueless. Let's see. That is not soap.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Always see stream 2 to 3 hours in. Sorry I'm late. Hope you're having a great night. I am having a good night so far. Thank you, Imatoko. Harmful and dangerous. Triggering is so funny. Yeah. Let's see. I just want to see what Dr. Evil Genius said about it. I just want to see what he thinks of fat logic. Some of what's said there in that subreddit is true but purposely misleading. That's... People who tell me they just ran out of money to buy food remind me of governments who run out of tax money just before they fix the roads. I think you need to change your priorities, says Tom Leach. I don't know. I like the one that says some pulp. It says with pulp, not some pulp. I want more than just some pulp. Good night, Sir David. You need to get an orange juice sponsor. You're a big shot now. Am I? I used to get 600 to 700 viewers on this channel when I had 40,000 subscribers when I live streamed. Now I have 800, it says 841 viewers, supposedly. Yeah, 841, actually 830, and that is with 1.7 million subscribers. So, I mean, by my math, this channel has not grown from 40,000 subscribers to 1.7 million. I don't know if that number is real. Sometimes I wonder if that number is just kind of a meme. I seem to remember that something like 10 years ago, the Pentagon declared obesity a national security concern because it's getting harder to find enough qualified volunteers to join the military. If a draft with the World War II standards would be reinstated, most people would fail to pass the health exam. That's sad. Romanticizing obesity is inhumane. I agree. If you love people, you'll tell them the
Oh,
truth.
sweet mercy.
Are you at the new place? Looks like bliss. Yes. This place is not. I did not paint my old apartment green. This is a new apartment. They actually they redid everything in this place, so it's very new. Like you can tell, like these windows are actually straight. In my apartment in Brooklyn, my windows are like this, and you can feel the wind blowing through. So you have to put this plastic and tape all around it. And that apartment costs almost twice as much as this fucking place does. And you have to put the tape all around the windows. And if you don't put tape and the plastic all around the windows, the wind comes in and it just ruins all the heat. It's horrible. Replace laptop fan, no internal display afterwards. External works fine. Replace DDP cable. Never replace the cable for no reason. Everybody replaces the cable because they assume that it's never the cable. Ever. Ever. Almost never. Like, people replace the cable because they want it to be the cheap thing. They want it to be the easy thing. They want it to be the $1 thing. It's never the screen. It's never the motherboard. It's never the thing that actually is. It's always the cable. Sorry, I'm just triggered at that. So if you replace your fan, Did you unplug your screen? If you unplug your screen and put it back in, I'm guessing that you blew a backlight fuse, something like that. I don't think it's the cable. I think it's probably a board issue or a screen, or either it's a board issue or a screen issue. So it's really, you're gonna have to find a schematic for your laptop. You're gonna have to figure out where the backlight circuit is, figure out if that's working. Are you sure you have no image? Are you sure it's not no backlight? It's harder to tell on new models. I don't know if I would open up a New Hampshire because I don't know if I want to specifically live here yet. I kind of want to, get adjusted, visit a couple of places in the area, spend some time here. And if I do want to live here, I'll consider it. If I don't want to live here, then I will move on to the next place. But I'd like to figure out where I want to be before I try to move a business with a dozen people. Where am I? Oh, he said I didn't unplug display. Actually, where'd that comment go? I didn't unplug display. Oh, I did unplug display. I look in a fuse. There you go. So you blew a backlight fuse. Ooh, the taping crap is most. It depends, because on many modern laptops, they have a current sensing circuit on backlight output. Even Apple does this now, so you really can't blow the backlight fuse. It's almost impossible to blow the backlight fuse because of the current sensing circuit that does not allow power through if it senses a short of any kind. But it's possible yours doesn't have that. Yeah, that's true, Randall, with the shitty wooden windows. How do you work from New Hampshire? I don't know. Got a computer, got the internet, got my phone that attaches to the PBX. Where are the cats? That's classified information. How easy is it to replace USB-C charging ports on the Lenovo Yoga? No clue. Is it on a flex cable? Is it soldered on the board? Never opened the Yoga before. If it's on a flex cable, easy breezy. Soldered onto the board, that's going to suck.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Nope, order pair with those surgery robots that can stitch up a grape. I think that may be outside of my budget. A lot of people who sub to show support to you in your cause, but they get the overt repetitive content. A man can only watch so many border pairs when they don't know anything. Possibly. In that subreddit, they'll say that challenges aren't good. They include valid reasons for why they aren't good. Problem is to justify using lazy schmucks. Unacceptable. Well, there's the thing with manipulation, Dr. Evil, is that there's always a little bit of truth when somebody's trying to manipulate you. They feed you a little bit of truth, and they use that truth to come to an asinine conclusion. But they say, well, oh, look, they started with a little bit of truth. So see, look, conclusion. How would changing locations change the number of jobs? I'd have the mail-in and I'd lose the walk-in. That's science. I don't mean to be rude, but shouldn't mods be responding to people's questions that may be insignificant, but a great stepping stone to open their mind? I don't know what you're talking about. Moderators don't get paid shit. They're literally free random people in chat. Have you checked out Portsmouth yet? I haven't, just because of how fucking expensive it is. Are you rich? I don't know. It depends on what you consider rich. It's very interesting because when I was 19, the people that I thought were rich are actually worth less than I am now.
Mercy.
And I was really like being, again, when I was $1,000 in debt and had no career, no job, no prospects, no money, no life, it's really easy to see somebody that had like $10,000 as rich. But thank you for your consumer advocacy. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate that. What is your idea of rich? Because I used to think, wait a second, you live by yourself? You don't have a roommate? And you don't have credit card debt? You're rich. And then you get older and I think that as you get older, your standard for what you would consider rich continues to go up and up and up. So I don't personally think I'm rich, but I'm sure that there are other people out there that would think I'm rich because I don't have personal debt. My business has some debt, but that's going to be paid off in a few months. I don't have personal debt. I have savings. I have an emergency fund. So depends on your definition of rich. Hi, Lewis. I'm from Sri Lanka. Hello, person whose name I can never pronounce. Bad leaders often use half-truths in order to justify your words. I think they use a full truth, but they just attach it to something else that sounds similar but is not true. Have you ever seen a movie named Branded? It's about propaganda and marketing and normalizing obesity for profit. No, but I really want to watch that because that sounds very anti-fat logic. I don't watch you for Board Parent itself. I watch you for your no BS rants and pay attention to typical suspected issues you talk about. Thank you, Omataku. I'm glad you joined my stream 3 hours in. I appreciate it. Okay, let me see. I'm writing that down because I actually do want to watch this Branded 2012 movie. Watch. Bada bing. Watch this when free. Okay.
Oh, sweet mercy.
If you use a track point, buy concave tip. I don't know the difference between all these tips. I like the track point that kind of feels like AstroTurf or turf on a football field, but I don't have that one on here. I have a different one. Why do you always look stoned? I don't know. It's born ugly, I guess. Not much you can do to fix that. The eBay scammers are off the charts right now. Are they? eBay's a really bad place to scam. You could scam people a lot as a buyer because you could buy a ThinkPad. You could return a brick in the box and do a claim, and you'll always get your money back. Obviously you shouldn't do that, but they always side with the buyer to the point that it's ridiculous. We are rich in knowledge thanks to you. Thank you, Michael. I don't know if I've given much good knowledge lately. Oh yeah, but somebody asked about Portsmouth. I wasn't looking there because even really, really shitty houses are $850,000. And if I wanted to move someplace where shitty houses were $850,000, I'd just live in New York City. Like, one thing that's really weird about Portsmouth, New Hampshire, besides the fact that I don't know how to pronounce it, Portsmouth,
Sweet mercy.
I don't know. That depends on what your time is worth. If your time is worth it, put it back on. If your time is not worth it, then pay someone else to do it. And if it's not worth it to have somebody else do it, then don't do it. Can you solder? Can you solder? If you can solder, maybe worthwhile as a little side project. You can consider it something that's dead, and then say, hey, if I can make this work in my spare time, I got nothing to do tonight. I gotta wait for everybody else to come home. I don't know. There's something I got 2 hours free. Let's give it a shot. Do it as that type of thing. Do you think I waste my time watching and getting worked up over U.S. political content like yours as someone from Belgium? Given that it's 1:30 in the morning, which means it's probably 6 or 7 in the morning your time, and you're here, yes, you do. Luis, you are numero uno. 1.7 means that you deserve it. Please keep continuing fighting for right to repair. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 chafes. What weed do you smoke? I do not smoke weed. Have you thought of accepting CureCoin in your repair business? 99% of the energy goes towards open source disease research. Any PC can participate. I have not, because most cryptocurrency seems like a consensual Ponzi scheme, and the value goes up and down so quickly that it's almost useless as a currency for store or anything other than immediate exchange. And also, that seems very, very. It seems like one of those things where one person's going to use it in a year, but I'm going to spend a while setting it up, where it'll be a pain in the ass for bookkeeping and everything else, and not worth it. Last one, I'll always tune in unless you go nuts from pulling out your hair from consumers. That's probably not far away. I don't know. I think I already lost enough hair.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I used to have like this. Now I have this. And then eventually I'll just have zing. What was the name of the documentary? Branded from 2012. Yeah, Branded. Sounded like a Fat Logic movie. I'm an engineer. You can use it with Windows 11. Just create 2 times USB sticks, one with Windows 10, one with 11. Swap out, install the SD. Yeah, but I don't want to hack to install a new operating system. Like, why should I have to hack around your policy that makes it difficult for me to install your operating system, you know? What do you offer? What does Windows offer? I have to pay for it and then hack? Fuck that. You plan to open another branch of your repair shop? Like, I don't know. Probably not. I don't want more branches. The branches I have are enough. I like Shure SE425s. You can find them refurbished from time to time for $99, which you really can't beat. SE425s for $99 is good. Frank Sinatra surprised by Don Rickles and Johnny Carson's. Funny minute, it should be 4 minutes long. Harvey, I'm just going to make this 100% clear. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing this live stream. I'm not watching videos on stream. That's not part of how this works. I can't watch a 4-minute video because then the people in the chat are going to start saying, why aren't you responding to me? Blah. I don't know. Some people manage to make React content work, but it's not really it's not really the what's the word I'm looking for? It's not the I should probably get some rest. It's not the style that I'm looking for this. Why are you not interested in expanding? Because I've never managed to expand a business without destroying it. And the one time I expanded this business, I added $7,000 a month to my monthly rent after spending almost 6 figures in renovation costs and buying all new equipment right before the world economy went to shit. So now I'm going to be stuck with employees that are looking at me like, hey, Lewis, inflation's up this year. Can you give me a raise? And I'm going to be looking at all of them like, hey, employees, you know how I'm spending $7,000 a month more than I used to, and we make less money now than we did in September of 2019? And that's really awkward. So every time I've tried to grow a business, something happens, either externally or internally, usually because I'm an idiot, that fucks me. So I'm not interested in doing that again. Again, I already feel horribly guilty over this. I could have given my employees all better raises and better bonuses. Thank you, Brock Ashwan. I could have given all of my employees better bonuses and better raises. Every one of them got the short end of the stick because I had like a $92,000 rent debt. And I'm paying that back. I think it's like at $40,000 or $48,000 now. I forget. But like, instead of paying that money back to my landlord, take that money and divide it by all the employees I have. I mean, you know, okay, let's say I wasn't going to give myself anything. I probably would have given myself something. So we got to take that into account. Let's just say like, I don't know, 50,000. Let's see. What does this come out to? Like, I mean, over the course of a year, I could have given everybody here an additional $4,000, you know? But because I'm a fucking idiot, I can't. And like, I'm not making more money as a result of being in this new place. I'm just not interested in. Like, I destroyed my supply company in 2011. I thought I had a really killer idea, and my killer idea took a $150,000 line of credit and turned it into minus $17,000 within 3 months. So again, sometimes I have good ideas and sometimes I don't. Doing board repair in-house when I didn't know what the fuck I was doing in the beginning, great idea. Filming it, great idea. Starting a supply company, stupid. Going in a partnership with a friend of mine to do board repair for other businesses, stupid. Opening a store on First Avenue, smart. Opening a store on 27th Street that was almost twice as much in rent, stupid. And when you do something that's stupid, you can easily cost yourself a few $100,000 each time. And it genuinely affects everything going forward. The way that I can spend money expanding, the money that I could spend on my salary, the money I could spend on my staff, everything else. It's very easy to change things and massively fuck everything up and then end up at square one. So if I were worth like $5 or $10 million, or even honestly, even if I was worth like $1.5 million, if I was worth $1.5 million, I'd probably say, you know what? Yeah, let's try this new idea here. If I lose 300K on it, who gives a fuck? But I'm not, because I'm not a great business person, and because I've made stupid financial decisions in the past. I am at a point where I need this to work. I need this business to chart its course and do its thing. I can't afford to take a big risk that ends up like, okay, let's put 100K or 80K in opening the store, and then let's say it's not going to have a lot of customers for the first 3 to 8 months, so you're just going to be paying payroll, rent, all that shit for the first few months. Like, I don't want to put 200 or 300K into a new store expansion or creating something new, only to find out that it was a bad idea, because then I sink. I don't trust myself to do it properly, and I don't have the funds to be able to fail again. Like, I was always able to kind of skate by in a little razor thin line and just kind of barely get away with it, and I feel very lucky for that. I don't have any follow-up content planned because when I posted the free PBX content, I lost over 1,200 subscribers. I also posted that content back when I only had about 14,000, so I think I wound up going from around like 14,000 to 13 or 12,000. I shit you not, I lost like 10% of my subscribers when I released that series. So on YouTube, educational content, and nobody cares. People want shit posts. They want Subway grades. They want it like man yells at cloud, man yells at Subway grade. I'm also admittedly, I'm not the best free PBX administrator. Steve could tell you why, but I'm a little embarrassed to even tell you in camera yet. Someday. But yeah, I'm not interested in expanding because I don't believe that I am at a point, like there's only, you know how they say cats have 9 lives? They may have 9 lives, but they don't have 10. I believe that I'm in that, like, I've been able to get away with doing massively stupid shit. And I've just barely skated by. And what I did is I kind of gave up some hair in my head, some what I look out under my eyes, by just putting the amount of time in that I did. You used to work in a cool studio. What was some of the coolest gear you got to use there? I never cared about synthesizers at all because I'm not a musician, but I do like the LA2A. That's an amazing sounding compressor. I love the LA2A. And any of the Pultec EQP series. They're amazing. Pultec EQP series is an amazing sounding equalizer. Nothing sounds like a Pultec. And the LA2A. What a compressor. I guess limiter is the proper thing to say, but I don't feel confident that I wouldn't fail again. And the problem is it's not even necessarily about whether you think you'll fail or not. It's about the cost of failure. And if the cost of failure is losing everything, I'm not interested in that. I have zero interest in that. Fuck that. Too much stress. Like, if I didn't have the supply company failure, I guarantee I'd have more hair. Like, I could already, I know, like, I lost, like, from here, I think from here to here was supply company, and, like, from here to here was a bunch of, like, probably Eugene and everything else, but when you do something, when you take a $150,000 line of credit and you bring that down to minus 17K within a few months because of a few bad business decisions, like, you need to work 12 to 16 hours a day for the next 3 to 5 years of your life to make up for one bad decision. And I think I'm at the point in my life where I don't want to put myself in a situation where I have to work 12 to 17 hours a day just to make it back to zero, because I did a coin flip and it wound up on the wrong side of the coin flip. I mean, you know, somebody could say that that's being a coward, and by all means, I'll accept the label. I'll happily accept the label, but I don't want to deal with that again. The free PBX series really helped me a few months back. I didn't know you had a series like that at the time. I don't know how much of it is still relevant, to be honest with you. It's 8 years old, and yeah, it's 8 years old. A lot has probably changed. Admittedly, I'm not a phone systems expert. I'm a pretend phone systems expert. I'm know just enough to be able to put together my own phone system.
Sweet mercy.
If you go to Florida, you have amazing orange juice. I've heard, but it makes up for your horrible water. The water in Orlando tasted like sludge. That was the one time we stayed at a nice hotel, because Steve and Veneer were not going to let me take them to like a fucking $60 hotel like the Link again. But yeah, we stayed at a $200 Hilton, and the water actually tasted like sludge. Anyone who asks about expansion not understand the complication of math. It's not even math. It's just I believe in my ability to fuck up gambles with large amounts of money. You have experience with Trident consoles? If so, what are your thoughts? They're pieces of shit. I fucking hate Trident consoles. Now again, there's the A. I should be clear. There's the A range and the B range. They're cool. Then there's the A to B. That's a piece of fucking shit. Let me see. Can I find that? They're different. Because again, I guess I really should have clarified that from the beginning. The Trident A-range consoles, these are impressive. Like this thing. Let's see if I can find a real picture of this and not just a module. Like this is a cool desk. This thing. Where can I get a picture of that? See this? This is cool. There we go. Is this an actual A-range or an 80B? Here we go. This is cool. What's a piece of shit is this. This is garbage. And I'll explain why in a moment. Besides the fact that the A80B is filled... Oh, that's a Toft. I don't want a Toft. Besides the fact that the Trident 80B is filled with TL072 op amps and NE5532s that are garbage, I bought repair equipment and I could use a few pointers. I'm a dropout electrical engineer. I'll be working out of my house in a huge metal barn. I have experience, tools, no customers, and ads. I have Lewis at rossmangroup.com, but do keep in mind at this point in time that email address has 5,872 unread emails because I've made it public. So you're welcome to email me. But again, I'll get back to you at the speed that I can with 5,000 something unread emails. I'm working on it. We get to them when we get to them. Sometimes I wind up responding to them 3 months later, but I usually reply. But this console is a piece of shit because it uses the same amplifier for 2 ranges on the equalizer. So let's say that you say, I forget the exact bands because admittedly it's been 15 years since I worked on this piece of garbage, and it is a piece of garbage. If you turn up the highs and then you go to turn up the mids, you're actually going to turn down the highs because it's using the same amplifier for both of them. So when you turn up one, you're actually wind up turning down another in the equalizer. Like whoever made the equalizer circuit, it is beyond stupid. It's kind of like, imagine trying to keep 2 ping pong balls down in water. Like, or even just one. Have you ever tried to keep a ping pong ball down in a bucket of water with a finger? Like try doing this. Try putting a ping pong ball, push it down, and it's impossible. It always bounces back up. And that's what it's like trying to use the equalizer on a Trident 80B. It's kind of like Neve. Neve made the 8068, 8078, 8088. Those are amazing consoles. This right here, the Neve 8088. Oh my God, this thing is... Is Evie blog here? Is Dave Jones here? This is sex on a stick. That's right, I'm going to steal it from him. This here is sex on a stick. Admittedly, I like it better when it doesn't have flying fuckers. Here they got rid of the original faders to put in flying faders, or as Ricky Began liked to call it, flying fuckers. I don't like flying fuckers on it. I think it kind of ruins the vibe. But this is a Neve 8088. This is a fucking boss console. And then what happened is they got purchased by Siemens. And then Siemens made this abortion over here, the Neve VRP. Ugh, piece of fucking shit. Inline equalizers, horrible. Mic preamps, horrible. Mixing bus, horrible. Everything about this console is shit. And the fucking maintenance cost on it is insane. It's a self-balancing equalizer. Whoever designed them must be a genius. Yeah, it sounds like some Apple before Apple's time. This thing over here, Neve VRP Legend. Yeah, Legend my cock and balls. This thing runs about... Fuck you and your cookies, you cunt. I want a picture. This is an incognito window, so I don't give a shit. So this thing over here runs about 15 to 20 degrees hotter than an SSL J9000 or a Neve 8088. It runs like a heater, so the maintenance costs on it are insane because it runs so much hotter, so stuff dies in it much more often, and it doesn't even sound good. Yeah, you get flying fuckers installed by default, again, using Ricky B. Ricky Began always called them flying fuckers instead of flying faders, but it sounds like shit. It's a bad sounding console. It's insanely expensive. That's just like $250,000 to $500,000 at the time, and it's a piece of shit. And it has God forbid you actually try to replace bus switches or anything on that. Oh my God. It's horrible. Like even Ricky Began would take 2 or 3 hours every single time he had to replace bus switches on that. And other people would just give up altogether. You see Neve VRPs everywhere with toothpicks in them. But yeah, Trident, A-range, cool console. B-range, cool console. 80B, piece of shit that has the Trident name on it. And this has been happening for over 40 years. You have a company that makes something amazing. Somebody else comes along and buys the company, uses the brand name, stamps the brand name on a piece of shit. A console that is filled with TL072s and NE5534s is trash. Before we even get to the issue of the equalizers, TL072s and NE5532s and 5534s in a high-end recording console utilized in broadcast audio, that's disgusting. You expect to see that shit in a fucking mixer that costs $400. To have that on a console that's going for $10 or $20 or $30,000 is an abortion. Whoever did that should get fucking tied up and shot. Okay, maybe not tied up and shot, but you get my point. I'm angry. You shouldn't do that. But they also managed to put an equalizer in it that when you boost one set of frequencies, it lowers another set. It's just, I swear that the 80B is like the fucking 2011 MacBook Pro of recording consoles. Anyway, rant over. It's been 14 years since I worked on that stuff, and I'm still salty. Do you know how annoying it is when you think that you've actually fixed the console, and then you realize, wait a second, it must be broken. There's no way an equalizer could possibly sound that bad. And then you spend 20 minutes working on it again, only to realize that every single channel does it, and then you realize it's just a really shitty console. Ugh, 80B. Peh. Kevin Bergman with the same spam for 2 hours. Copying and pasting the same shit for 2 hours. All right. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but because you've been copying and pasting the same shit for 2 hours, I ban you. I don't want an NPC in here.
Sweet mercy.
If you go to Florida, stay north of Gainesville unless you are going on vacation to the Keys. Why? What's wrong with Gainesville? Reduce taxes. Oh, never mind. You're just copying and pasting the same shit. Bye-bye. NPC. All great businessmen know that risk is a part of the game. If you never dare to try new things or worry about losing what you have, you never win. Yeah, I may never win again, but I got my ass kicked too many times. I learned my lesson. I did not pressure him, you stupid dumb cunt, and now now you're just trolling. Get the fuck out of here. I didn't pressure jack shit. You can suck my balls and die, you cunt.
Sweet mercy.
But have a good day. What brand of monitors were used? Any ATCs? I've seen ATC 50s, but the only time I ever saw those were in a private studio, and those were only used to impress and deafen clients when they wanted to be deafened. They were never used for mixing. They were always used to deafen the hip-hop clients that wanted to hear their music at full blast. Avatar had big reds, which I think is the Lansing 604E, and at the other, what was it? The other ones were NS10s. Oh, by the way, no NS10s at Avatar Studios ever matched. Every single set of NS10s at Avatar sounded different. Somebody measured it, and there's actually like 8 or 9 dB variance in the frequency response between one and another. It's ridiculous. There's no such thing as a set of NS10s that sound the same as another. If that's the case, have an email load. Any foreseeable future of doing your classes again? I know you're still looking for a teacher. Are you still looking to fill that position? If so, I'm interested. No, I gave up on that idea entirely. I gave up on that idea, Ace Bateman. I gave up on the idea of the free classes from the nonprofit. If it takes that much effort to get interest when I'm like offering people $300 to $400 for a 2-hour session to be a teacher, it's just not. It wasn't a good idea. Gainesville is inclusive. Sorry, I don't understand. What are you apologizing for, and what do you mean by inclusive? I'm very confused right now. I don't understand what that comment means. I'm sorry. To be fair, everyone forced their employees to be vaccinated in New York. I don't think Lewis required it. That is correct. I told everybody that I got it. Here's why I got it, and you do you. So the person that made that comment can eat shit and die for all I care, and fuck them. And in the words of the guy from The Iceman, who is it? Fuck you, and fuck your family. Those NS10s sucked, but I've recorded on an Eve many times. Yeah, they did. The thing with NS10s that bothers me is that people who use them, they don't have any understanding of the fact that in 2007 or 2017 or 2022, that there's no such thing as one set of NS10s that even sounds remotely the same as another. And if you actually do the frequency response measurements, you'll see, like, they're so far off, it's ridiculous. None of them sound the same. They all sound radically different. Because you're using, like, drivers from 30 or 40 years ago. Let's see. How much is your business extended repairs beyond MacBooks, laptops? We do data recovery. Can it not be profitable to repair a wider array of electronics? Not really, because most people expect the turnaround time to be 1 or 2 days, and if it's not 1 or 2 days, they start getting mad and bitching and calling and crying and screaming and roaring. So you need to be specialized to some extent so that you can really get shit in and out in a very short period of time. And in order to do that, you also need to know what the common faults in those devices are. So to be a general repair shop for everything is really difficult because people have an Amazon Prime expectation of everything. The second is that all the devices I work on require this fucked up ass supply chain in order to actually get access to anything. So, for instance, with the A13 69 MacBook Air, it took me 3 years of searching to find somebody to sell me screens. Now, why was that worth it? Because once I bought those 400 or 600 screens for $70, I knew that we could charge $300 to $400 to do the repair and make good money, even though there were some screens in that box that didn't work and I wire transferred the money and I know I'm never getting the money back for them. There was enough profit from the others to cover the risk from the ones that didn't work. And it was also worth it to me because I knew that if I finally found a source for those damn screens, that there'd be $200 to $300 in profit a job. It was worth it for me to put 3 years of my life into looking for a source. And I had them before anybody else did. I had them before Screen Country. I had them before Bliss. I had them before Y'allstore. I had them before Vivo Technology. I had those screens before anybody else. It took me 3 years to find the fucking part. Now, why does that make sense? Because I exclusively work on that product and I'm going to be working on them for the next 10 years. If you have a one-off product, does it make sense in a non-right to repair world, in a world where no manufacturer cares about right to repair, for me to spend 3 hours scouring the depths of the earth to find the part for that one device that I will fix once off? Not really. Now, in a more right to repair friendly world, repairing everything may make sense. In a world where it can take me 2 years to find the schematic, 3 years to find a single part, it makes no sense to offer a wide variety of repair services. I'm going to invest so much time in trying to get around the manufacturer fuckery to be able to do what I actually need to do that I'm going to wind up spending $2,000 or $4,000 of my own time to do a repair for you where I make a net profit of $50. I don't miss Eugene Harrington, Joe. I don't miss him at all. Are audiophile cables BS? Yes, they are. It's absolute junk. You're not listening. You're not hearing the difference between I have Vandersteen Model 3A speakers at home. I shit you not. I use lamp cord. I got them for like $1,800 speakers because I got them used. Nice amplifier, lamp cord. You're never going to hear the difference in an ABX test. Here's the thing. Audiophile anything is not a scam. If you can hear the difference in an ABX blind listening test, then it is real. If you cannot hear the difference in an ABX blind listening test at least 12 out of 16 times, you're getting bullshitted. Because there are things that make sense. I like high-end speakers. I can tell the difference. I like having acoustic treatment in a room. I can hear the difference. I like listening to a FLAC file instead of a 96K MP3. I can hear the difference. But if I can't hear the difference, I'm not wasting money on it. What advice would you give to someone looking for a change after 18 years and whose experience are being underutilized and would be underpaid for elsewhere? Well, there's two things there. The first is, do you have enough money that you can seek purpose over money at this point in time? Do you have the luxury of being able to do that? If you do, seek something else. But secondly, I would want to challenge that mindset that you have, which is, in order to do what I'm good at or what I like with my life, I have to make less money. I make more money doing the things that I like doing than any of the things I didn't. It was never a choice for me of like, I hate Modell's sporting goods, but at least it pays. Or I hate 3P delivery, but at least I get paid. No, I didn't. I got $6 to $12 an hour. When I started doing what I enjoyed doing, what I liked doing, what I found purpose in doing, that was when I started making, $400 a week, $800 a week, $1,000 a week, $1,200 a week, $1,500 a week. My salary went up when I actually started doing what I like, what I was supposed to be doing, and what I had purpose in doing. There's this myth, and I really do believe this is a myth, that in order to do something where you feel a sense of purpose and value, like your skills are actually being utilized, that you need to take a pay cut. And I think people tell themselves that because how do I put this? It feeds this false sense of pride or ego, or there's a word I'm looking for and I'm forgetting it, and it's driving me nuts. But there's a specific word for this. But like it's not stroking somebody's ego, but it's I think it feeds into this just kind of weird sense of pride. And I don't think it makes any sense to do that. Like, I understand why people do that because it allows them to have an explanation as to why they're not pursuing what they love doing. It gives them an easy way out. Like before, like when I talked about my business failures and all that, I don't think I'm giving myself an easy way out. I think that way because I actually have had the experience of losing hair, losing sleep, losing my mind, and losing hundreds of thousands of dollars of other people's money when I do stupid things. But even before I did that, I remember giving myself a lot of excuses to not try and do something else or move forward. You don't necessarily have to make money simply because you do something you enjoy. Bye-bye, you cunt.
Sweet mercy.
Not you, the other fuckface that was just copying and pasting spam. In Australia, instead of right to repair, we have strong refund policy legislation. Any products and services could right to repair become better if other legislation in other areas are better. I think that they're separate. I think having that type of stuff is separate than I'm more excited about a strong right to repair than I am a really strong refund policy, because right to repair is something that can be implemented without actually increasing prices of anything. Having a longer refund policy eventually ends up trickling down into the price of the product being higher to cover the extended warranty period, Whereas a right to repair, I don't see how taking something that literally already exists and just sharing that thing that already exists increases the price of the product in any way, shape, or form. I lost having a clinic, but I'm still my own independent doctor. My overhead is malpractice insurance. I do telemed on my own across the USA because of COVID. I have to be my own boss. Do you enjoy it? Hope you enjoy it. Most of the time, audiophile uses a catch or hook word. You don't really want super quality silver alloy, whatever the hell, wires or double shielding. Again, I would say ABX blind test. If you can ABX blind test and figure out and you can actually hear a difference, then there's a debate that we can have over whether or not what it is you're debating is worth money. If you cannot hear the difference in an ABX blind test, then get the fuck out of here. Just don't waste your money. Welcome to the world of 1 to set 1.7 million communication, Giuseppe. That is life. Also, I'm firing the mods. How the hell did that guy manage to spam for an hour? He spammed for an hour. Get out of New York now that non-citizens can vote in elections. Should I tell him? Should I tell him? Also, thank you for the $50. That's more than I deserve. Maybe I shouldn't tell him.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I can't read that because I'm away from my desk. Don't donate when I'm away from my desk. I can't see it. No. I feel bad. You kind of got screwed there. Alright. Plug this in. Yeah, that's not New York City out there. I'll leave. Do you feel there's a difference in sound when working through a console versus music mixed and mastered digitally? Not really. I think the difference is in how people wind up working when they have a console and everything in front of me in that environment working versus working on a tiny screen with a mouse and a keyboard in there. Like there's a different vibe that comes to it, and I think that was what the difference in the sound is. I don't think the difference isn't like, when people get these summing boxes, I don't think that's what it is. I think the sound is when you're sitting in Studio A of Avatar Studios with a Neve 8088 in front of you and a beautiful live room in front of you, and you're at a real studio and all the shit is right here and you have the equipment next to you versus a fucking tiny little plug-in window on a shitty monitor where like everything is constrained, and God forbid any of these fucking plugins when you're using Windows actually have working scaling, which they never do. It's a totally different experience, and I think the experience is what makes you make different decisions versus the sound actually being genuinely different to a large degree. But I could be wrong. I'm in somebody else's home. I broke in. How do you handle being a legend? I'm not a legend, I'm a bum. Have you thought about opening a location in South New Hampshire? I don't know. Most of these areas seem kind of dead, to be honest with you, Kevin. It would have to be mail-in only. But I'm not really thinking about bringing a business here just yet. I want to see if I'd want to live here first. Linus at LTT looking for audiophiles to work with on something like finding out what's actually relevant and what's a scam in audiophile tech. There was an audiophile SSD posted a few weeks ago, which was clearly a scam. I think you should work with Dave Jones on that. Dave Jones is a much better demeanor than I do. He's much better when it comes to electronics. But above all, what I like about Dave Jones is that he already has videos going over audiophile bullshit. Let's see. Audiophile EV blog. Yeah, he has some videos on this. I think he'd be a really good person for Linus to reach out to. Okay, and when I'm in incognito, it plays ads, but like you get the idea. Low noise, audiophile, memory card, audiophile, audio foolery. Dave Jones has some good shit when it comes to debunking crap like that. I think that Linus's audience would be well served by having Dave Jones to collaborate on such things, and I think that it would his person. Yes, hear that? Welcome to the EV blog. I'm your host, Paul Daniels. See? Paul Daniels. Paul Daniels. I'm your host, Paul Daniels. Sweet mercy. Oh, sweet mercy. Let's see. Vanity, that's the word I was thinking of. Not patting yourself on the back, it's vanity. Appealing to someone's vanity. Oh, you know, I could do that, but I would lose money if I did it, which is why I do this. It's like, no, it's not. You just don't, you don't want to try. So you tell your, have you had any thoughts about your conversation with Dan about a week ago on Destiny Stream? Well, the problem with that is when it comes to doing repair videos by like grabbing 30 items and doing the clickbaity thumbnail, like I grabbed 50 PlayStation 5s, can I fix them all? I think the problem with that is that maybe it's just because I've gotten up to like 30 or 40,000 repair tickets at my own business, but I don't think I'd be excited about it. And I think I'd have to fake the excitement. And I think that the fake excitement that I would have to have in order to find doing those videos fun on a regular basis would shine through to the audience, and they would see that, and they would see it as fake garbage, and they don't think that those videos would do well. I don't even think it was the repair video in and of itself that people found interesting. I think what they found interesting was sharing in my excitement. And I think once I got to like 620 or 630 repair videos and about 300 live stream repairs, I think I lost that. What is ABX? So ABX is when A is the Sony amplifier, B is the Yamaha amplifier, and X is, you got to guess. So if you can tell the difference between the Sony and the Yamaha amplifier, when you hit X, you should be able to hear it immediately. But if you can't tell the difference, then you're going to get it wrong. I appreciate your work, long-time lurker. How do you usually handle customers who try to give you grief about how long it may take for a repair? Honestly, I just send them to Sonny. Listen, this is the time frame, and this is what. The first thing I usually do is I explain why the time frame. Here's 3 things. The first thing I do is if I believe that there's going to be bitching, I say it up front. Or, oh man, you're not going to like me. This is going to suck. So unfortunately for this, you'd be looking at about 4 or 5 days. So instead of just saying 4 or 5 days, I lead with this is going to suck. So I already got them in that place. So I've complained for them. So for them to complain again, it makes them seem pedantic and redundant. So second thing I do is I explain why. And the third thing I do is I send them to Sonny. There's too much business out there in the world to take people who are going to be assholes. The proper thing to do is refer them to your ex-employee who opened a business 4 blocks away, which we do on a regular basis. Why would you seek money over purpose? That's the thing. You can have both. I think a lot of people can have both. Okay, I'm behind by 8 minutes. Have you figured out how to replace M1 Maxes yet? I don't replace the things. I fix them. YouTube adverting through your stream, lol. Good. I'll take it. I'll take it. Take that orange juice money.
Oh, sweet mercy.
How about paid classes? 3rd year, DOE. I know about logic gates, Ohm's laws, etc. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself knowing I'm damn good at fixing stuff. As how viable do you think I'll be if I specialized in graphics card, consoles, Android phones repair? Android phones, I don't... Okay, this is purely me speaking from my own, out of my ass here and giving my own opinion. Android phones, not really. Consoles, too cheap. Graphics cards, maybe, but I don't know where you're going to find the chips and everything. I would focus on something where it's a little bit more high end. Because again, like if somebody has like an Android phone that's like $300 and it's glued together, how much is there going to be for you to do open? How much money is there? How much profit margin? You forgot to read my last message. I didn't forget to read your last message. You submitted a message while I was up. And since you didn't tell me what it is, now I'm never going to be able to read it. So yeah, I don't know how to find it. Harvey, you caused me some heartache, Harvey. Let's see. If I hit Control F and I type Harvey Wiseman, do I see it? I'm going to type Control F and type Harvey. And I don't see it. Okay. You're going to make me fish. I'm going to fish. Let's see. Where did I find this? Don't type messages when I get up. Do you like Tascam mixers? I've never tried one. If you like high-spy speakers, look into Technics. I'm a Vandersteen fanboy. Good night, bon nit, buena notte, buenas noches, buon night, gut nacht, dubertag, squiggly things, K thing, squiggly thing with a C. I thank you. I understand the vanity. Perhaps it's comfort and fear to lose what they've accomplished if I took my trade to my own business. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy when people say, I would want to follow my dream, but I can't because I'll lose money. I always think that's a way of them kind of giving themselves an out for not trying it. Do you browse G? I try to avoid browsing 4chan. I browsed 4chan in the mid-2000s when I was a teenager, and I was looking for edgy stuff to post in IRC to make people mad. But that was when I was like 13 or 14 years old and being a dumbass. And like other people would post stupid 4chan shit in there. But I don't browse it now. And usually when I browse it now, my name gets mentioned in /poll, where they'll talk about how I should be shot. And I just try to avoid browsing that part of the internet. One of the downsides of becoming famous on the internet is when people start talking about you on 4chan. I don't play a musical instrument. I don't have any room for masonry at my business unless you could build a MacBook out of stone. If you could build a MacBook out of stone, honestly, I think it would work better than the original MacBook, but I'm open to it. Thanks for the insights into the world of third-party repair and into the social society. New York City and the very interesting over the last few years. That's one way to consider New York City. Thank you. But get yourself some other sources on those particular topics, Martin. I would suggest watching somebody called Destiny. You may find some interesting things in that channel if that's what you're into. I have not thought about opening a store in your apartment. You reject to fix my device, and I understand because I'm in Europe. Thank you. I'm just trying to save you from the package getting lost. Because I got so sick and tired of like all these packages getting lost. There's only so many times that a package can get lost for 4 or 6 months going to Europe before I just say I give up. I know you said you don't do it as much because it usually costs a ton and doesn't make much sense, but could I pay to have 64 gigabytes of RAM upgrade and 2019 Mac Pro 16-inch if I paid up for an estimated cost? I don't have the chips, I'll be honest with you. I got a sample spool of 1,000 chips for the 16 and 32 gigabyte, no, 16 gigabyte RAM upgrade, and nobody used it. So I'd have to, in order to make that worthwhile, there's usually a 16-week lead time for me to get the chips directly from like a vendor like Arrow or Phoenix or the other one I'm thinking of, but I forgot because I have something else to read. IRC is the place to be. Somebody forgot it and experienced it. I miss IRC. Much more interesting than Discord. Maybe just because I was younger and the internet was new back then. Yes. So the first issue there was I got Micron chips from Arrow. I got a spool of 1,000 chips. All these people said I'd love to pay for RAM upgrades, and then they never actually sent it in, which is why you can't trust people on what they say. You got to trust them what they're willing to spend. So I'd probably have to buy 1,000 chips in order to actually get real ones, not some bullshit that got pulled off of somebody else's board. I don't know if 64 gigs is offered. They actually go up to that. I think they only go up to 32, but I got to look that up. But mainly, I don't I'd have to order about 1,000 chips. And since I already did that once and got burned, I'm never doing it again. Yeah, with Europe, I feel bad. I want to be able to fix them. It's just so much shit gets lost. I'd rather you just send it to somebody like the coder. Like if you're in Europe here, use this guy. Let me find him. Let's see. Where is this dude? If you're in Europe, just like use this dude. You're going to save money. You're going to save hassle. And it's going to be better for you all around. Let's see. Where is this guy? I don't know how to spell his YouTube name. The Coder. Okay, here we go. This dude. So you're going to find this dude. Ready?
Hello everyone.
This guy.
To another repair video.
Here,
So today
this
I'm
guy.
doing
If you're, like he does all the same shit I do. He has all the same equipment I do. He has the same philosophy I do. And you're not going to be waiting weeks or months when your stuff is stuck in customs. By all means, check out this guy.
Mercy.
Have you ever done psychedelics? If not, would you consider it? Probably not. I don't need any more drugs. My mind is fucked up enough as it is. I don't think I want to fuck it up more by putting other crazy shit in me. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, I'm going to link you. So this is for Pedro. Pedro Paulo Amarim. I'm going to link you. And best of luck getting a device fixed by him. You will, again, you will save money on shipping. You will save time. You will save hassle. And you will save heartache. Sending fighter jet. What? Do you think it's a coincidence that Apple has become more pro right to repair after they've replaced all their laptops with 100% soldered main components? I don't think that they're pro right to repair. What evidence do you have that they're pro right to repair? If they come up with an IRP program that's virtually useless for repair shops that doesn't offer us anything we need, or the fact that they announced that within 1 year's time they will come out with a program that's very similar to the IRP program that's based on the IRP program that's directed towards consumers. Take my $4 of underpriced advice buying Kappa. What's Kappa? Besides Macintosh, not that I can't or won't, I just hate shittily designed hardware. What electronics should I seek out to repair profitable? I'm not afraid of trying something difficult. Honestly, liquid damage MacBooks. Listen, liquid damage MacBooks is such a thing that even Paul Daniels in Australia, he lives in a town. He's not like the main part, the cool part, like Cindy or Brisbane or anything. He lives in a town that has like 5 people, 3 alligators, and a coconut. And he still gets business, hand over fist. If Paul Daniels in a town of 2 alligators, 1 kangaroo, a coconut, a cat, his wife, and himself can make a living off of MacBook repair, doing liquid damage MacBook repair, then I think you may be able to as well. Granted, it's becoming a little bit of a crowded market. However, these new machines that they're coming out with, they still get liquid damage. They have not fixed that, and they are selling more MacBooks today than at many times in the past. So I would try out with that. Practice your skill set on a piece of shit, though. Like, get your skills up on an Acer 5517. That is true. I mean, honestly, I am as well. I'm very pro my bank account. I always focus on what I can do to bring my business's bank account up. But I try to do that by providing value to society rather than removing it. Like, get an Acer 5517 that works. Get 2 or 3. Take a chip off, and then put it back on. Let's just test your soldering skills. Does it still work? Can you take a chip off the board and then put it back on and have the machine actually work? Do you not make it worse? Okay. Now continue doing that with more difficult to remove or reball or chips. Just get an idea of your soldering. Then buy some pieces of shit and practice on it. Then from there, we can consider working on MacBooks and everything else. But that's what I would say to do. Again, if Paul Daniels can make a living doing something in the literal middle of nowhere, then I'm confident that you can as well. I can't tell you what server I was on in IRC. It was a privately run server. Brock is low quality trolling. Very low quality trolling. I do not repair SSDs, but I will do data recovery on it. That low quality trolling right there. Brock mad. Kappa equals last statement was sarcastic. What the fuck does Kappa have to do with that? That makes no sense.
Oh, sweet mercy.
My god, people get stupider as time goes on. Do you have RAM chips for sale on your site? I can't find them. No. I don't even know where that fucking spool is. I'll be honest with you. I literally don't even know where that spool is. I probably lost it in the move. I gotta ask Paul. I really don't know where that spool is. But yeah, I gave up on it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's sitting in the basement somewhere. My MacBook is tracking me. Is it? Thank you for hours of entertainment. Thank you for being kind enough to actually call what I'm doing here entertainment. What is this stream about? It's about my protest of excessive punctuation. You only need one question mark, not 7. I preferred IRSSI Nuts Network. IRSSI was always my jam. I wasn't really a fan of... And XChat, before they fucked up with the new version. XChat on Windows, IRSSI when I was SSHing into another machine. I already did that, Tarmic. No need to go again. That's it. Man. IRC, you can't add it. Again, that's a big part of it, Combo 187. The one thing that sucked is that you can't reconnect. You'd have to have a shell. Like, all the cool kids actually had credit cards so that they could pay for a shell somewhere so that, you know, they could relog back in and read the history, whereas poor dumb schmucks that had to close the machine or turn it off would miss what was in chat. Remember leaving your computer on and not putting it to sleep and wasting electricity just so that you would see IRC chat history? Do you remember those days? I remember those days. Oh man, those were fun times. I use Ubuntu because I'm a noob, Suda. Because after 12 years of Gentoo, I never want to do that again. What do you think of retro computing?
Oh, sweet mercy.
Do you happen to know why I see Toshiba hard drives so often in my repair shop? Because they're common? I don't think Toshiba makes bad drives. I think they make quality drives. This is not a comfortable, this is not a custom microphone. This is a DPA 4066. And I wear it until I get to the end of the chat. You can buy them used. Don't buy it new. 700 is too much. But 40 to 80 bucks is fine. Sometimes you'll find them for 170 or so. You just got to solder your own plug onto it. Crocodiles, not alligators. Same difference. Someone from New York tried calling me 30 minutes ago. No fucking way. No way. You're memeing. There's no way that's actually happening. Paul effing Daniels, my friend. Paul effing Daniels, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, I was just talking about how people should, about your business and how people could mimic it by offering similar services to what you offer, Paul. And when they offer those services, they can make some money. Figure if in a town somebody can do it in a town of 4 people, then why can't other people do the same thing? Which window? Where's my window? Oh, it disappeared. Holy crap! I'm almost at orange juice, and I haven't taken a piss yet. Holy shit! Paul S is here. Whoa, Paul S, how is your? I think the HVAC industry is not in the same position as ours. They need it too. There was an HVAC technician that actually showed up in 2019, I believe. It was an anti-HVAC person. An anti-HVAC right to repair person. If you had to be any animal that
sweet
wasn't a human,
mercy.
which animal would you pick? I pick an animal cracker because I want to be able to eat myself and it to be tasty. So if I had to be anything that wasn't a human, I'd choose an animal cracker. Do you still have ram chips? I have no idea. That's the question for Paul S. I got a spool of about 100 or 1,000 ram chips like 4 years ago, and I never used it because no customer ever wanted to pay for it. What year MacBook Pro are they compatible with? I believe 2016 and 17. I'm not sure if 18 and 19. If I brought a RAM module with me, would you desolder the chips from there and solder them to a MacBook Pro? No, because that's 99% chance not going to work because they may not be compatible. And when it's not compatible, then you're going to be mad at me when they die. Also, it takes a lot of time to reball those chips. Reballing is a pain in the ass, and I likely don't have a stencil that fits it. So you'd have to reball it by hand, which means taking 96 little balls and creating them and manually soldering them. If you don't, I don't think that that's a good idea. But I will actually refer that to Paul S. Paul S. just entered the chat, and when somebody asks something like that, he's literally the first person that I think of to go to and have do the repair. I remove Windows on my laptop just to add Windows to my house. Well-insulated Windows, might I add. Thank you, Dr. Strangelove, for the kind words. I think Paul S. ran away when I referred him that job. Paul S. is officially gone now. Aaron Wickcombe
Sweet mercy.
with the salt. I feel people growing up now have less interest in understanding how basic tech works. That makes me sad. I don't think they have less interest in understanding how it works. I just think they have less role models and figures demonstrating it to them. I mean, really, I think people were more open to even just some basic stuff like, having your 16-year-old son help you out while on the weekend while you were fixing a car in the garage and just showing him around some things while he was doing it, over to a world where it's like, don't let little Timmy near that, he may hurt himself. I think it's a cultural shift that I don't really think it's all on the kids so much as it is on us as well. What are your thoughts on the major cyber attack on the Ukrainian government, which is going on now? Let's take a look. Cyber attack, Ukraine. I'm confident that Russia's not behind it because they would never do something like that. Let's see. What can I trust? Who can I trust here? New York Times, maybe. Washington Post, maybe. Atlantic Council, maybe. The Hill, fuck no. Reuters, yeah, that's old.
Sweet mercy.
Last one, you motivated me going to record everything I do on YouTube and prove to you and me I'm capable. And you don't got to prove to me I know you're capable. It's just whether you choose to do it. And the capo was that I was paying you for advice that you should be charging more for. Kappa is multi-use like fuck. Good night. Is Kappa like PogChamp? And thank you. Remember the advice. Start with something basic. Acer 5517, fucked up old cheap shit. Get a working one. Get a couple of working ones. Desolder something, put it back on. You know how to solder a resistor. Take off a QFN, put it back on. Does it still turn on? You know how to solder a QFN. If you don't, well now you know what you fucked up. And now you know what you got to look at to fix. Keep doing that. Buy an old MacBook, then buy a newer MacBook. Slowly ease your way into it with used cheap shit, and then start offering it as a service. Again, if Paul Daniels can do it, then anybody can. Do you listen to the voicemail on your number? Oh, God. Oh, no, I know who did that call now. Oh, jeez. Who did that call? I think Paul S. is prank calling Paul D. Do you run Linux? I do. What do you use to reduce power consumption? I don't. Because I use Linux, I don't have the ability to switch between the Intel GPU and the NVIDIA GPU without rebooting, so I always run the NVIDIA GPU, which is a waste of processing power. But welcome to Linux, where everything is a beta. But that's a big problem. That's mostly NVIDIA being cunts with their drivers. What do Russia's cyber attacks mean for Ukraine crisis? U.S., European, and Russian negotiators are meeting this week to discuss the security crisis over Ukraine and the steady buildup of Russian troops along the Ukraine border. The United States and its European allies have threatened to impose additional sanctions on Russia if President Vladimir Putin invades its neighbor. But while satellite photos in recent months show clear evidence of troop movements, Russia appears to be taking other moves against Ukraine. In December, Russia reportedly stepped up cyber intrusions into Ukraine infrastructure, including government agencies in the energy sector. In response, the United States and Britain have dispatched teams to help shore up Ukraine's cyber defenses. Is this cyber attack a signal that Russia is engaging in cyber prep to get ready for an invasion? In cyberspace, N/R on the ground. Some commentators warn all physical kinetic military action in Eastern Europe will be preceded by a cyber pulse. Oh, and that links to the hill. That's interesting. Kappa is a Smash Bros. Meme. I never played that. I was more of a Crash Bash person. I had a PlayStation. My dad went to school for soldering and made me sit down many times growing up with his old soldering iron and mess around, fixing controllers I broke. That's the thing. That's what's missing nowadays. People that are willing to sit down with their kids and actively engage them and involve them in the process of repair. Like, if you're that person that's fixing your car in your garage and you ask your 13 or your 16-year-old son, like, hey, can you grab the toolkit for me? Can you grab this thing while you're under the car? And then, like, that's where the kid has a chance to go, oh, but by the way, what are you doing? And what's that for? Like, that's how the natural curiosity gets engaged. But it doesn't if you never engage with your kids in that way. And following, since hearing a parallel monologue on the parallels between socialism and Apple's ecosystem and fanboyism. Lots changed in 2014. Do you think replaceable batteries, micro SD cards will ever come back to phones? Or is it a lethal dose of Apple Kool-Aid? I think it's a lethal dose because you're at a point right now where I'll read on forums. To be clear, Right to Repair does not mandate removable batteries, nor does it mandate micro SD card slots. But I'll read stuff like, I would be for Right to Repair, but not if it requires a removable battery. And it's just really weird to me that somebody would actually be so mad. Like, I'm not even asking for Right to Repair to have that, but how would this phone having a removable battery make your life worse? Like, explain to me how the value of this device is decreased when you're able to replace your battery easily rather than difficult. Once we're at a point where we are now, where the mainstream consensus among lots of ordinary people is, I want my device to be harder to repair. Bang me in the ass harder, daddy. I want it. Don't let me replace the battery on my own product. That's where I believe that we're truly fucked. And that's, when it's not even that people want something, but we've managed to get to a level of brainwashing where people actually believe that it's good that your device is less repairable so that it can be slightly more of a fashion statement. And when you look at phones like the HTC Sensation 4G, they're not even that ugly. Like, it's HTC Sensation 4G. And these phones had removable batteries. I thought they were pretty sexy for the time. Take a look at this. Like the back, look at the back of this fucking phone. This thing's gorgeous. Come on, Comcast. Come on, Comcast. Look at this. That's sleek. This phone's 11 years old. Look at this. That's sleek. I think this is sexy. What's wrong with this back of this phone? Like, is this really that bad? Would you die if you were forced to use a phone that looked like this today? Come on. Like, it's sleek as hell for a phone that's 11 years old. And there's tons of devices with a removable battery that had a premium feeling back and everything else. But people are so into you having a device as a fashion statement that they are really willing to give up basic tenets of repairability. And I also think it's kind of short-sighted because they're saying, listen, I don't care about a removable battery. You will when it dies. You will when you start to get shit of your life, and instead of just going boop, boop, you have to say, I'll deal with it because I don't want to go to a repair shop, or I'll deal with it because I don't want to spend an hour heat gunning my fucking phone to get it off, only to crack the back of it because I don't have experience dealing with all the damn adhesive. Like, what makes this screwed is the fact that so many people have accepted this. What does good old Reuters say? Ukraine's state security service said on Tuesday it prevented a large-scale cyber attack by Russian hackers targeting classified government data. The SBU said the aim was to get access to classified data, the highest institutions of state power of Ukraine, and accused the Russian Federal Security Service of being behind the hackers who said it carried out the attack. Kiev has previously accused Moscow of orchestrating large cyber attacks as part of a hybrid war against Ukraine, but Russia denies this. He said, she said. The FSB did not immediately comment. I have no comment on this. Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's like, do you have evidence or proof? Or is it one of those things where like you have somebody who threatens you and then a week later you see that your bunny rabbit is boiled in a pot and then you assume that the person who threatened you did it? I know. I thought the Acer Liquid A1, the very first Android phone, was the sexiest thing ever, just overcharged, overheated, and died. What is that? Acer Liquid A1. This looks ugly as shit. Are you kidding me? Ugh. I don't know. If it was repairable and a good device, I'd maybe take it, but I hate the way the screens looked back then. They were such pieces of shit. The screens, like the one thing that I liked about the Samsung, what got me hooked on Samsung phones back then, with the Samsung Galaxy S4G, that was the first phone that I had where the screen wasn't a piece of shit with horrible black levels. The black levels were really, they weren't washed out at all. Samsung Galaxy S4G, I remember this phone. I got this at the end of 2010. Yeah, this phone was the shit. Look at this. It was going for $25. You gotta be kidding me. This phone was freaking amazing at the time. Oh, and it had a bezel. Look at that freaking bezel. I love that bezel. Give me more bezel. Ugh! You could drop that phone without a case on and you were just fine. The idea that you could drop a phone without a case on, that's beautiful. NVIDIA Optimus lets you switch workloads between the dedicated GPU and Intel to save. Yeah. You think that works right in Linux. That's adorable. You think NVIDIA Optimus works properly in Linux. That's that's adorable. That's adorable. And you don't have to set up SCSI emulation in 2001 to get K3B to be able to burn CDs. That's cute. Oh man, you're assuming Linux works. You're assuming NVIDIA actually makes proper drivers for Linux. Lol. They used to have this thing called Bumblebee, but that was such a giant fail. Like the amount of work that you're going to do to set that up and actually get it to work properly in all the different applications. With the amount of work you're going to put into that, you might as well just pedal a generator that you plug into your computer to charge it when you're on the go. You'll literally use less energy that way. Thoughts on manufacturers removing SIM card slots. What's the purpose of that? I don't mind batteries not having a quick change slot as long as the phone is a mid-frame and isn't glued together, etc. Yeah, but so many of them are. So many of them are. And again, at the end of the day, it's not really even needed to make a sleek device. Like devices were getting sleeker in 2011, 15, 16, 17, 18 without having to fucking glue everything together. And you had liquid resistance before that too. The Samsung S5 is pretty liquid resistant. I have no idea if an iPhone is going to have an in-screen fingerprint reader. I'm not one of those people that follows Apple rumors or knows anything about Apple rumors. I don't know jack shit about Apple rumors. Like, I really don't have any idea. I have no way to answer that. What are you calling a RAM module? A DIMM or a SO-DIMM? If so, no. The newer MacBooks have 4 RAM chips in the board to make up the 8 or 16. DIMMs have much more in different size. I'm doing exactly as you because I do not want to mess with NVIDIA Optimus. Exactly. You don't want to install Bumblebee, do you? Of course you don't want to install Bumblebee. Because your time is value. Samsung's Galaxy S5 cannot handle being hit against the human knee. Mine bent like a floppy pancake. Man, if I dropped my S5 on my knee, I'd probably have a bent knee. Thanks for covering news in Ukraine. I don't think I covered it. I think I read an article and had nothing to say about it because I'm clueless when it comes to those matters of foreign policy. What laptop with removable battery would you recommend? I'm using a T480 and I love PowerBridge. I believe Lenovo started taking out the removable battery on some of them recently. I don't know. I mean, honestly, you have the framework, but even the framework, the battery is inside the machine, so you have to open it if you want to be able to swap the battery. So I don't know where you go if you want a removable battery. I don't know what to recommend. How do you feel about smart glasses and AR computing? I don't care about it at all, to be honest with you. I don't know what AR computing is. And smart glasses, again, I mean, didn't Sergey, wasn't he wearing those in the subway like 6 years ago and like nothing ever really came of it? I don't want to wear something right by my eye that people are going to want to steal. I don't know. But mainly AR computing appears to be a shop in the United Kingdom. AR computing is at 8 Friday Street, Minehead TA24 5UA, United Kingdom. That's adorable. Your zip codes have letters in them. That's cray-cray. What a strange world. Strange world outside of America, I tell you what. What time is it there right now? Time for less punctuation. Mofo, you only need one question mark. Congrats on the milestone. Thank you. Why does a phone need a 3 GHz CPU? So that you can run applications that are coded more poorly with each passing year. NVIDIA does provide a closed source driver for Lion Linux, and it sucks. I am not a purist Linux lover. This proprietary driver from NVIDIA is fine. It sucks. It's crappier. It's crappier. I use it, but it sucks. You guys are savages, Johnny Nugent.
Sweet mercy.
Johnny Nugent, you guys are savages. AR computing equals augmented reality. Oh, yeah, I don't really care about augmented reality. It's one of those things that you're supposed to be excited about, but everybody's excited about it, I think, because they think everybody else thinks that they're supposed to be excited about it. But at the end of the day, most normal, average, everyday people seem to have no interest in it. They'll try it once for 20 seconds and go, okay, that's cool, and go on to just living their lives with something else. There isn't really a use case that I've seen that's really exciting for it. I've heard people talk about VR porn, but even with porn, at the end of the day, like, I don't know. It's kind of like the video phone. Like in 1964 or 66, AT&T was bragging about how we're only a year or two away from the video phone. And it took them 50 years to get it. And then when we finally got the video phone, most people honestly didn't really even care. I never use a video phone. Like when I have my phone on, I don't want to fucking look at you. If I'm walking around or doing chores, I want to be able to put my headphones on, be able to go about my day, and be able to have a conversation with you. I don't want to have to actually stare at you the way that I have to stare at you in person if I'm having a conversation with you. That's a pain in the ass. So it's one of those things where like everybody says it's going to be so cool to get, but once you finally get it, very few people actually use it. Then, Zoom became more popular, but that was mainly because of the pandemic and governors shutting down business in their states. Okay. And the ability to have conversations in person. What MacBook model is easiest to work on? For replacing the screen, A1181. For replacing the screen, A1342. Replacing the screen is A1342. Fixing the motherboard is A203437. Replacing the battery, A1181. Replacing the keyboard, A1150. Or A1181, honestly, it's a toss-up there. Placing the trackpad, A1150 or A1181. I don't think NVIDIA not caring about Linux users is killing their brand because, like, again, Linux is still a very small minority, but it definitely is something I look for. I would much prefer my next laptop have either Intel or AMD graphics. I would actively seek to avoid NVIDIA for that very reason, that it limits my operating system choices. Bill Ingelot, you are getting moderator status for remembering that and being able to tie it into an inside joke 4 hours later. So you get props for that. But okay. I think I'm out of here. I think it's about time to get out of here. 2:39 in the morning. With that, we will end. Actually, you know what? I have 8 minutes to go to make it to 5 hours. Should I make it a record? I could make it 5 hours. It's only 8 minutes. We'll think about it. Let's see. A little bit more. My fan looks dusty from outside. Do I need to clean the laptop inside? I would suggest that, or setting an air compressor to 45 to 55 psi and then blowing out the fan. Even shitty laptop fans tend to be able to survive 50 psi. Ideally, you could open the whole thing, but honestly, if you have 50 psi in your air compressor and you give it a good boof, it'll get rid of most of the junk. Any MacBook chips you have a particularly hard time sourcing? I would say the CD3217 is a bit of a pain in the ass to find regularly. Comedian Artie Lang has been found dead from a suicide. Fuck me. Never heard of him. Let's see. That's horrible. I can't find the news anywhere, though. Is that real? Can't tell. I feel bad when people die of suicide. You have to be in a lot of pain to kill yourself. I've been in a lot of pain at different times in my life when I failed or did something horribly stupid and royally fucked myself, and I just knew that it's one thing to screw yourself in a small way. It's another to screw yourself in a way where, like, the moment you do it, like, it takes you 18 seconds to do the action, but then you know you're going to spend the next 3 to 5 years paying for it horribly. And I never killed myself. I've never killed myself. Or even... It's possible I did it in a dream, but I don't think I did it in real life. If I did it in real life, then this would be the dream, and that would suck. I hope this is not it. Yeah. I got a question. I know you sport an e-bike. Has adoption or entry to e-bikes gotten cheaper or more expensive? I think it's gotten somewhat cheaper to get. I don't even think it's so much cheaper as it is. There's less. How about this? In the beginning, the only companies making them were companies that made these kind of really bullshit e-bikes that had a bunch of restrictions and were like $4,000 to $6,000. You could always make your own affordable one that was viable, but the problem is companies were not making them. So you could build it if you wanted to, but if you wanted to get it pre-built, you couldn't. And there's now a lot more in terms of pre-built options that are viable that, aren't stuck with a piece of shit 200-watt motor that is kind of useless. Why use ThinkPad? Liquid resistant, durable, has a track point, and has a really amazing casing. Yeah, I've never killed myself. I mean, honestly, I've been at some really, really, really horrible lows, and even at the most horrible low, not even close to it. So, I mean, to actually do that, you got to be in a lot of pain. I feel bad for people that are there. Your staff need disciplinary action. Drunk calling me with phone system. I approve. Who did it so I can give him a raise? Oh my God, Paul S. gave Harvey homework. You need to find a SODIMM with EDFA 232A 1MA-GDF chips. Bro, you destroyed him. Why would you destroy him like that? I don't know what happened with that guy, Outseeker. I think it got taken down. I'm still waiting for a reply for Paul S. Please don't stop the stream. Oh, man. I love how people here pretend they can choose between GPU brands right now. That's the opposite of what I said, Zachary Kid. How much do Uncle Matts pay you? What's an Uncle Matt? People know nothing of the joys of the ThinkPad joystick. We went over that for a while. California letting COVID plus nurses work. Collapse inevitable. Well, this comes down to a question of what is worse? Your potential of contracting a more mild variant than the original variant of COVID months after vaccines have been made available to the public for free, no ANCAP memeing, or not having a nurse available to treat you at all. And I think that's an important question. Like, for instance, I mean, in our business, we had so many people test for COVID that at some point, instead of having a staff of 12 people, we had a staff of 4 or 5 people. Now, since we do MacBook repair, having our staff cut by 75%, at the end of the day, some people got to wait for their data recovery. They have to use a spare computer. Maybe they can't use their luxury Facebook machine for a day. But at the end of the day, nobody's dead. If 75% of your hospital staff were staying home, because if we're following the science, actually, I can't even do that voice anymore. What we found is that when we have a 10-day quarantine period, is that the world seems to kind of not run anymore. So what we did is we reduced it to 5 so that the world could run again. But I'm being serious here. What is worse? Not having nurses at all, or having nurses that may be positive for a more mild variant of COVID in a world where vaccines have been made available to just about everybody? I think that's an important question. If you are short on nurses. I don't think a hospital is going to run very well with no nurses. Like, what's worse? Because I forget who said this. There is no solution. There's no answers or solutions. There are only trade-offs. It was Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell said that. There's no solutions. There's trade-offs, and you have to pick the trade-off that sucks less. Which one sucks less? I don't know. I can guess, but I don't fucking know for sure. But you got to make choices at that point. And those choices suck. I don't repair software, Azria. My soldering iron doesn't work on software. Oh, okay. Let's see. The California context is they fired unvaccinated nurses. There's an interesting thing on the firing of unvaccinated nurses. Because there's I don't know, Bird Dragon. They've been saying that for 10 years, and I don't see it going away. So here's the thing. So I understand the concept in the very beginning, back when we actually thought that vaccines could actually stop transmission instead of mildly reduce your chance of spreading it. I can understand the idea that if you work around vulnerable people at a hospital, people that have comorbidities because they've been shot or they're old or they have cancer or whatever, that it's your responsibility to do everything you can to keep them from getting sick. So I understood the vaccine mandate for a hospital for that reason. I could understand that more than I could understand a vaccine mandate for, a fucking bodega or something. But at the same time, if you have a shortage of people available to work at that hospital, then and you create a mandate that is going to lower the pool of available people, then you have to ask the question, what is worse? Having somebody who's unvaccinated work on patients or having nobody work on patients? If your answer is that having unvaccinated people work on patients is actually worse than having nobody work on patients, then why did we have anybody treating patients in hospitals from March of 2020 through December of 2020? Think about it. Again, if there is a shortage, again, I'm not talking about an environment where we have all the hospital staff in the world and there are no shortages, because that's a different environment altogether. But if we're talking about a world where we do have trade-offs, and you are going to risk being short-staffed as a result of mass firing people that did not get the vaccine, what we're saying there at that point, because that is going to create a shortage, that it's better off that it's better off to have somebody potentially not receive treatment or not receive the proper level of service from the staff than for them to be in contact with an unvaccinated nurse or doctor. Which again begs the question, then what were we doing between March of 2020 and December of 2020 when no vaccine was available? We had nurses and doctors and everybody else in the hospital still there, obviously, because we acknowledge the fact that it is better to have an unvaccinated hospital staff that is available to treat you than nobody there at all. So I think it really comes down to, and it really depends on how bad the shortage is. If the shortage is so bad that they are actually not going to have people at the somebody's hitting that little buzzer button on the side of their bed and nobody shows up for an hour, then we're fucked. But if they're able to keep it up to the point where the shortages don't cause severe drops in service, then they can get away with the mandate. I agree with you, Hilxel Tarmik, about doctors being bad at many aspects of patient care and that hospitals without nurses would be a special type of hell. I don't disagree with you. Oh, God. Oh, Paul, what have you done? If you call asking for a very random specific RAM upgrade and you start reading names on the chip to Paul, he's honestly probably going to forward you to Jess at iPad Rehab. I could see Kevin getting that phone call and going, what the Kevin has left the chat. Why not keep staff but separate them from people who are in the most danger if they get the virus? Just restructure. because you need to have some staff members to treat the people who are in the most danger. So if you have people who are in the most danger, those are the people who are most likely going to need staff members. And if you separate the staff members from the people that are in the most danger, then you wind up separating the staff members that need to treat those that are in the most danger, who are in the hospital because they're in danger, meaning they need the services of doctors, nurses, and other hospital staff. I tried explaining that to Paul, but he doesn't. He's not for that. He wants to send it anyway. Either way. Yeah, Kevin's going to say, what the fuck? If you call it saying, yo, like, I want you to take these random RAM chips and put it on here, Kevin's going to, like, you're going to confuse the shit out of Kevin. That's not something that we do. I don't have stencils to reball random RAM chips. And even if I did, when I solder it onto your computer and it doesn't work, you're going to stare at me like I'm a dragon and want to punch me in the face. Or punch Kevin in the face, because Kevin's the one in the front of the store. Yeah, he's persistent. I will walk in. All right. He wants to be told no in person by Kevin. He wants to be told no in person by Kevin. I respect that. I respect that. That's persistence right there. Either way. Thank you, Moldovan. I think Paul has left the chat. Uh-oh. Harvey, you scared Paul away. Okay. I do believe that the stream has made it to 5 hours. 5 hours and 5 minutes. My God, that is insane. Well, and also, by the way, just to make it clear with Paul's offer stands if the chips, I'm pretty sure, I'm just going to add this in for Paul because I'm pretty sure this is what he meant, but if the chips are bald. If you bring in the chips and they're actually bald, I'm confident that like a gentleman like Paul and Kevin would even say just leave a tip of whatever you think is worth it, and they'll solder it on for you. If they're bald, they better be bald. B-A-L-L-E-D, not B-A-L-D like where I'm going, but B-A-L-L-E-D. Bald chips. I'm confident that he is a gentleman and a scholar who will do it for a good tip, just a tip, a good tip, but just a tip. But yeah, you bring some RAM chips with balls, because if you bring RAM chips with balls, I'm sure Paul and Kevin will put them on your board for just a tip. If you say, here are the chips with no balls, I want you to take 96 balls and put it onto each chip by hand, he's gonna charge you $1,000. And also the no liability thing. He's gonna have you sign a bunch of stuff. What are you doing this late, Jessica? Whatever. What could you possibly? Again, I've been walking around New Hampshire from time to time really late at night. What could you possibly be doing for work? This entire state dies at 7 p.m. I'm very curious. I'm genuinely curious as to what you could possibly be doing at this time of night. Taxi. No way. Oh, small world. I will not remove the tag on the towel. See, the tag is stuck to the towel. There's no removing the tag. The tag is, that is the tag. I guess you could kind of rip it, but I don't want to ruin my little towel. I guess I could. It doesn't come off evenly. You prick. You and your damn OCD. Ruin my towel. What are you doing? I'm doing whatever I want to do. You're not my dad. Okay. We drive for the local taxi company. Well, that is a respectable way to make a living. I hope you have a good evening. Trackball. Okay. I'm out of here. Thank you very much for joining me for this milestone 1.7 million subscriber stream. With any luck, I will have offended enough people over the course of this video that I'll be back down to 1.69 million subscribers. And I will see you all in the next video. That's it for today. And as always,